We'll get started in roughly 2 minutes. Well, hello.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
How come you're still stuck here? I thought you were getting time off for good behavior.
With the two of us, let's talk at some point, because I won't be here when everything is done. But there certainly are lessons learned from all of this. I mean,
Definitely.
gigantic.
Yeah.
I hate to talk to you.
Yes.
Because for years.
Right. It's I can see now why you're so hot on the agreement stuff, because they're in the world of work.
And agreements is the only way this is going to go forward. The only way fish are going to get better is if we get agreements, because if we have to.
Okay, let's get started. If you want to speak, fill out a blue card. We have Felicia is not here today. She won't be here actually all week because her aunt, who essentially raised her, is on palliative care, and so she's staying with her. Aha. Wow, that got quite very fast. Good morning. We are here to receive public comments concerning potential changes to the water quality control plan for the San Francisco Bay, Sacramento, San Joaquin Delta estuary, and supporting recirculated draft substitute environmental document. Throughout the hearing, we will refer to these documents as the plan amendment, the plan, and the SED. I am Fran Spivey Weber, Vice Chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. With me today on my Left, Board Member Doreen Diadamo. To my right is Board Member Tam Doduk, who is also the owner of a new cat. And to her right is Board Member Stephen Moore. Chair Felicia Marcus, as I said, is dealing with a family emergency out of town and will be watching the hearing remotely. Other Water Board staff are present at the front and back of the room to provide assistance as needed. I have a number of general announcements to make. Some are procedural announcements and some will provide context to start us off before turning to staff for an overview. And it's fairly long, so settle in. I have to do it. We've done it at every hearing, and so the procedural announcements are pretty straightforward. First, look around and identify the exits closest to you. If you hear an alarm, we will evacuate the room immediately. Please take your valuables and your colleagues with you. Use the stairs, not the elevators. It's hard to use the elevators here. And exit to the relocation site across the street in Severshavas Park, except it's raining, and so just find cover. That is the place that we officially convene and would be called back in if once the emergency is over. If you cannot use the stairs, you will be directed to a protective area inside a stairwell, and someone will assist you. Today's hearing date is being webcast and recorded. When speaking, please use the microphone and begin by stating your name and affiliation. Please get close enough to the microphone that it is picked up, but not so close as to generate static. And you'll hear static. A court reporter is present today. Here he is. And will prepare a transcript of the entire proceeding. The transcript for the hearing will be posted on the State Water Board's Bay Delta Phase 1 website as soon as possible. If you would like to receive the transcript sooner, please make arrangements with the court reporting service during one of the breaks or after the hearing. As a reminder, today is day 5 of 5 days of hearings on the adequacy of the SED. Day 1 of the hearing was held in Sacramento, November 29. Hello? Tell him hi. Day 2 was held in Stockton on Friday. Day 3 was held in Merced on Monday, December 19. Day 4 was held in Modesto on Tuesday, December the 20th. Additionally, for planning purposes, please be aware that the hearing day could be long since we want to hear everyone's comments. We will take a short break in the morning and a short break in the afternoon or as needed for the court reporter. We will also take a lunch break, which may be less than an hour, but will be at least 30 minutes to give you time to get food. We expect to continue in the early evening or beyond if necessary. Finally, and most important, please take a moment and turn off or mute your cell phones. Even if you think it's already off, and we have some folks over here who can help us with that, please take a moment to double check. I know everyone is eager to get started, but first I need to provide some background information on how the hearing will be conducted and information regarding the order of proceeding. Please bear with me through this opening statement. This statement is being read at the beginning of each day of the hearing. This hearing is being held in accordance with the September 15, 2016 Notice of Filing and Recirculation, Notice of Opportunity for Public Comment, and Notice of Public Hearing on amendment to the Water Quality Control Plan for the San Francisco Bay, Sacramento, San Joaquin Delta Estuary, and supporting draft revised substitute environmental document, and subsequent revised notices issued on October 7, 2016, October 18, 2016, December 9, 2016, and December 22, 2016. This hearing fulfills requirements for receipt of oral comments as described in the board's regulations and state and federal law. The purpose of this hearing is to provide the public an opportunity to comment on the plan amendment and on the adequacy of the SED. The board will not take formal action on the plan amendment and SED at the close of the hearing today. Rather, the board action will occur at a later noticed board hearing, during which time the board may reopen the hearing to allow for comments on additional potential revisions to the plan amendments, or as required by the board's CEQA regulations. The final SED will likely be released in the summer of 2017, depending on comments received. Please ensure your comments today relate to the plan amendment and the adequacy of the SED. The September 15, 2016 notice required joint presenters who would like more than 3 minutes to present their comments to make their requests by noon on October 14, 2016, which was subsequently extended to noon on November the 4th, 2016. Based on the requests received, staff prepared a draft order of proceedings that was sent to the Bay Delta Notice email distribution list on November 18, 2016. Additionally, the draft order of proceeding was posted on the Water Board's Bay Delta website. A revised draft order of proceedings dated December 6, 2016 was posted on the Water Board's Bay Delta website on December 14, 2016. Now, there will be a test for those students who are in the room on all of these dates, so I hope you're listening carefully. Accordingly, we will begin with any opening comments that my fellow board members would like to make. We will then hear a presentation from staff. This staff presentation provides background to the proposal and clarifying information. Following the staff presentation, we will hear from elected officials, followed by public comment. As we allow some groups asked to present panel presentations, rather than taking them all first, as we did during the hearings in 2013, we will alternate panels and a series of public commenters to enable individual commenters to begin earlier in the day. There will be no cross-examination. Per the hearing notice, participants are limited to 3 minutes unless otherwise allowed by the draft order of proceedings, which means I will count the speaker cards and cut the time to 2 minutes or even 1 minute if necessary to enable more speakers to speak without going late into the evening so folks can get home. We have found that a focused comment on what you want us to consider in reviewing the staff draft is actually quite effective. Speakers are limited to one opportunity to speak during the course of the 5-day hearing. We do read your comments, and they should be submitted by noon on March 17, which is an extended submission date. If you intend to speak, please submit a blue speaker card up here to my right. You can find one in the back of the room. As I noted, we allow a number of groups requested to speak as panels at each of the hearings. They vary in number and approach. We have in many cases shortened the time requested to enable us to hear from more of the general public commenters, particularly in the later hearings, which more people signed up for. There has been one change in today's panel presentations since the release of the December 6th second revised draft order of proceeding. One panel volunteered to be more brief. That is good. Keep that in mind, which we appreciate. For today's, the joint participant groups that requested to speak as a panel with additional time are the following. A joint presentation by California Department of Fish and Wildlife, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, National Marine Fisheries Service, and the U.S. EPA. They have requested 90 minutes. The California Department of Water Resources has requested 15. The Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency, 10. The San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, 10. The Bay Area Council, now these are the ones that get the extra kudos, 2 minutes, reduced from the original 10. Contra Costa Water District, 10 minutes. San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority, 10 minutes. And a joint presentation on recreational interests organized by Trout Unlimited, 20 minutes. I ask that one representative from each group fill out a speaker card for your panel. And if you haven't done this already, now's the time to do it, and give that to Janine. Put the names and affiliation of each speaker. If you would like to follow the example of the Bay Area Council and use less time than was agreed upon, please note your new estimated time on the card and know you will please the people sitting behind you. Please be ready to present your comments when you are called. There are several points about this hearing that need emphasis. First, please keep your comments limited to the purpose of this hearing, which is to comment on the plan amendment and the SED. Second, we're required to respond to the oral comments we received during this hearing. However, staff will not respond to oral comments today. Board staff will prepare written responses to comments on the plan amendment and all significant environmental issues raised orally and in writing prior to the board's taking final action in the next year. Third, while I or the board members may ask staff for clarification or information in the plan amendment and the SED, responses to your comments will not occur during this hearing. We have had and will continue to have opportunities to speak with people outside the hearing, and that is extremely valuable to us. But in the interest of hearing what folks here have come here to say, we can't have a conversation with each of you as much as we would like to. And that's absolutely true. It's just because we're quiet doesn't mean we agree or disagree. We really do need to talk to each of you more. We must also ensure that our decisions are based on the record of this proceeding. Fourth, because we are required to respond to comments on the plan amendment and significant environmental issues raised, please make the essence of your comments clear to us, especially for those making longer presentations and in your written comments. We would appreciate you making a summary of the points you have about the plan amendment and the adequacy of the SED at the beginning or end of your presentation. Finally, I realize that after all the presentations are heard, some of you might feel the need to respond to what others have said. We cannot provide people an opportunity for rebuttal of these comments in the hearing. If you have additional comments after your turn to speak at this hearing, you may give us that comment in writing by March 17, 2017, noon deadline, as stated in the fourth revised notice. Now for a bit of context. We are here today to hear input on a substitute environmental document and staff proposal for updating the board's Bay Delta plan. The staff proposal calls for updated flow requirements for the San Joaquin River and its major tributaries and updated salinity requirements for the southern delta. The Bay Delta ecosystem is in trouble and has been for some time now. The lower San Joaquin River and its tributaries are a key part of the Bay Delta system. South Delta salinity is also a vexing challenge, both for those in the South Delta and for those who rely on exports from the South Delta. We are also in a separate process to deal with the rest of the system, including the Sacramento River and the rest of the Delta. The Bay Delta Plan lays out water quality protections to ensure that various water uses, including agriculture, municipal use, fisheries, hydropower, recreation, and more are protected. Keep that in mind. while all of you have a point of view as to what you are here to say to us and about the plan and about the SED, remember that it is our job to ensure various water uses, including agriculture, municipal use, fisheries, hydropower, recreation, and more. In establishing these objectives, the State Water Board must consider and balance all beneficial uses of water, not pick one and discard the others. We know that flow is a key factor for the survival of fish like salmon, but the flow objectives for the San Joaquin River have not been updated since 1995, not substantially updated since 1995, and since that time, salmon and steelhead have declined. We also know that there are other important factors affecting the fishery, such as degraded habitat, high water temperatures, and predation. As I mentioned, staff will provide a short presentation to provide clarifying information regarding the proposal today. This staff presentation is different from the full staff presentation given on day one of the hearing on November 29th in Sacramento, and the shorter version of the staff presentation given on days 2, 3, and 4 at the hearings in Stockton, Merced, and Modesto, respectively. Both the full and abridged versions of the staff presentation are available on the Water Board's Bay Delta Phase 1 website. Today's presentation will respond to some of the issues that have come up in prior hearings to clarify what the staff is proposing and what the proposal is based on, while not refuting every misconception voiced during the hearings. There are some areas where we will absolutely need to have some clarification that board members specifically asked the staff to address during the course of this hearing, and that will occur today. Staff have proposed to increase the proportion of water left in the river. This is a proposal to share the rivers whether times are wet or dry. They conceive it as a block of water that they hope groups will come together to shape and use in the most effective ways possible. They also have proposed an implementation program that embraces adaptive management and will accommodate stakeholder settlements that can provide even greater benefits to the ecosystem than flow alone. The proposed 30 to 50% range is less than 60% recommended in the board's 2010 flow criteria report, which was a science-based report only, but still represents a significant increase over the current conditions. Some have already argued that the proposed range is too low to improve conditions for fish adequately, while others are adamant that it is far too high and the impacts of on our agricultural communities far too great. In many cases, it is one set of water users feeling aggrieved by other water users. Our challenge is to navigate all of those strong feelings, look at the facts, and try to find the best answer we can. Felicia was quoted in the newspaper, I believe, just recently saying, there is no sweet spot in this decision, and I think that's true. Unfortunately, there is a lot of misinformation about the staff proposal out there, whether about its provisions or its intent, that have distracted commenters away from commenting on what is actually being proposed. This is unfortunate because these issues are hard enough to deal with based on the real facts, let alone those that are imagined or manufactured. I see and hear the pain in the comments we have received already from both sides, much of it based on misrepresentation of what staff is actually proposing, some of it based accurately on what is being proposed. These are complex, challenging times and matters. In the end, as I said, the board's job is to establish objectives that provide reasonable protection of the fishery and to balance that with other uses important to Californians, including agriculture and municipal uses. We definitely want to provide an opportunity for people to come together to propose better ways to meet those objectives by working together to restore habitat, manage the flows, deal with predation, and other things. We can't order people to do that, but we can accept alternative proposals. When people do that well, we have a record of accepting good alternatives. So please help us do that. Critiques can help, and we are listening avidly to those, but what really helps even more is to suggest how we can actually improve on the proposal to meet everyone's needs better. Our hearings in Sacramento, Stockton, Merced, and Modesto were lively, to say the least, informative, definitely, and helpful, actually. Lots of disagreement, but also lots of suggestions. Thank you for your patience and for your attentiveness and for joining us today on this rainy day. First, we'll hear from any of my fellow board members who wish to speak, and after that, we'll hear a staff presentation from Water Division Rights staff. Les Grober, the Deputy Director for Water Rights, will lead the staff presentations. But first, anyone, any comments?
I normally give an opening statement, but I'm going to hold off for the discussion at the end.
Okay. Staff.
Good morning. Good morning, Vice Chair Spivey Weber, board members, and the public. Thank you all for coming here today. I'm joined today on my left by Senior Staff Counsel Erin Mahaney, and on my right, Senior Environmental Scientist Dan Worth, and Water Resource Control Engineer Will Anderson. As Vice Chair Spivey Weber said, I have not the usual presentation today, but rather a presentation that addresses some of the comments, concerns, questions that have come up. These are not to be construed as the response to comments on this. We're going to provide a much more expansive response to comments and give all of what we've heard, both at the hearings and in written comments, more consideration. But this is rather to address what we saw as some of the major comments, concerns that came up during workshop, hearing days, things like that. I'll spend a little bit more time on some of these, a little bit less time on others. My goal, there's about 50 slides here, is to get through in about half an hour. So I will go through these quickly so that people can see an introduction to the information, because this, like everything else that we presented, will also be on our website, so you can dig in a little bit more detail and look at the numbers. So the first topic that has come up a number of times
Before
Yes.
you go to the first topic, will everyone who's standing, who's not supposed to be standing, sit? The fire marshal says we have to have people sitting. And there's tons of seats right up here. It's a little bit in the front, but there's some in the middle as well. And the students won't bite, I promise. Thank you.
And we also
Go ahead.
have an overflow room if you want a room probably to yourself just next door in Coastal. You can watch it on the web. I'm sorry? I'm going to go to the No, you're not allowed. So the first issue is carryover storage. And this is a quote from lifted from Appendix K, which is the program of implementation language for the proposal. So carryover storage is very much a part of the project. That's the key take-home, because we've heard questions, concerns over, well, we see effects of the 40% of unimpaired flow, but some of the effects are because of this change carryover storage. And that is actually true. You do see some effects of the carryover storage. In order to explore what would happen if you didn't have carryover storage, and it's important to look at this because this is a big perturbation of the system. It's a big change in terms of how reservoirs would be operated, because if more is left in the river and you continue to try to draw on the reservoirs also to maintain deliveries of surface water, there would be rather large effects. So as part of the overall project, because the goals are fish and wildlife protection, you need to set some number that wasn't observed in the past suggest some new number that would maintain the current condition and also achieve the goals of the project. So in order to show what would happen if you didn't have these carryover requirements, we just looked at, and this is not part of the SED, this is not one of the alternatives, but we looked at that 40% flow objective and said, well, reduce it to lower carryover. And what happens, and this is something I'll spend a little bit more time on because you're going to see a few other exceedance plots here. By necessity, much of the staff presentation has been, looking at averages and looking at simple things, but there are a lot of these exceedance plots in the report because they provide so much useful information. And the way to look at this is that you see on the left side, it shows the annual diversions on the 3 tributaries and the total quantity in terms of millions of acre feet. And it shows under baseline, that top line, it shows that the diversions can be maintained for much of the time, except in about 20% of years that you have under the current condition, not as much water available. It also then shows under the 40% objective, that's the lower green line, how you're more limited in terms of that water availability. So there, 50% of the time, it starts dropping out to something a fair bit lower than under baseline. And as you would expect, if you didn't have the same carryover rules, if you didn't limit the quantity of water that would be available for surface water, you allowed reservoirs to run dry, then you would be able to maintain water supply. One little interesting feature, though, is that by running dry, you see in the worst years, near that 100%, it's actually even worse than under the 40% because there's simply no water left because the reservoirs are dry. This is far from an optimal condition, as I'll show you in a moment, but this is showing in a little bit more detail the effect in all years over average and the different year types, and particularly in those dry and critical years, it means that if you didn't have the same carryover requirement, you would be able to have a bigger water supply. And as we've seen at some of the hearing days was presented, we can not exactly match because all this modeling is done in different ways, but we can more closely match some of what's been presented. And this is just showing for one tributary and one reservoir, New Melones, that you would have more frequently drawn down end of September storage, and you would actually be draining the reservoir. It looks like they're in about 10 years. And what does that do? Actually, when I go back, if you look at that period just from 91 through 94, when the reservoir is pretty much dry, well, this is what happens, is you don't achieve the goals of the proposal because on the blue line, you see what the temperatures would be in the Stanislaus under the 40% objective and under the modified 40%, or looking at that different carryover, you could see that you have highly elevated temperatures, lethal temperatures much of the time. You basically lose temperature control. So another way to look at it, for just looking at the entire reach of the river, now from the right side at the dam all the way downstream to the left side at 0 to the confluence with the San Joaquin River, blue is showing it the 40% objective as we modeled it, and the dashed green is the modified 40% objectives, much higher temperatures than under the baseline condition. So, as you see, I am going to do this rather quickly. The importance of June flows. There's also been the concern, twofold concern, why June flows, and it's a two-pronged because there's not the expressed concern is that there's not an importance or biological significance to it, and by the way, it's a large quantity of water which helps to create some of that water supply effect. It's true that it creates some of that water supply effect in real time, but it is an important time period biologically. The higher flows are important. We frequently in the past have focused just on what's the optimal time, that optimal April-May period, but they're the tails of that period that are terribly important, especially if you consider the importance of not just pushing fish out of the tributaries, but on through the delta, because that's part of the migration pathway, and the intent of the proposal is to protect the fish and wildlife for the San Joaquin River and through the delta. And what does that flow do in terms of temperature? So since you're pushing the fish on through the tributaries and through Vernalis and into the delta, an important metric to look at is what is a lethal temperature that can occur at that time period. And you can see that lethal temperatures of in the higher 70s occur at that flow of about 3,100 CFS. Why is that important? This is, you were familiar with some of these. I think we presented in the past. We've certainly presented them as part of workshops. This is excerpted from one of the tables in the SED, and it shows that that flow of 3,000 CFS is achieved about 41% of the time under baseline, and under the 40% alternative, 30% more of the time. So not quite doubling, but it goes from 40 to 70% of the time you avoid those lethal temperatures because you have those higher flows.
But that's assuming that those flows are used in June.
That's correct, and that's another element of this is that it has that benefit. And one of the points that you saw on one of the intro slides is this concern or concept or tension between, is it the unimpaired flow that kind of tracks the natural flow, and do you have this water available in that month, or do you use it as a block? And you can't do both those things, but it's important. The take home is that it is important in June, but even if not provided in June, if specific year conditions are such that you have a limited quantity of water, if you have to consider everything else, again, because this is never about the optimal, it's about the trade-off. There is no sweet spot, but if in the moment the real-time operations provides information to support, well, as important as June is, we need to use that limited quantity of water to provide it in April and May. As you'll see in just a moment, the slides will also show it's not a small block of water, which cuts both ways. It's a water supply issue, but it's also a block of water that can be used to the benefit of fish and wildlife.
I just want to make sure that we realize, though, that in order to justify June, you have to show these big temperature benefits. But the water will unlikely be used in June, so it can't really be justified. If it's not used in June, then there's really not much of a need for it, especially as we go through. I know you have the next chart on the fish presence, which I think what we need is a little more detail on the rotary screw trap information and the amount of fish that are present. Not maybe, but what I would like to see is these numbers in wet and normal years, so that we can look at the the benefits in June in wet years when you have fish that are present, compared to in dry and critically dry years where you've got higher temperatures and unlikely much in the way of fish presence. And then kind of help us to hone in on when might June be important versus when it would probably be a waste and unreasonable use of water to be using it in June, which at that point, I guess, we'd be looking at flow shifting or something, but not to justify the use of water in June.
Sure, that will always be that tension, because if not provided in June, but if it continues to be part of the proposal, it will be a part of the block of water that will make those earlier flows even of greater benefit, because as we've heard during the hearings, the prior days of hearings, is that the 30 to 50% proposal isn't enough, so that June flow allows that 30 to 50% to be bumped up to the 40 to 60%, those more beneficial flows for fish and wildlife in an April and May period. So it's a quantity, the point is it's a quantity of water that is useful both in the moment in June, but also as a block. And there's that tension because this proposal is not about the optimal, it's about the balance. So
But I think what the request is that you do at least two graphs here, one for different year types, for the dry and critically dry, as well as for the wet.
Right.
And so hold that thought, because it's not presented as part of this, but you'll see, because we present more than just averages, and you could see some of the benefits or some of the costs by different year types, but also by different hydrologies. and Dan has something.
So part of the issue with rotary screw trap data in June is we don't have complete sets of data for the month of June. What often happens is the river becomes too shallow and the flows are too low and the traps become ineffective and they end up pulling the traps early in June. So we have maybe rotary screw trap data for the first couple weeks of June on average, but the traps are often pulled.
I'm sorry,
early.
that is just not going to work, okay? I've
Well,
spent a
but
lot of time on this issue, and you do have access to this information, and the irrigation districts, I think, can provide it. So I think to get a complete picture of June, we need to get the rotary screw trap information. I know that it's available for the Stan and the Tuolumne. I don't know about the Merced. But I think we need to get the information in all year types, and if the traps have been pulled, then that should be taken into account. But the information that I have, that I've seen, that's been provided by the irrigation districts, and I understood that they provided to you as well, so, you know, we can, I'm sure, work that out. But the information that I have is that in dry and critically dry years, we're looking at less than 1% in June. And these numbers, maybe less if you could go to the next slide for 13. The numbers do, you know, if you look at it in the aggregate, it does look like there's some movement in June. But I think if we parse it out and look at dry and critically dry years versus especially the wet years, there does seem to be much higher numbers. So not only do we need to look at the different year types, but I would ask that you get with the irrigation districts to get the information and provide it to us.
Let me actually follow up and ask a question based on that. I understand your concern, Board Member DiDiamo, with respect to the dry and critical years and the benefit of releases in June based on current information that is available. But does that current information take into account the possible additional flows in the earlier months in those drier years that could result in different conditions in terms of the presence of what we're trying to protect?
Well, I think that's a good point, but if you look at the different year types, the wet years, you know, I think that there's, I don't want to opine on it. I really don't know, but the numbers seem to go up in wet years. And so if we're looking at higher movement in wet years when there's a reduced impact on water supply, that seems to be closer to the sweet spot. But if we're looking at a year type where the water supply impacts are much higher, so if you look at dry and critically dry years, the water supply impacts are about 40%. Not just 40%, not 40% of unimpaired flow, because I know there's a lot of confusion on that, but an actual reduction in water supply by 38%, I think is the number. So that's a big water supply hit. And so what I'm looking for is, you know, comparing that to the fish presence in those critically dry years.
I understand that. And, you know, the challenge I think we all have is it's almost always simpler to estimate the economic costs associated with water supply than the economic benefit associated with fisheries, well, with some exception. And so, you know, I acknowledge your point, but I also don't want us to lose sight of the fact that in considering the economic costs associated with reduced supplies in these dry and critical years, especially in the month of June, that we don't also lose sight of the potential benefit of these additional flows moving as a block in the earlier months of those years. And unfortunately, and maybe we'll hear from some of the fishery agencies, you know, a lot of this is yes, speculative on the benefit side, which is our challenge, because it is easier to get information from the water agencies on the water supply impacts. But what we're also trying to do is to provide as much flexibility as possible to address water supply impact while also helping to move some of the flows around as a block, perhaps to the earlier months in dry and critical years that may result in better fishery conditions as well.
Well, sure, but then what you're getting is you're getting maybe some increased benefit in that period of time where the fish are actually moving. But if it's in wet years anyway, then you'd likely see some of the benefits regardless.
But if it's
not
in a drier critical years, then perhaps you may be seeing additional benefits that are not being reflected in the current data that are currently being presented to us.
That could be. I just would like to see the rotary screw trap information is available, so I'd like to see it. And I think that when we go to weigh and balance, rather than having numbers in the aggregate, it's best to see what it would be like in these different year types, because as we balance, certainly we would be looking at, it's not just economic benefits of the fisheries, but, for public trust values, obviously. But where there are higher costs, I think we've got to figure out a way to reduce those costs, and an obvious target would be June in dry and critically dry years.
I'm going to try to provide.
Thank you for the discussion. I think it's a great discussion. I would just caution using empirical data based on the current conditions and operations to determine what's possible. I think that's what Board Member Dodek was bringing up.
Thank you. That's much more articulate than what I was able to express.
And empirically, the way the system's been operated for decades has not been to look into the value of June flows in critically dry or dry years. But I absolutely acknowledge this is an area as we come up with a balancing approach where we should make sure we have flexibility to protect water supply. And so, this is a key point, but we don't have enough empirical data on June in dry years with a fish-based flow management regime to have rotary screw trap data to reflect the benefits. I think that's key.
I think that's fine, but I just want to add one other point as well, and that is temperatures, especially with climate change. We're going to be seeing warmer temperatures, and I'm concerned about that moving things as a block of water is one thing, but in order to get to what's the amount of water that would be used to begin with, if we're using a month where we could even be seeing higher temperatures, and this other chart that I think you already went through, Les, on lethal water temperatures, we're looking at quite high temperatures that are even higher than I think the US EPA criteria numbers. So we need to be looking at that as well. What's a wise use of water?
I'm not going to add anything because I was just going to reiterate what board members Dodek and Moore were saying, but some of that might fall out from some of the additional slides. So in the interest of time, I'm just going to actually move forward, and these couple of slides were just to show that that June month can be important, and as was already stated, we have only very limited data upon which to show because we've so flatlined the system that we only see it in the very wet years. We don't see those middle years.
But this is a wet year, the year you show.
Yes, and that's because of the nature of the operation during above normal, below normal, those moderate years. That's when the water is all being stored. We don't have the data to show the higher flows because it's all being captured for water supply, or mostly being captured for water supply. So this actually returns us to the basic concept. It's showing that the proposal is tracking, though it's a fraction of, it's the 40% of the unimpaired flow, and this just shows in a very general way how we flatline that system. So we simply, and this is on average for 84 through 2009, but the observed flows, the red, show that we just tend not to see the signal at all of those higher flows. So we have very limited data upon which to base determinations. And to quantify it, this just shows that June is, if you just looked at the raw percent of unimpaired flow, it's roughly a little bit north of 20% of the unimpaired flow of the February through June months. It's disproportionately important, however, as a contribution to the unimpaired flow of the 40% because Junes have historically been so low. You've heard me refer in the past to, in some months, we're in the single digits. It's those June flows that can be, 5-6% of unimpaired flow at time because that is when snow melt is being captured and nothing is being run through. So removing June has those two effects. It doesn't make it available to track the hydrograph and to the flow conditions to which fish are adapted and to which there is biological benefit, but it also takes away a large block of the water you would have to use that 40%, because not to lose sight that 40% is not 60% that the scientific basis report said is needed, and certainly not 100%. So being able to shape flows, you can strategically try to achieve those higher percents. So it's those two reasons why it's terribly important.
Can we stop here for just a moment? If you could go back to slide 16, 2 slides. Okay. This part puzzles me, and so I'm wanting to better understand. You've got here June at about 20%, and that's monthly contributions to the requirement. So it's my understanding.
It's monthly. This is it. Just if you looked at unimpaired flows and just said how much of it comes out in these different months.
Right.
So it's not the contribution to the requirement so much, and it gets. And I think anticipating your question, it's June is a much bigger block of water in terms of the additional block because June flows are currently so low. They're much lower than, say, April, May flows are. So even though it's a smaller percent of the total that comes out of the system, it's a bigger quantity in terms of moving it up from the current condition.
Well, it's my understanding that the June flows result in about 45 to 50% of the water supply impacts. So this is the contribution to the whole pie. And
yes,
if you could go back again. Mm-hmm. So I'm not quite sure why, but I think in these other months, like February, let's just take February for example, there's probably not a lot of water that's being moved into storage in some of these other months. And so the actual reflection in terms of, again, getting back to, I'm just trying to get information out so that we can better analyze June. It's my understanding that the water supply impacts are about 45 to 50% as a result of June, and this chart doesn't really reflect that. Maybe you have a different chart that does.
That's why I'll try to move on to the next charts because it's a math issue, mm-hmm. in that because June flows are so very low now, by including them and moving those up, it does have a bigger water supply effect than this.
Okay.
So, and that's probably, I'll just jump to the next one, which probably shows it most clearly. If you take from these the numbers, the average again over all years, which is shown on the left side, if you recall, the long-term average surface water supply effect is 293,000 acre-feet a year. Taking June out would reduce it to about 220,000 acre-feet a year, so reduce it by 73,000 acre-feet. So what is that? That's about, it's not the 40% that you cited, but it's closer to 30+%.
Be an area where it would be helpful between now and the time you come back to us to get with the irrigation districts, because I'm getting different numbers, and I just want to make sure that we've got the right information.
Sure. And this is about, I apologize that this is going a little bit over, but these are the important questions. There's more to it here. But I think a take-home based on what you said, there's different ways that this can be modeled. You can come up with different numbers, but these are based on our analysis, and which also then includes the carryover storage amounts, things like that. If you start making different assumptions, you'll start getting much different numbers in terms of total water supply effect. If you make different assumptions about groundwater and different things, so we're trying to provide the flatter, here it is if you just change one thing. with this, and those were intended to be kind of the longer time that I would spend on it, but there's been this issue and concern, and a real concern of multiple dry years. Well, as you recall, we showed some of these exceedance plots. That's really the best way of showing not just what happens, on average, because we heard, I think, a number of times, averages don't tell the whole story, and staff definitely agrees with it. First, before I even move to exceedance plots, this is based on information that's in the SED, and it's comparing and I'll just refer to the rightmost common. We're showing it here for the 3 tributaries, but it's showing the total estimated effect on surface water supplies based on the 40% unimpaired flow. So the baseline was a little over 2 million acre-feet a year, and under the 40%, it was at 293,000 acre-feet less, 1.775 million. But a couple of other columns added there. The next one is the baseline for the critical year average, which is 1.6 million. And then most importantly, under the 40% alternative, if you just looked at critical years, the average over critical years is 1 million acre-feet. So it's half of what it is over the baseline average of all years. And for comparison, because it's been brought up, it's like that drought period from 87 through 92. So when you have a series of dry years, you would have this water supply effect that happens each and every year, in that order of magnitude for a number of years. All of that information is in the SED and was considered in the SED. So we're certainly not hiding any water supply effect. It's a big water supply effect, and it's biggest in those critically dry years.
Again, though, I think that it would be helpful, what I had asked for was to have some information on successive dry years. And so what this is showing is averages.
So the 87 through 92, those were fairly similar. There was one maybe not critical year, but those were all dry years. So those are 5 years in a row when they were at that level.
I think it'd be helpful. I think the information is available for each of the tributaries, and the water supply information on successive dry years. We have that under baseline conditions. And so as I recall, what we had asked for was to overlay the SED on top of a series of critically dry years. So just looking at the most recent drought, for example, if we were to go back and pull up, say, Modesto Irrigation District's water supply allocations over the last 5 years, we'd be able to get information on what percentage were they shorted, 20%, 40%, et cetera. And then if we overlay the SED on top of that, what would it look like? And the reason that, I know this is getting down in the weeds, but again, getting back especially to a month of where we would not see big fish benefits, it's important to know what the water supply picture would look like over a period of successive dry years. So instead of, say, a 40% reduction, what would you get in year one? Instead of a 40%, what would it be? Like 50%? And carrying it over year after year, what would it look like? And we would see more frequent years in which there is zero or near zero supplies. And so looking at it in terms of averages, it sort of masks what would be going on out there in the real world. And so especially if you have permanent crops, if you've got zero or near zero, there's zero options for you. So I think what we need to see is what it would look like in actual practice, as opposed to just looking at the averages.
Yeah, and we have, and again, it's hard in a brief presentation. What's shown here is that an average over 5 years, and yes, it's still an average, but it's because all the numbers were approximately that. I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but there are no 0 years, which is, I guess, maybe that's the important comment to make, because if you're talking about maintaining 40% of unimpaired flow in the tributaries, there is still some water supply available. That means 60% is available during that time period for other uses, so there is no zero supply. And this is demonstrating that it's a significant reduction. It's going from over 2 million acre feet to just over 1 million acre feet over a period of 5 years. But it's not so that's a 50% reduction, but not 100%. But I hear your comment, and we've shared the full 82-year record of modeling, which shows all of the variability, and that's available. And we can perhaps do more to show that time series to show what it is over every year. We did already, as part of our analysis, we did the drought analysis, which compared that 87 through 92 period with the most recent drought, and it's the same magnitude of effect. I mean, there's some differences, but it's about the same. We did that to confirm that we've analyzed not just that 82-year record, but also that takes into consideration the most recent drought. So this theme of the SED does have more than averages, and I'm going to show a series of tables and figures with those exceedance plots, because staff agrees that to understand the effects of the proposal, you need to understand more than just the long-term average. So we've looked at exceedance plots and tables for things like what would it do in terms of increasing flows, river flows, also reservoir storage, surface water supply reductions, and also cropping. This then feeds into the economic analysis. So this is one example that is difficult to see, but I'm going to zoom in a moment. But it's an example because we've also heard, we have 3,000 pages or 3,000 plus pages of document. Well, a lot of it's filled with tables like this, which this is an example of an exceedance chart or table. On the left side, it's showing what's the minimum over that 82-year period of record that we analyzed, what's the maximum, what's the average, but then also what happens 10% of the time, 20, 30, so it gives you a sense for what's happening, not in a chart, in a graphical form. I'll show you one of those in a moment. But this, for example, well, I'll zoom in first. So I'm going to zoom in just to that's just looking now at the leftmost side of it. It's looking at the diversions. So if I look under the 40%, what this is saying, and we've presented, so here's the average surface water diversion. This is only looking at the Tuolumne. We have it for each of the tributaries, and it's saying on average it's a million, the average is 732,000 acre feet per year under the 40%, and it's it's 851 under baseline. And what this also shows is it shows where those deliveries of water start dropping off. So now looking at across at the 50% under baseline, it's still at 878, and under 40%, it's still at 802. But you could see under 40%, it starts dropping off dramatically because in those drier years, there's simply less water available for diversion. Looking at it another way, and again, I know I'm going through this quickly, but you can look at it at your leisure afterwards. It will be posted. This is showing the same information, but in terms of the deficit of water supply. For those that like a graphic more than a chart of numbers, this shows all of those 82-year years of record in an exceedance plot. It shows the baseline, which is the top in the dark blue, and it shows you can basically maintain deliveries on the river even under baseline conditions. There's less as it gets drier, but it stays pretty stable between 1,000,000 and 800,000 acre feet, but then starts dropping off in the 20% of wet year, and in particular in the 10% of the driest years. Did I say wet? In the driest years, it starts dropping off. It drops off more dramatically under the 20% unimpaired flow alternative, though it tracks it for the full 80 to maybe 90% of the time, but in 10% of the years, there's less water available. And it drops off even more dramatically under the 40% unimpaired flow and 60% of unimpaired flow. So a lot more than averages. And here, this is just lumping that same chart. That was just showing the water supply availability. This is showing the in-stream flow, storage, and the in-stream flow as a percent of unimpaired flow. So a lot of information in the report. The same type of probabilistic information or statistical information, rather, is shown, is folded on through the economic analysis and the SWAP model using the 82 years of record. This is just the slide that we had presented in our brief 20-minute overview where we come up with a conclusion of, an average annual decrease in economic output of 64 million, a 2.5% reduction. So staff recognizes how unsatisfying these average numbers are, which is why throughout the appendices, and this is just one example shown from Chapter 11, this is showing the exceedance curve of what happens to just one type of crop in just one district, South San Joaquin Irrigation District, for small acreage irrigation of dry beans, processing tomatoes, rice, and safflower. And it shows that fully 90+% of the time, there is full cropping of those crops, and then it drops off, you can see on the right side, to something less during those driest years. But under the proposal, it starts dropping off at in the about 35% of the driest years, and over the 20%, there's a very significant drop-off. The report has plots for all different crops, all different irrigation districts, and it shows our work in terms of what then goes into, from the SWAP analysis into IMPLAN. And this is then, if you look at the overall results, rather than looking at that one average number and the effect over all years, this is again an exceedance plot, so it shows baseline, that total annual economic output of 2.6 million that's maintained, but then starts dropping off in 20% of years. As you can see under alternative 3, it starts dropping off in 50% of years, with the biggest drop-off, again, happening in the 20% of years. So these are very big effects that are shown already in the SED. And then another way of looking at it, and again, a lot of numbers in the table, but just to show you that the types of information that are in the report, but you can also get that information and see how it's a much larger effect for alternative 3, bigger than that 64 million a year. It means that that actually is concentrated into the driest 30% of years, and it can be upwards of 235 million in 10% or higher in the 10% of years. So all of these additional concepts really require more information, but I'm going to go through it rather quickly. Groundwater has been a concern that's been expressed. We analyze what would be the effects of the proposal in terms of increases in groundwater pumping, and that was determined by getting information from the districts. Most of the districts provided the information that we requested, and we used that to determine different levels of maximum groundwater pumping, and we chose to use the lower maximum rates of groundwater pumping based on 2009 rather than 2014, because we determined that those are more likely less unsustainable for a longer period of time. That being said, the question of exactly how much groundwater pumping is going to happen into the future, exactly how much recharge is going to happen in the future when you're changing the system, and now that we have Sigma, because there's all sorts of things that can be brought to bear in terms of additional groundwater recharge, things like that. For all those reasons, to come up with any other result than what we came up with here in the SED starts becoming really quite speculative. So we just based our information based on the observed response to shortage of surface water that have occurred in recent years.
Based on baseline conditions,
That's correct.
not with Sigma, as you just said.
That's correct. So under Sigma, the determination there is that there will be a cumulative additional impact that will have a greater impact on water availability for cropping as the biggest impact. Is that, as you would have to get sustainable in general, even though you could potentially offset that with some greater recharge, there would be bigger effects on water supply and even further reduced water supply. The proposed salinity objectives, did I just skip over? twofold reasons for reviewing the salinity objective. One is, as I had provided in the introduction in the past, is this is all about the reasonable protection. It's both for the fish and wildlife, but also for agriculture in the Southern Delta. It's not about the absolute protection. So the first component of this is let's just revisit it and do what is reasonably required. The second reason is that we had to reassess is that there was litigation involving the water quality control plan, and the application of the current numbers could not be applied to NPDES discharges because the court found that we did not do the necessary analyses. That necessary analyses, so I'll come back to that in a moment. So the first part, I think, that I've mentioned is that the determination, and it's based on the science, is that the salinity in the Southern Delta is suitable for all crops, and that you could increase it between a range of about 0.9 to 1.1 and still be protective of all crops normally grown in the Southern Delta. This all gets very much more complicated very quickly because it has to do with leaching requirements, how much rainfall you get. But even if you consider all of that, that you might have some yield loss, because that's ultimately what it's about. How high can you have the salinity without having yield loss? But even with these numbers, there might be some selective yield loss of about 5% during low rainfall years when you don't get the additional leaching that would be provided by that cleaner water. That being said, the proposal is expected to improve water quality in that February through June period. So since we had lost on the litigation, we had to reevaluate and come up with a new program of implementation that considered the effects on NPDES discharges, and we also had to consider those per Cologne, the Water Code Section 13241 factors, which we have now done that. We've considered the past, present, and future beneficial uses of water. We've considered the economics and each of these other things. SALSEM, another one where I have actually a number of slides because it's been presented that, the famous only additional 1,000 fish. So the lead slide here is that in analyzing and using SALSEM, this is a model that has been actually, frankly, before the board, for a number of years. It's been, modified, improved for a number of years. But we recognized in using it, we found limitations, which we've shared with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife staff, which is why our lead and our description on the use of SALSEM had these words. We recognized early on that it wasn't doing some of the things that were thought that it would do. And some of this is tied to some of the earlier discussion. We simply have not had conditions in these tributaries that have been of benefit to salmon. And since SALSEM is an empirical model that is based on the current conditions, it hasn't been able to show how things would improve. So we recognized that early on and worked with CDFW, and we had this introduction showing, well, we weren't then going to run the model and say, and then hide it. So we say, here's why SALSEM is not the best tool to use. Let's present what we've done, what we've learned, and then move forward. So some of the limitations of SALSEM, even before finding the problems with it, is that it has priming years where you don't see any of the effect for the early years. It also has a hot-wired ocean crash, so you can't recover from that, so it's not illustrative of any other years, and many other uncertainties with the model. So this chart shows those priming years and the last 5 years reflecting the ocean crash. So just to kind of just take those things out, and again, this isn't a rationalization to say, well, here you can use SALSEM. It's just showing our work and saying, well, as Jay Lund would say, all models are wrong, some are useful. Well, some are less useful than others, especially if you identify problems with them. But one thing this does show is if you take out the priming years, if you take out the ocean crash, you start producing more salmon. It still begs the question, is it enough? This isn't a numbers game. Again, we didn't rely upon SALSEM. What we relied upon instead are the temperature benefits that we would expect and the floodplain benefits. This slide just shows some of the other bullet point reasons of why SALSEM, what we discovered, is not useful for the SED. And these are things that could potentially be improved, and you might hear some of that from CDFW later today. But again, this is only a model, it's only one tool. It's not the tool that we relied upon to quantify the benefits in the SED. which are very real benefits having to do with temperature improvement and floodplain inundation, which would lead to greater numbers production of salmon and resilience of salmon.
I have some questions here, if you could go back. So I wish that you had the slides that you had included from the PowerPoint that you provided in Stockton. Okay, the 16th. So there are some additional slides that you had that I spent some time going over on this. If you're not relying on SWRCB, what are you relying on question. And so on the temperature benefits, you have a slide, and maybe you could come back toward the end of the day on this, but you've got slide 59 from the previous PowerPoint, and it has information on the percentage increase in percent time temperature criteria is achieved. And so just pulling out under the 40%, we have here an area that you pulled out, 39% increase. And so what I was hoping to do is hone in on some of the actual empirical data on temperature benefits, because just digging through here, I think we're only talking about less than 1 degree. And so I would like some additional information. If you're not relying on SWRCB, which it looks like, you know, with these adjustments, maybe there's a way to shed some additional light on it. So instead of 1,100 fish, it might be 7,600. But you know, you're saying that you're not actually relying on SWRCB. You're relying on these other tools. And so if you're relying on these other tools, I think it'd be helpful for us to have specific information on what change would we see, not a percentage change, but what actual temperature benefits do you expect to see? And if it's less than 1 degree, it's kind of hard for me to understand how that could produce much more than the chart that you have adjusted showing perhaps as much as 7,600 fish. Just want to better understand it. And then on floodplain benefits, we did receive some useful information from some of the NGOs on questioning the, what was it, the number of days. You had a chart, I think, at the first board hearing that we had on the number of days that you would see an increase in floodplain habitat. And so that's an area that I'd like to better understand as well, because and I've raised this issue. I was just on the Merced River this weekend and took a look again, and you know, spent some time just kind of walking along the river corridor. It's hard to see how additional flow would really make much of a benefit on the Merced in particular. And so I'm not questioning the need for floodplain benefits. I'm just questioning that flow will necessarily get us there. And I think, you know, this is why settlements are so important, because we probably need to have some actual restoration activities out in the rivers. So not to go too far off track here, but I think if we're going to rely, if we're not going to rely on SWRCB, but we're going to rely on these other components, we're going to need some additional information on how you get there.
Sure thing, and since that was one of the specific interests, that was a subject of one of the workshops, and so I would refer in response to your question, but to others that might have the same question. We had the more slides showing, you know, tables similar to some of the ones I've shown before. For that one having to do with June temperatures, showing, well, here's not just the percent of the time that you're achieving certain criteria, but here's how much you're increasing, how much you're reducing temperatures at all different locations in the river. So we have those tables are in the chapter 19 in the report. We have a number of those, and some of those in the PowerPoints from the workshops that we had December 5th, December 12th. Thank you. The Merced River Safe Plan and I should lead with this, is that, it's certainly good to see proposals that this is all about encouraging settlement, but the details are important. So, and since, as we say, non-flow measure is important, but flow is equally important, the limited information that we have, we tried to discern and put in perspective what the SAFE plan might be including. So these, because there was some reference also to, FERC proposed plans. So these are just comparing different flows for the February through June period by year type, the current baseline FERC numbers, and then also what's referred to by those developed at the Strawman Merced River Settlement Agreement and the final FERC recommendations, and then to compare them with the phase one 40% unimpaired flow. This is shown, it's shown on the chart as a minimum, but it's based on the median values, because of course the staff proposal varies by year type. But if you take all the wet years or all the above normal years, you can come up with a median flow. So as you can see, there's a pretty big distance between those flows. So we'll have to, as we move forward, and that's a good place to be, we'll have to be evaluating what those flows are and see how the whole proposal comes together. There was also comments and concerns that we didn't rely upon or describe some of the fish studies that have been done on the Tuolumne, including temperature studies, predation, population model studies. There has been a lot of concern, disagreement out there with the fish agencies with those studies. So these are just the slides just showing some of the concerns about the different studies, and that the recommendations didn't include certain things. So for temperature, it didn't include the effects on growth, disease, predation, behavioral responses. Predation, it didn't consider the effects of the full range of conditions and year types. And the population model didn't account for, high water temperatures, some of the same, failings as the SALSIM model. This concept and the concern with the unimpaired flow and block of water, I think we've perhaps already covered it sufficiently in discussion, but it's both those things. It's both important, to get away from this thought of optimizing, but it's also important as providing a block of water, because this staff proposal is certainly not a optimal for fish. It's a balance, considers all the other uses. The flow recommendations, I think it had come up as an issue of how does what we're proposing compare to many of the other proposals? Since this has come up even back in 2000, the last release of the SED, I should just showing an example from Chapter 3 of how the flow proposal, the alternatives 2, 3, and 4, which are the 20, 40, and 60% of unimpaired flow, how those compare to different recommendations that we received. And this is just one example, and it's comparing it to the Bay Institute, Natural Resource Defense Council recommendations. As you can see, their recommendation kind of straddles between the alternatives 3 and 4, between that 40 and 60%. Predation. The key point for this is that the underlying conditions in the San Joaquin are, because they're so far from the optimal in terms of flow, they favor non-native species. There's less seasonality, the variable conditions are gone, you're reducing the resilience of fish because temperatures are far less than optimal, habitat is gone, so these fish are migrating and they're already weak and not failing to thrive. So they're more prone to predation. The conditions that salmon used to have to deal with predators, including the improved temperatures, improved floodplain, but also those high flows and pulses, the safety in numbers, those are all gone. So there's not enough fish to satiate the predators. Other things associated with high flows that are a benefit of salmon, not just in the San Joaquin, but in the San Joaquin River and the Delta. And here's an example to show why it's important to show all the data, not just some of the data. This is a predation study that had been referred to in one of the previous hearings, and it showed very little survival. But that was just looking in the yellow and the green. It was just looking at relatively low flow conditions. You can see at 482 and 495 CFS. The average flow, when it's higher, you can see predation, that the number that survive is much higher as the total that is released. So you have to look at the full data set. And then finally, closing with the concern which staff shares over disadvantaged communities. There is a discussion recognizing that there's the long-standing, not just as a result of this program, but there's long-standing issues in the San Joaquin and lack of access to clean drinking water that affects disadvantaged communities, and there's an acknowledgement that requiring the additional in-stream flow would exacerbate this ongoing problem. So we also discussed that in part of implementing this, we would provide technical assistance and also direct consolidations for drinking water supplies where appropriate, and do other things to address the concerns and effects. And with that, sorry that I ran long, but hopefully we had a discussion over it as well. Was helpful, and I and staff are available for additional questions.
Thank you very much. And for those of you who do not know, this is the only opportunity that all of us can talk to each other. We have to do it in a publicly noticed meeting, and so the questions that are coming from the dais are very informative, very good. In terms of elected officials, I only, how many more do it? Have two? Just two? 5. But, okay. What I'd like to do is take a break after the elected officials have spoken. I know Larry Bird asked for additional time, and he is an elected official. If he could do it after the break, that would be very helpful, because he wanted a little bit of extra time. So it would be for Assemblyman Adam Gray, who's here, I believe, Ellen Strain, who is here for Assemblymember Jim Frazier, Gary Soeseth, who's with the City of Turlock, and Amy Bujak, who's with the City of Turlock. So, Adam Gray. 3 minutes, well, 3 minutes, but we'll have time, we'll be accommodating.
Can you hear me now? Thank you, members, for providing some time for comment. In the interest of time, I've actually have a letter that I'm going to submit to the board. Frankly, from my perspective, the report is so riddled with inaccuracies and misinformation and flawed analysis that we put those in the longer letter, and I'm going to make some briefer comments right now, more general in their nature. These hearings have offered a very public forum to display the enormous disconnect that exists between protecting San Joaquin Valley water supplies, environmental goals for fish populations, and what your plan actually proposes. Environmental groups criticized this plan at the first Sacramento hearing for failing to demonstrate any legitimate benefit to salmon populations, and asked that the plan incorporate non-flow measures, which they believe ecological goals cannot be achieved. Agricultural interests have leveled the same criticism that without non-flow measures, the proposal before you today simply wastes precious water without any discernible benefit. You also heard from irrigation districts as well as local city and county officials who explained in great detail that the proposal will jeopardize the drinking water supplies of 1.5 million people in one of the most disadvantaged areas of the state, where 1 in 4 live in poverty, where unemployment consistently remains 5 points above the rest of the state. In fact, the area you have put on the chopping block faces significant challenges beyond poverty, challenges like being the largest contiguous health professional shortage area in California, where life expectancy and educational attainment is among the lowest in the state, while violent crime rates, air pollution, and premature deaths are among the highest. We disagree about the number of job losses this plan will cause, as well as how severe the economic impacts will be. Although it must be pointed out that while the SED predicts removing 300,000 acre-feet of water from northern San Joaquin Valley, will cost just $68 million, your own economists working on the Delta Tunnels project predict every 100,000 acre-feet of water has a total economic value of $1.4 billion. The only source of consistent agreement throughout these hearings has been that all parties prefer the more immediate and enduring option of reaching voluntary settlements. Unfortunately, because of your staff's refusal to engage in discussions during the drafting of this report, failure to respond to comments submitted on the prior version, and the disingenuous manipulation of the facts contained in the latest proposal, there is a strong and justified belief that you and your staff have not acted in good faith. The obligation to restore confidence that legitimate settlements can be reached through negotiations is squarely on your shoulders today. There are far too many flaws contained in the current report for it to be considered a viable starting point. My recommendation is that you call a mulligan, send this report back to your staff, and with a directive to start over. Quite frankly, the only other option is to spend years bitterly fighting this out in court. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ellis Drain, can the other two line up behind her so that we can move quickly? Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you, board members, for having this hearing today. My name is Ellis Drain, and I'm here on behalf of Assemblymember Jim Frazier, who represents the 11th Assembly District, and he wanted me to make the following comments. The communities in the 11th Assembly District and surrounding regions depend upon a healthy Delta ecosystem. The board has taken on a massive responsibility by updating this plan, and Assemblymember Frazier would like to extend his sincerest appreciation for the time they have allowed for public comment. It is important that everyone feels as though they have reasonable time to voice their thoughts and opinions. A few concerns have come up when reviewing Phase 1 regarding the proposed flow objectives and Southern Delta salinity standards. The proposed 30 to 50% increase in flows in the current Phase 1 SED is alarming since it has previously been discovered through the best available science that higher flows are needed in order to save the native species that are rapidly declining in the Delta. During this process, the board should keep in mind the fact that these important fish populations and the Delta's environment as a whole have been disregarded in the past in order to benefit other areas throughout California. It is understandable that the board must make their decision based on a careful balancing act between the competing needs from different regions. However, Assemblymember Frazier urges the board to support water quality standards that are representative of best efforts to support the salmon population and other native fish that are currently suffering from previous decisions that supported water conveyance over ecological sustainability in the Delta. There are also apprehensions about the potential for the current proposal to weaken salinity standards in the Delta. The Delta communities rely on strong salinity standards in order to ensure a level of water quality that will not devastate the agricultural region, compromise reliable drinking water, and destroy fisheries in this area. The board should not take action that will put in place a system that relaxes these standards to benefit agricultural businesses in the Central Valley while leaving the burden on the agricultural community in the Delta. Hurting this industry will inevitably lead to a loss of jobs in the Delta region. Public health is also at stake here. The board should consider the direct impacts on the residents of the Delta communities and their water supply that would result from the weakening of salinity standards in the Southern Delta. This is a major issue that cannot be ignored when considering the proposed revisions. Thank you again for taking the time to listen to the public's comments and concerns. Our office looks forward to working with you guys in the future on these important issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning. My name is Gary Soyseth, and I'm here today not only as the mayor of Turlock and an employee of the Modesto Irrigation District, but most importantly, as a proud third-generation almond farmer. As the leader of a city of 72,000 people in the middle of the Central Valley, we're an agriculturally based economy with over 3,000 jobs directly related to food processing, from turkeys to milk to almonds to cheese. We've created this economy to play to our region's strengths, which is why water is fundamentally important to our ability to maintain and create jobs in my town. When I ran for mayor 2 years ago, I focused on one major topic, water reliability. We started with 23 potable wells. Since I've been mayor, we've lost 4 due to unsafe spikes in arsenic and nitrate levels. As a city and farming community, we have conserved some more, but we can't conserve our way out of the drought, and we can't conserve our way to new sources of drinking water. So a year ago, we worked with the Turlock Irrigation District to acquire 30,000 acre-feet of Tuolumne River water annually for 50 years. This was no small task. The agreement had been an idea for over 30 years, but Turlock and Ceres were finally on a course to drinking water reliability, a reliability that is now threatened by the SED. With the SED, you have decimated our ability to provide for ourselves, and you demand too much from our community. Turlock has met and exceeded every standard you have set for us. You required us to stop discharging our tertiary treated wastewater into the river, so we embarked on a $35 million recycled water project to use the water on our farms. You required meters on our homes, so we installed them early, and then you used this already low level of water use as a baseline to cut even more for drought conservation. You required us to meet stiff conservation targets. We have met them and will continue to do so. And now you're requiring us to meet the groundwater standards set out by SGMA, which led us to embark on the surface water project to gain another source of water for our citizens, a project that can cost upwards of $200 million and will raise water rates to our already financially strapped towns. These are not easy targets to reach. They require steep investments, they require political will, and they stretch the already fragile socioeconomic fabric of Stanislaus County. Let me put my community sacrifice into perspective. One of the reasons I chose to speak here in Sacramento was because it can be easy to forget the faces of those that you met in Stockton, Modesto, Merced, who will directly be impacted by your decisions. One such person is an 88-year-old Turlock farmer named Viola Brown. She has farmed the same 20 acres of ground since her husband returned from World War II and purchased it with his GI Bill. They grew hay, wheat, and sweet potatoes, and then they heard about a cooperative named Blue Diamond who was encouraging people to plant orchards, specifically almonds. Planting a permanent crop, high-value crop in the 1950s without a large market was a huge risk. The orchard required significant upfront costs and took 4 years to start producing. And when it did, the price per pound was weak. To make the farm payments, she and her husband continued their full-time jobs at the nearby peach canneries and poultry slaughterhouses, farming their acreage at night and never expanding past their original 20 acres, much like the majority of TID and MID farmers. They lived within their means and strove to pay off the farm as quickly as possible. They're not out-of-town investors growing thousands of acres of almonds. They're hardworking Californians that were able to pay off their farm because their risk of planting almonds succeeded. Something that would have never been a reality without a reliable source of surface water in the TID canal that's at the back of their property. If the SED is executed as it stands, and that lateral runs dry without any surface water, her orchard will be gone. She can't afford to put in a costly drip system for older trees that have a wider root zone. And even if she could afford it, the establishment of a new well faces significant political and financial hurdles for her, and it runs contrary to our region's attempts to meet SGMA requirements. Viola Brown is my grandmother, and her story has been repeated up and down the Central Valley for decades. While our region struggles with the nation's highest unemployment rates, lowest literacy rates, and ever-expanding number of disadvantaged communities, farming was and is our valley's way of upward social mobility. The SED single-handedly jeopardizes this reality for thousands of my neighbors, my families, and my friends. People like my grandmother are anxiously watching as you threaten their economic existence. So in closing, I ask you to look at the science, not cherry-pick statistics. I ask you to look at all options to restore fish populations, both flow and non-flow measures. And I ask you to allow local input and decisions that will impact my local community. I want to believe that this board has the best intentions of my community at heart, but the severe flaws that have been pointed out in the last few weeks in hearings proves that your staff needs to revisit the document. As a mayor, I would never accept a staff report with this many inconsistencies on a dog park proposal, let alone a document that will shape the future of water in my region. So I urge you to take a more balanced approach to the SED. The fate of my city rests with you. The fate of thousands of farmers that grow your food rests with you. The fate of thousands of employees that process your food rests with you. And the fate of the American dream in the Central Valley still rests with you. Thank you.
Thank you. This will be our last speaker before we take a break. And go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Amy Bublak, and I'm a council member in the city of Turlock. As a former police officer of 2 decades, I have consistently stressed the need for a strengthened police force in Turlock. However, as a member of Stanislaus Regional Water Authority, I have come to fully realize the importance of water security in our city. As Vice Chair Vieira stated at the Modesto hearing, the SRWA is a joint powers authority consisting of the cities of Ceres and Turlock. The purpose of SRWA is to develop a regional drinking water treatment supply by using surface water from the Tuolumne River. Like you, the city of Turlock is concerned with the declining fish population. However, we do take exception to the approach you are taking to improve the situation. Our economic base is agriculturally related. Our main employers are food processors, and over half of Turlock's residents work in town and are connected to many of the companies. In addition to diversifying our dependence on groundwater, Turlock understands our responsibility to conserve water. Last year, we pumped 5.6 billion gallons, about the same amount as we did in 1994. So despite adding 24,000 residents in the past 21 years, we have been able to reduce by 34%. We know that we need to expand our portfolio of water resources. For the past 25 years, we have looked at various options to develop a surface water supply. This is our single largest infrastructure investment since our communities incorporated. We recognize how critical a surface water supply is to our communities. The Ceres City Council and our counterparts in Turlock embarked on this forward-thinking and ambitious project. The bottom line is Ceres and Turlock lack the resources to invest millions of dollars with no assurance that a surface water supply will be available. The SED further stresses our drinking water supply and water quality problems. With this, SED also takes away our main opportunity to gain groundwater sustainability in our region. I ask you to take a more balanced approach to addressing the fisheries concerns, which we all share. I urge you to be more active in developing water supply projects like the one in Turlock to ensure the Central Valley's basic right to a safe, clean, and affordable water supply is strengthened. Thank you.
Thank you. We will take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 10 of 11. We will have the three electeds who are still before us, Larry Bird, Sue Alamo, and Ron Macedo. And then we will move to the fish agency panel. And then we will take lunch. So it depends on how long that is. Probably it'll be a half hour for lunch. Thank you. Okay, we please be seated. It is 10 minutes till 11. And our first speaker is Larry Bird. Please be seated. Our first speaker is Larry Bird. Larry Bird, would you please come to the microphone? Larry Bird, Larry Bird no longer is on my list. Next will be Sue Alamo and Ron Macedo. Hello? Is there anyone at the back who is either Larry Bird, Sue Alamo, or Ron Macedo? If not, we will move straight to the fish panel. I guess we'll move straight to the fish panel. Okay, well, the fish panel, which will be California Department of Fish and Wildlife, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, National Marine Fisheries Service, and U.S. EPA, please come forward and take your places as the panel.
So is he next? Because he was asking Larry.
Well, he
Larry Bird.
Okay. Why don't you, as they sit down, go ahead and speak. Go ahead.
Oh, Joe. And Ron Macedo. These are all.
Okay.
Are you ready for me?
I am more than ready.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for giving me,
you've lost about a minute, so.
okay. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm Larry Bird, a rancher and a Modesto Irrigation District board member and employee for over 40 years. I wanted to today, I wasn't able to give this presentation in Modesto because I was under the weather, and you guys gave our panel 45 minutes, so I kind of missed out. So thank you for letting me have a few minutes here today. I'll try to expedite this as quick as I can.
Please do. If you could take less than 5 minutes, that would be great.
Okay. So there's not going to be any charts, any modeling, or any graphs from Larry Bird. I'm just a blue-collar, simple guy that knows the Tuolumne River. I've lived on the Tuolumne River for many, many years. I border it approximately 7 miles of the upper Tuolumne. So I'm actually in the part of the Tuolumne where most of the salmon eggs are laid. So I'm very interested in the salmon and always have been. I followed this very closely since 1971, very closely. And then prior to that, I did a little bit of research prior to 71 about the fish on the Tuolumne, because the water is about the fish is what I'm understanding. So I want you to know I also did the releases for Modesto Irrigation District for the fish flows for 25 years in the Tuolumne. Not only border several miles of the Tuolumne and ranch it, but did the releases for the salmon industry or the salmon fish for over 25 years manually with a gate. Now it's all done it's all automated now in conjunction with TID. So I wanted to give you a little history that MID was formed in 1887, which is called the Riot Act, built LaGrange Dam and completed it in 1893, and started our first flow of water in 1904 out of our main canal. That's the history I want to give, and now this is going to be mainly about the Tuolumne River. And I'm concerned about science. I'm concerned about modeling. I don't think anyone understands that Tuolumne better than I do and has lived it like I have. Now, I've watched this fish population fluctuate over years, okay, since 1971, that I've been there paying attention to these fish. And it's always done this on these wet years. You get a wet year. Give you an example, 2011, we ran large flows down the river, no salmon for 4 years, as you guys know. We've been in a 4-year dry period, This year, we have one of our biggest numbers in the last 15 years. 3,521 fish this morning. As of last year at this date, 500. So all that water, or no water, and we have all these fish this year, doesn't add up. But it adds up to me, because I've seen this happen for years. It's just like this. It doesn't matter. It's a roller coaster ride. Some years you have 300-400 fish. Some years you have 3,000 or 4,000 fish. It's just the way, and it's never due to the water, because we run the same flows of water consistently, especially the last 4 to 5 years. Those have been consistent flows. And when I heard somebody earlier say single-digit numbers, but it's always 100 CFS plus. And we add a little bit of water to those flows to show our best foot forward. Okay, now I want to talk about, real quickly, about doing restoration work on the Tuolumne. I introduced Dave and Allison Boucher, who is the Tuolumne River Conservatory, to a piece of land on the Tuolumne River 20 years ago. So if you scratch my back, I got a little enviro here, because I am a conservationist. I am an environmentalist. I want to preserve the land. I want to preserve the river, but we got to do it in the right way. We got to do it to where we don't do more harm in the river than we're doing now. I think what we're doing now and the flows that we're doing in this river currently are the answer. This is what's going on. You see the fish numbers this year. Also, we need to do more restoration projects. Allison and Dave did a beautiful restoration project on the upper Tuolumne at Bobcat Flat, where they purchased this 200 acres of ground, and I helped them find this, get there. Why would I do that? Why would I be working with an environmental group on the river? Because I want that river to be the river they want it to be. I want to see those fish. I want to see the wildlife, which we're seeing. By the way, contradiction to what you might have heard the other day, what I heard in one of the hearings, the eagle, the bald eagle, and the beaver, those were the two comments I heard. They're not seeing them like they did. Very untrue. We have such a beaver problem on the Tuolumne River, it's unbelievable. And the bald eagle is up there, everywhere on our ranch. So we're seeing them everywhere. So I just wanted to dispute the idea that we're not losing wildlife on the Tuolumne whatsoever. I know I only got a couple of minutes. In closing, let me do this. I hated the close yet because I have a lot to say, but here we go. In my opinion, my professional opinion, and the guy that lives the river for all these years, more water doesn't produce more fish. But if we do joint ventures with the Tuolumne River Conservatory or even MID and TID, and we do these restoration projects like they're doing, I see some gain in that. I see where we can help things out. I'm real concerned that if we don't pay attention to this, that we're going to shoot ourselves in the foot. When I see a large water flow, a lot of times we're not seeing the fish because we screwed them up. One more thing I'm going to leave you with. I've never seen a smolt in that river after March 15th. There's no spring run Chinook, and by then, all the smolts have been worked down the river. So I've never seen that. I want you to know that. So when you're talking about those after March flows, they're very unnecessary. It's just not there. It's just not there. Why waste that block of water on something that's not there? It's working what we're doing. We'll continue doing what we're doing. And I promise you that MID and TID are willing to do restoration programs on that river or anything besides those flow measures that will actually do more harm than good. I'm talking from my heart. I'm not talking from my head. I got all the graphs here that you guys have. I've got all that. I've studied it. I'm telling you, that's not the answer.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
Thank you for listening to me.
Joe, I'm sorry, I said Sue. Joe Alamo and Ron Macedo.
Thank you, Vice Chair and members of the board. Like you said, my name is Joe Alamo. I'm currently the president of the Turlock Irrigation District Board of Directors, and I've served as a board member for the past 7 years. I'd like to thank you for extending public comment for an additional 60 days. This extension will allow TID and others impacted by this proposal additional time to provide a complete technical analysis of the SED. Also, I'd like to say thank you for holding your hearings in Modesto, Merced, and Stockton last month. In Modesto, you heard from TID that there are alternatives other than just flow to improve fishery. You've also heard the passionate pleas from our residents, businesses, and growers in Modesto and Merced. So I have no reason to rehash those points today. Today, I want to focus on 3 specific points that those who attempt to vilify Central Valley agriculture may have conveniently ignored or perhaps overlooked. I'm unsure where the board falls on these areas, but would be remiss today if I did not mention them. Point 1, TID's diversions from the Tuolumne River for farming have been the same since 1926, fluctuating, of course, along with the water type year. Turlock Irrigation District has served the same 150,000 irrigated acres for close to a century. Our farming footprint hasn't increased over the last 100 years. Rather, our district is a model for what should be sustainable farming looks like in California. Some groups speaking in front of you have implied or outright stated that excess diversions for farming have damaged the fishery in our region over the past 90 years. However, TID's diversion paradigm has not changed in the last 90 years. During this time, in-stream flows have actually increased. Point 2, the average parcel size within TID is less than 30 acres. It's been conveniently for some advocates of increased flows to label TID growers as corporate farmers. However, that is not what TID is and is not who our over 5,800 growers are. I would also like to respond to your staff presentation a little bit. According to our own analysis, 2014 and 2015, we would have had a 0 allocation for any of our growers under the new SED paradigm if it was in place in the past. So to close with my final point, this SED as written does not give us the room to work with the various agencies to do the things that the river needs and deserves. Our agencies can either plan for a decade-long legal battle, or we can actually do something meaningful for the river without harming our region. I'm asking you to thoroughly review the best and incorporate TID's pending technical comments and recent science conducted on the Tuolumne. After you have reviewed all our comments, please communicate with us and our experts to revise the SED over the coming months. Allow us the opportunity to work together to arrive at a collaborative solution that minimizes the impacts to the region and can maximize the benefits to the fishery. There's a better way, and the Turlock Irrigation District is here to help you guys find it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Ron Macedo, and I've been on the board of the Turlock Irrigation District for 7 years as well. I've farmed in Turlock my entire life. I grow pumpkins and run a corn maze and a pumpkin farm there, and we have the pleasure of introducing about 2,000 kindergartners a year to agriculture there through field trips. I'd like to continue to do that. I have some comments on the document. The only numerically quantified assessment on the fishery in the SED is the fall run Chinook salmon. I know that staff has said that Salmon model is flawed and we're, quote, surprised to see that it didn't produce a lot of fish, end quote. Salmon shows an average increase over baseline production of 1,103 fall run Chinook salmon at 40% unimpaired flows. Based on the admission of staff that Salmon model and results are flawed, I have one simple question. Why are we still moving forward with this process? If the main model to show the benefit to the fishery is not accurate, how can staff be recommending any flow conditions at all? You need to put off this process. Don't rush this. There's no reason to vote on a document that isn't 100% backed by science. The impacts to my operation and the community will be devastating. Go back to the drawing board. Allow the districts and other stakeholders to provide input to fish population models. Allow the science to be defendable. Let's get this right. Let's not settle for a plan that's based on averages and riddled with errors. Let's have factual, quantitative, and beneficial results. Your document can't be fixed. Stop this process, get the districts involved, and let's develop a plan that we can all live with. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we will move to the panel, and then we will have, at the end of the panel, there are 4 people who need to leave early, and I will ask them to speak: Abigail Warner, Kevin O'Brien, Penny Frost, and Michael Frost. And then we will take a lunch break. Go ahead. Thank you.
Good morning, Vice Chair Spivey Weber and members of the Water Board. I want to say thank you for granting additional time to EPA and state and the federal fisheries agencies to summarize our comments on the proposed water quality standards in the Phase 1 draft, Phase 1 update to the Water Quality Control Plan. My name is Erin Forsman. I'm an environmental scientist for US EPA on their San Francisco Bay Delta team, and I'm joined today by my colleagues from the National Marine Fisheries Service, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And we collaborated on this panel of presentations so that we can be efficient with your time and so that we had a chance to integrate Clean Water Act and Endangered Species Act concepts so we can speak with a unified voice for aquatic resource management. So I'm going to get started today, and these reflect some of Vice Chair Spivey Weber's introductory comments, and this helps me set up the framework for EPA's review. So EPA's review of proposed water quality standards is subject to the requirements and the goals of the Clean Water Act. And water quality standards are intended to protect many different beneficial uses, which you see examples of pictured on the screen. So you have municipal water supply for drinking water and watering lawns, agricultural water supply for crop irrigation, aquatic life beneficial uses for cold water habitat, migratory habitat, and spawning and rearing. And then you have recreational uses for swimming and boating, and commercial and recreational fisheries. And we know in the SCD process, the State Water Board has said that the existing standards aren't protecting aquatic life beneficial uses, but we also thought it was important to observe that the latest list of the impaired water bodies shows that 85% of existing beneficial use impairments are to aquatic life beneficial uses. So we very much support the State Water Board's effort to update water quality standards. Is it not on? Okay. In this effort for the Phase 1 update. We specifically support the State Water Board's effort to update flow standards to improve aquatic life beneficial uses. So this chart should look familiar to you. It was presented by your staff on November 29th in their presentation, and it shows fall run salmon adults relative to flow levels that the juvenile cohort experienced 2.5 years prior. And we can see here that higher flow levels for juveniles generally result in higher numbers of adult salmon. I also drew a line across the top, this is something I added to the chart, that shows the salmon doubling target for the salmon protection objective. This is the portion for the lower San Joaquin River watershed, and it represents the estimated naturally returning adults for fall run Chinook salmon for the Tuolumne, Merced, and the Stanislaus rivers, and that is an estimate of about 78,000. So this figure really shows that freshwater flows in the lower San Joaquin River watershed play a significant role in determining abundance of returning fall run Chinook salmon adults, attaining the salmon protection objective, and protecting the beneficial use, all of which support the Water Board's actions to adopt flow standards and improve conditions for this commercial fishery and for aquatic life uses overall. So the next several slides summarize our main points in the comment letter that we submitted. So first I want to focus on the narrative objective. And the proposed narrative objective is an application from February to June, much like the numeric objective. And we agree with the text of the narrative objective, and I'll summarize here, but it's to provide flow conditions that support and maintain the natural production of viable native San Joaquin River watershed fish populations migrating through the delta. So we think the text is good, but we think it should apply year-round. And to support that, we use this table from the SED, Table 7-4, and it shows that target fish species are in the system year-round. The dark-colored boxes and the light gray boxes together show the primary occurrence and non-primary occurrence periods in this system. We've talked with staff about this for several years, and we understand it would cause a large delay to go back and make the narrative objective year-round. So instead, of suggesting that, we recommend slightly modifying the text of the narrative objective to state that implementation of the Lower San Joaquin River flow objectives should not cause adverse impacts to fish and wildlife from July to January. So just in the months outside the window of the narrative objective. Now,
I have a question on that. Are you proposing that that be in the table?
Table 3, yep. We submitted it in our letter, and we have the text in there. So next, I'm going to focus on the numeric flow objective. The SED proposal is for a 30 to 50% unimpaired flow range at the confluence of each one of the tributaries, the Stanislaus, Tuolumne, and Merced rivers, and the implementation plan suggests starting at 40% of unimpaired flow. And this has been discussed as having a block of water to use for aquatic resource management. The proposed block of water approach, we feel, has a better chance of success if we define the equations and the measurements that determine the size of the block of water in Table 3 of the Water Quality Control Plan. And we're making this recommendation because that provides in-stream users and consumptive users a way to calculate and estimate how much water they will have to work with during that month or season. The next recommendation we have, and this speaks a little bit to Les's presentation earlier, is to identify reservoir storage targets, again, in the objective. And I put the assumption that was used in modeling in the little blue part of the beaker there, the end of year September storage of 300,000 acre feet. That's the assumption that was used in the modeling in the SED, and we did see substantial habitat benefits, which we were very encouraged by. But we're concerned that those benefits won't actually occur if we don't have some sort of decision rule that holds some water in the reservoirs to be used when it's needed for temperature mitigation. So my next 4 points work very tightly together, so I'll try to weave this in a way that makes sense. We're also recommending that the starting percent of unimpaired flow be included in the objective in Table 3, not just in the implementation plan. And we want to couple that with a biological goal for shifting percent of unimpaired flow within the approved range. So an example of a biological goal is perhaps using a freshwater survival rate for achieving salmon doubling. This would be for fall run Chinook salmon. So if you have a freshwater survival rate that is achieving doubling within a specified time period, you could pick 3 to 4 salmon generations, or approximately 10 years. Then if you're achieving that rate, then you can reduce your percent of unimpaired flow within the approved window to below 40. If you're not achieving that rate, then you need to increase your flows to above 40. And we feel like this is a good way that you can use a biological goal coupled with the percent of unimpaired flow to ensure that you're actually making progress toward achieving the salmon doubling objective, or I'm sorry, the salmon protection objective. Then the next point I want to make is we're recommending that we add a percent of unimpaired flow compliance point at Vernalis. As I explained earlier, the proposal is to have compliance points at the confluence of the Stanislaus, Tuolumne, and Merced rivers. But once that water enters the stem of the lower San Joaquin River, then it's really not protected anymore. And if you add a percent of unimpaired flow compliance point at Vernalis, it'll increase the likelihood that those waters actually get to Vernalis. And one reason this is so important is that we need the flow range at Vernalis to promote survival through the Delta, and that is part of the intent for Phase 1 update of the Water Quality Control Plan. And this is a very important piece that I want to make sure I get right, so I'm going to check my notes, but we need to be thinking of the next phase and ensuring that flows at Vernalis are high enough to provide an uninterrupted San Joaquin River corridor through the Delta. So in many ways, the success of Phase 2 is really dependent on the flow range that we identify in Phase 1 to make sure that we can successfully move juvenile salmon from Vernalis through the Delta.
But then maybe what you're looking for is a block of water, a certain amount of water, as opposed to unimpaired flow, because unimpaired flow especially, well, it could get pretty low.
Well, so there is the base flow standard at Vernalis, which is 1,000 CFS, which I think is substantially lower than the 30 to 40% range that's being proposed in most years. I think that what I mean to say is that we need that range to be high enough to promote that survival through the delta. Did that answer your question? Okay. Okay, a few words on adaptive management. My colleagues are going to cover this in more detail. Adaptive management will be part of the implementation, and we support the State Water Board using active adaptive management to shape flows and to really get the most we can out of the water in the river for this beneficial use. We feel like it will be more successful if at the outset the roles of the working group participants are defined, that there is some structure and function for decision-making processes that the work group participants can use, and that they don't need to use their precious time to come up with that at the beginning, to provide some criteria to trigger management actions, and to do some work ahead of time so that we can identify targets for shaping flows. And I think doing all of these things will set up the working group for a successful start. And last but definitely not least, we're recommending that the State Board establish an independent monitoring, assessment, and science program, recognizing that adaptive management is being relied upon so heavily for implementing the standard, and that you'll need data sources you can trust. And right now, I don't think you're collecting all the data that you'll need to make informed decisions. And this is a more efficient way to get the data you need to the decision makers than identifying individual monitoring requirements for individual users. So in summary, in-stream flows are needed to protect aquatic life uses all year. We're recommending that you adopt standards that are well-defined and protect the beneficial use. We recommend that you identify a structure and targets for adaptive management, and to establish a monitoring, assessment, and science program to give adaptive management process the information it needs. And with that, I will hand it off to Jeff.
Good morning, Vice Chair and Board. My name is Jeff McLean. I'm from the National Marine Fisheries Service. I'm the Division Manager in the California Central Valley Office. I'm happy to be here to share some of our comments. First thing I wanted to talk about was the NOAA Fisheries role, or otherwise known as National Marine Fisheries Service. The West Coast region of the National Marine Fisheries Service manages approximately 90 species of fish along the coastline that are dependent on the marine environment. Many of those are commercial fishing species, and many also depend on the estuarine environment. And so in our case, the fish that are in the San Joaquin area that are germane to this discussion is the California Central Valley steelhead, as well as designated critical habitat, the Central Valley spring run Chinook salmon. We also have the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act, which designates essential fish habitat for Pacific salmon in our area that we're talking about. And then finally, there's a reintroduced population of Central Valley spring run upstream of our area in the San Joaquin River Restoration Program. We designated a non-essential experimental population several years ago, and downstream of the restoration area, those fish would be simply Central Valley spring run. So our first comment is related to the 40% default and 30 to 50% range that you proposed. And as discussed in the documents, in the prior documents, as well as the SED, the 60% unimpaired value would be the best for increasing survival and perhaps a recovery of our species. However, we recognize this isn't a recovery plan, and there are many, many factors that you're taking into account. We agree that 40% is a good start for the start of this, and we want to make it clear, though, that we don't expect to achieve recovery with that 40%. According to our assessment, we think 40% would likely have higher flows on the Stanislaus River slightly, and higher flows on the Tuolumne and Merced rivers that would benefit the fisheries. We have commented on this before. We do feel that a year-round flow schedule is important. Both of our species are commonly in fresh water for far longer than the February to June period. And so we feel that the whole year needs to be looked at. We also recommend a flow criteria at Vernalis similar to what EPA was talking about. So this is just an example of the 2E flow schedule on the Stanislaus River. This is a requirement in our 2009 water operations biological opinion that it's one of the requirements to move the water. We have to have a flow schedule. It's called the 2E flow schedule that designates different parts of the season, the fisheries season, so to speak. It gives you bits of water for outmigration queues as well as just outmigration flows. And then there's water used for fall attraction and winter rearing purposes. And this varies by water year type, and you can move water between these chunks of flows here. We've provided a detailed review of this in our recent letter to you. Well, I was happy to see that in the staff report that you talked about the reservoir constraints. So that was one of the things that we found. We saw that there was a need to have some carryover for the system to not crash. And so thank you for the report this morning. We do feel that those constraints should be in Table 3 or somewhere in the plan so that we have those out front. Getting back a little bit more to the Endangered Species Act side of things, the Environmental Protection Agency will request consultation with the National Marine Fisheries Service. And in that process, we're going to have to look at the environmental baseline of the population and then apply the effects of this project on the baseline. And so we did want to make it clear that, as stated already, in fact, Vice Chair, you already said this morning that the species are in trouble, and yes, our species are in trouble, and substantial efforts are going to be needed to reverse the declining trends that we're seeing. The two little graphs on the left there just show the difference between historic and current distribution of Central Valley steelhead, and you can see it's dramatically been reduced. The graph on the lower right is taken from the SED, and it just shows the magnitude of the decrease in the flows, and these are just two of the factors that we're dealing with.
You know, on this point, this is something we've talked about a bit during these hearings, and looking at these maps, you know, the historic range, to some extent, it's, you know, that's not real helpful to the discussion today, right? But what's interesting is the timing, you know, given, you know, the map that shows where the rim dams are. What I'm struck by is that those changes to the system, the physical changes, really predate the observed decline in salmon numbers by a long time. 1967 to 1991 is your baseline you use for your salmon doubling goal in the CBPIA. And with this map we're looking at here, with the rim dams, they were in, and during that period, the 1967-1991 period, we have what I think you would say are acceptable salmon numbers. And so I think we have to be clear that something's happened since the physical alterations that we need to address. So I just think, you know, when we look at these historic maps, sometimes it's a bit of a distraction because that's not really what we're aiming for. We're aiming for achieving what is in the map with the dams in it that we were able to achieve prior to the, you know, which is setting up our doubling goal. So I want you to help in your testimony kind of focus this there. What are the factors that you've observed since the physical alterations that help? Because you look at the spikes, you know, the testimony talks about we do see good salmon numbers during wet years, and it's true, you know, but are they less than the previous wet years? And so, you know, I think we need to focus the discussion a little bit about what's attainable.
Well, especially if you look at the system as a whole, right? I mean, if you look at including the San Joaquin and the Delta, the changes with respect to the entire watershed.
Yeah, thank you. I will add that this does show a lot of resilience in salmon and steelhead. It takes time for populations to go down and go up, and when we see year-to-year changes in abundance, that can be not necessarily a population level change. It can be a specific to a watershed or specific flow conditions, but I would have to defer to our scientists on the actual population dynamics part of it. We certainly can bring more information back if needed on that.
Thanks.
A little bit about the adaptive management process. We do support the idea of an adaptive management process. We just have a hard time figuring out what the structure of that process would look like. And we'd like to see more clear biological goals and objectives. And any adjustments of the protective measures should be linked to meet the narrative fish and wildlife protection objectives. I should probably revise that bullet to say NIMS is reluctant to spend a lot of time on the adaptive management process. We're just short on staff, and a very intense adaptive management we were concerned would take a lot of time, and we're concerned that we couldn't represent our fish. And so any improvements in the direction and structure would be helpful for us. We did notice that there was some language in Appendix K that talked about protecting the water as it went down into the delta, and we would like to see that actually in Table 3 or somewhere in the plan. We need more scientific basis for the flows at Vernalis as well. We would like to see that water protected all the way into the delta, and presumably if we're going with the 30 to 50% range and the 40% start, flows would be pretty good at Vernalis, assuming that's the case and that water was protected. So. And finally, we had our economics expert from the Science Center, Dr. Cameron Spear, review the economics analysis. He right up front stated that yes, there's a slightly less than 3% change in regional economic output and employment. He found some agreement with that, and then but he did feel that there was an overestimate in that, and that was definitely the higher end of things. Primarily due to the context, the regional context. He looked at prior times when there were cutbacks and found that it was lower, impacts were lower than anticipated based on prior times. In summary, I'll just state that we would like to see a year-round flow schedule that would be better protective of the various life stages of our fish. Thank you for the carryover storage discussion this morning. We would like to see more biological goals and objectives associated with the adaptive management process, as well as clear direction and structure. And again, we feel we should protect that water as it flows through into the delta.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Vice Chair and Board, and thank you from the Fish and Wildlife Service. My name is Donnie Ratcliffe. I'm the Central Valley Supervisor as of this last week. Before that, I was the Assistant Program Manager at the Anadromous Fish Restoration Program. So I've worked with CVPI since about 2009 with the Fish and Wildlife Service. This is the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Sorry. We're the other. We used to be Fish and Wildlife and Fish and Game, and that was easier, but... Well, I'd like to start by saying that the Fish and Wildlife Service is extremely appreciative to the board, to the board staff. We recognize, I think especially from the CVPA perspective, just how much work it goes into an endeavor like this. We've been at something similar for 20 plus years, and boy, it's an awful lot of work still. And to start an endeavor like this and to be so willing to take comments from experts in the public is very much appreciated. I will focus mostly today on the Fish and Wildlife Service's interest and responsibilities, mostly related to the geographic scope of Phase 1 at this point. We do obviously have Endangered Species Act regulatory issues and concerns in the Central Valley, mostly related to Delta smelt, but that will come mostly likely with our review of Phase 2. Most of the review that I will summarize today comes from our restoration staff under CVPIA and some of the other staff that works out of our Lodi Fish and Wildlife Office with non-anadromous or non-CVPIA target fisheries. So we will go much more in depth in our letter, which we're preparing right now, into individual specific points. But for today, I've tried to group some of our comments in 3 general areas. And those would be flow-related needs for fish and aquatic habitats, measurable goals and objectives, things that we can work towards to measure success, and adaptive management, and try to give some perspective of where we're at right now, because we are undertaking a very similar process of trying to move towards implementation via adaptive management and a more science-based framework at CVPIA. So to start, when thinking about flows and how they impact fish and habitat within the rivers, we were very pleased to see the shift from the previous version of the SED to the current revised version utilizing a 7-day running average versus 14. But we would also like to highlight a couple of points that we think should be considered when the adaptive management implementation actually occurs. And that's that by solely using a 7-day running average, there is still the potential that with short, high-intensity storms that may only occur over a few days, that you may decouple the managed flows that you would release from the benefits you would be getting from some of the other natural benefits that come along with a storm event, but also some of the additional water supply that may come in from below the rim dams or via groundwater. It may also limit your ability to spatially and temporally connect floodplains and other beneficial habitats. You may actually get a longer temporal connection depending on how those flows are shaped, but you may connect much less habitat by not being able to basically add to what the system is naturally getting from storm events. So this next slide is a graph. This is just a short snapshot utilizing flows from the Stanislaus in 2009 from just after the start of February to about the end of March. The white line here is based on the flow record that we have from 2009 from that time period. What would be released basically instantaneously, what's 40% of unimpaired flow without any operational constraints. The blue line is what you would get with straight releases just based on a 3-day average, and the yellow line is a 7-day average. So what we want to point out here in the green circle is notice the spikes that you get, the magnitude of those spikes with both the white and blue lines versus the yellow line representing the 7-day average. Again, this is just with straight releases based on those averages. We see a difference in magnitude there of over 1,500 CFS. We also then, if you notice the red arrow down at the bottom, potentially start to see a decoupling from the benefits you might get beyond just flow from the storm event. Barometric pressure changes, cloud cover, natural turbidity, some of the other things that we believe influence fish's success and survival and potential to outmigrate, those cues that they naturally developed through natural storm events. Now you potentially have missed that entire peak. And so, again, we are pleased to see that move from a 14-day to a 7-day average, but we would urge the board, staff, folks to make sure that when the adaptive management process is being further refined, that we think about what additional flexibilities we might be able to add to get those benefits of coupling with storm events.
I appreciate this. This gets to the heart and soul of why I'm doing this job, why I'm up here, is to better engineer biology, because I get backgrounds in both. And this is a key point. Not only are you missing benefits when the natural cues are happening, but look at that shoulder on the yellow. That's a big chunk of water that's in the name of fish that everyone who wants to see fish survive from all perspectives is going to be very frustrated with, because that's a bunch of water that's not going to get the benefit because we've averaged based on an operational constraint that we are imagining, okay? We're imagining that we have to stay with a 7-day approach. We can do better. In water distribution systems, in sanitary sewer collection systems, we operate better than 7-day averages. We can operate rivers in that way as well. And so I think this is a key graph. I appreciate the time you put into this and your explanation of it. And I'm talking to my friends in the irrigation districts in the city and county in San Francisco with these comments, that I'm interested in how we, and DWR for that matter, how we modify our operations statewide to be more real-time. Thank you.
Okay, so now I'd like to shift a little bit. Obviously, we are very closely tied to the SED or to the salmon protection objective, although we call ours the CVPA doubling goal. But we also do an awful lot of work, or attempting to start doing an awful lot of work with some of the other CVPA species. We have focused an awful lot on fall round Chinook, and they are obviously a very important species. But we at the program have, after 20 years, started to try to improve the science in recent years on some of the other species that we're charged with doubling as well. And so specifically for the San Joaquin portion of the Central Valley, one of the species that we have focused greatly on since about 2011 are white sturgeon. And this was prompted by writing the San Joaquin River Restoration Program, fisheries plan and management plan, and finding that the common belief amongst California fisheries managers was that sturgeon, both white and green, did not use the San Joaquin. And yet we had reports from anglers for many years from our friends at the Department of Fish and Wildlife that sturgeon anglers were actively catching fish in the San Joaquin, well above the confluence with the Stanislaus. So not just slowly migrating a little bit out of the delta. So in 2011, we started an effort to find and identify the population and the habitats they might be using of white sturgeon in the San Joaquin. And what we found in the past 5 years is that adult white sturgeon definitely do use the San Joaquin every year. They are in the main stem every year. We have over 80 fish acoustically tagged now with 10-year tags in them, and we're able to pick them up every year throughout the year. We've also then seen in a couple of our drier years, as much as we would like not to have not experienced them, they've given us a good test case that with a very modest amount of flow, that not only are those fish present, but they appear to be queuing to spawn. And we've actually documented successful spawning in a couple of fairly lean water years. So these next two slides are examples of that from the 2012 and 2016 years. What we have here is stream flow in cubic meters per second on the left y-axis, stream flow in cubic feet per second on the right, because I could not get my sturgeon biologists not to leave their metric axis on there. And January through June on the x-axis. The top white line, the solid line, is flow within the main stem San Joaquin in what we call the Stanislaus reach, which is generally downstream of the Stanislaus up until about the Tuolumne confluence. And the dashed line below it is the Merced reach, so that's San Joaquin River flow, mostly in the Merced River reach confluence and just slightly above. And the vertical bars that you see in the graph are documented sturgeon spawning events, where we have collected actual eggs, sturgeon eggs, after these flow events. And so we put sturgeon egg mats out in the river. It is very much needle in a haystack hunt, but we have successfully been able to find some of these and age the eggs and tie them back to the date of spawning.
Real quick, just to help illustrate this flow regime, how much was sort of uncontrolled flow in these events versus really methodically controlled and determined by pulse flow agreements between the agencies and the districts?
Specifically, we haven't done the analysis back to where they may have been managed flows for salmon or other species. I can definitively tell you that none of these are anything but natural flow events as far as relating to sturgeon. We've never, to this date in the San Joaquin, released any managed flows specifically to target sturgeon.
I get that, but really my question was more just for the audience and ourselves really to understand this flow regime we're looking at. Mm-hmm. Was it, how human caused is this hydrograph versus, storm events that that got away from us?
Okay. Yeah, so I can come back to you with that on 2012. I'm a little less familiar. I will say in 2016, because my direct report who works on this, and I had quite the wager when he told me he knew when they would spawn. This is moving to 2016, same type of graph. That first event you see, just to the right of the March label, was completely a natural storm event. That was towards the tail end of March last year when we had a couple of days of a really strong rain event that pelted the San Joaquin Valley for about a day and a half. Pretty incredible lightning show came along with it, so you may remember. And sure enough, within 3 days, we had sturgeon eggs in our mats. And so we believe at this point that we can forecast that something along the lines of a bump of 1,000 to 1,500 CFS cues these fish, and potentially something lower than that. And so we wanted to illustrate this to show that there are other species in the system that may benefit from how we craft these spring flows. It appears that variability on a very short time scale in the main stem, at least for sturgeon, can be extremely beneficial, with what I would hope we can all agree is a fairly modest amount of water, considering some of the modeled results we've seen for protecting some of the other species. Another example, this is not from our CVPA program, this is from our Delta Juvenile Fish Monitoring Program, one of the services components of the IEP program and the work we do there. This graph shows a comparison of our catches in the lower San Joaquin of Sacramento splittail from 1994 to 2012. So on the y-axis here you have an index of recruitment success. And so this is in May to June after spring spawning events of Sacramento splittail larvae that are sampled that we believe have successfully recruited into the population. On the x-axis then you have what is basically an average of the 45 days between March and May at Vernalis when we had the 45 consecutive highest days of flow. So even though there are low flow days in there, in that time period, these are the 45 consecutive highest days in that time window. And what you'll see is that in the years that we've had higher flows during that time period, we have 4 of our 5 highest years of successful recruitment of splittail. Obviously, there's a large area in there between about 7,000, 7,500 CFS and somewhere in the 14 to 15,000 range that we don't have data points for. But again, here's another species that's benefiting from these increased springtime flows. In addition to those other species, as you've heard from Jeff and probably heard in other presentations, there are other needs for other salmonids, Central Valley steelhead, and potentially spring run Chinook as they are reintroduced to the area through the San Joaquin River Restoration Program. I hope I've shown a little snapshot of what we believe are sturgeon needs within the spring, but there are also sturgeon needs outside of that window, as well as splittail and other native fishes. And so, as with our colleagues that have presented before, we agree that there should be consideration of year-round needs of fish and how flows will affect, especially when adaptive management comes to potentially making decisions about how you would change things in the spring and how that might affect water availability or operations in the rest of the year. Additionally, building upon the comment that was made earlier, the comments from both EPA and NIMS, the downstream or ultimate fate of the water that is released is crucial, both at Vernalis but also downstream. And here's a graph, this, I guess, kind of balancing the line between phase 1 and phase 2 in our mind, where we have long-term work that has gone on with our office and several of our collaborators related to VAMP and then survival studies after it, where we have coated wire tag fish released in the mainstem San Joaquin. The blue diamonds here are coated wire tag returns. The 2 red diamonds are fish that were acoustically tagged in 2012. This is flow at Vernalis, measured when these fish were released, and estimated survival to Jersey Point. So from the release point at Durham Ferry to Jersey Point, and a few fish released at Mossdale through the lower San Joaquin. And again, the general trend that when there's higher flow upon release in the lower mainstem San Joaquin, we do see better survival of these fish, albeit still relatively low and something we'd like to see higher. So getting past, kind of onto the next section, and this speaks more to our time with CVPAA, thinking about goals and objectives, and I understand the things that are in Appendix K currently speak to specific objectives where they're numeric versus where they're narrative. But we have both of those in CVPI, and I can tell you from experience, our program can tell you from experience, that trying to compare narrative goals is challenging. especially when you bring in multiple potential beneficial uses, whether those are fish-related or any other beneficial use. When it comes to make decisions about alternatives, not having potential numeric targets or goals to weigh the pros and cons against is an extremely challenging endeavor. That goes beyond just comparing and accountability when it comes to reporting, and it goes to real-time tracking. It can be extremely challenging and ineffective to determine how effective your decision may or may not have been without some numeric target to track toward. And again, as has been mentioned previously, at this point we think that the narrative salmon protection objective, or the CVPI doubling goal in our world, that is reflective of what's proposed in the revised SED of a 40% unimpaired flow, will be very challenging to meet. We certainly believe that a move towards recovery and better conditions is there, but we've done modeling in the past. A report from AFRP in 2005 for the 3 tributaries showed our estimates of what it would take to see a 53% increase towards the doubling goal, so think of it as just slightly over half of doubling. You'll see in wet and above normal years, we're in the 30s, up towards 38% on the Stanislaus and Merced in an above normal year. We get beyond that, and we start to see, at least from our modeling results, unimpaired flow rates that would be required at 50% and above, up towards 60% like we've heard from other folks that have done these analyses, to truly move towards the doubling goal. And so while we understand the need to balance benefits to all of the different things being considered by the board under this SED, we also want to convey how important it will be to think about how this 40% of unimpaired flow is utilized and how flows may be crafted to receive the maximum benefit if we are truly going to see a move towards doubling.
And are you considering the habitat enhancements, that the use of these flows for habitat enhancement? Is that what you're referring to?
Absolutely. I mean, at this point in 2005, and so things have changed, we would need to update this to give you our current estimate of real numbers. That was with the habitat work that had been done by our program and others at the point, and the assessment of other areas that would be activated by flow releases that aren't active habitat restoration. There's been work done since then that we would need to incorporate. Obviously, the bread and butter of our program is to continue to work on habitat restoration, and so we very much appreciate through the hearings hearing that a lot of folks believe that a combination of flows and habitat restoration are really what is needed, along with addressing other potential limiting factors. But at this time, yes, this basically was real time in 2005, so these numbers would have changed some, certainly.
And I'm interested in this table too because it relates to a lot of our discussions and comments we received about the critical years, being so stressful and difficult for the water supply perspective. And yet here, you indicate it's really important for the fish, but how much, can we take this sort of off the linear scale? And you don't have to answer this now, but this came up when some of the NGO comments, does it make sense in critical years to move to more of a triage approach and not a hard percent unimpaired flow approach? Here it says, oh, look at the benefits for the salmon doubling, but isn't it true? That's not when salmon double. That's when salmon lay low, maybe hang in the ocean for that year because no pulse naturally would come. So I just want to maybe encourage you in your comments to think of creative ways that we can do effective fish management through the critical years without maybe having such a big water supply cost.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Just also wanted to show that this is an example of where we've moved our narrative doubling goal, very similar to your salmon protection objective, to numbers, both for Central Valley wide, which you have on the left here, for all of the species and runs of Chinook that we work with at CVPIA, and then just a snapshot. This is not the full table, but we have those targets, natural production targets by watershed. So the number that was shown there in the EPA presentation was the combination of those bottom 3 numbers, that 78,000-ish fish that we would need in the San Joaquin Basin for doubling comes from the Stan, Tuolumne, and Merced. And so this is just to show you that we really had to go here early on to be able to report tracking, to be able to analyze what we might do in one watershed or over another. And we do this Central Valley wide, and I think that as phase 2 rolls out, This is something that we're going to want to think about if we're going to really be able to incorporate adaptive management. So finally, wanted to hit just a little on adaptive management, and again, we're in the middle of this process at CVPIA, so it's near and dear to our heart right now. At least you're not doing it with a 20-year-old program. We're having to change horses in midstream, and it makes an interesting extra layer. At its face, adaptive management looks awful simple to a lot of folks, I think, and this is a very simple diagram that comes from our Department of Interior Technical Guide on Adaptive Management. And the idea is that you identify a problem, you design something to fix that, whether it's a specific project or a program or a plan. You go and implement that, monitor it, evaluate the data you've gotten from it, and adjust how you manage. But it's a lot more complex than that, and every one of those circles requires an awful lot of effort. And the reason that I brought this here today was to tell you that for those of us in the room that are scientists and are exposed to adaptive management early on, we think about this from how it's implemented as a scientist, right? How you would design your project, your monitoring plan, how you would pay for and collect data, how you would analyze that data, and how you would turn that analysis into something you can give to a manager to help them make a better decision. But I'm learning right now in real time with CVPIA that there's a whole nother circle to this, and that's the governance and the logistics of it. And especially as you get into a large program and move away from adaptive management on a small scale, you have to think about the time and the resources. And so starting with measurable goals and objectives from the front end, narrowing the decision space, realizing that a huge part of adaptive management is to foster creativity and to be able to analyze different proposals and decide what you think will help you best achieve your objectives and learn from that and adapt through time is extremely important. But what we learned at CVPIA, I think in the last 4 years, the last 2 years extensively, where we've put an awful lot of time and resources, and we've had an awful lot of partners that have come to speak to you, a lot of the same folks, participating in our process, is that without having some of that governance and some of those larger 30,000-foot level sort of sideboards and general objectives on the plate for those folks to help narrow their decision space, we've spent an awful lot of time and resources with those folks. And so we've come an awful long ways in 2 years, but I think that this is something that we felt like in our review of the SED really stood out to us, that we would urge you to think about how you work through the board or through other folks to give the STM working group and other folks who will be helping you devise and implement this adaptive management plan some sideboard, something more about objectives that you really want them to consider when developing the models of the decision process and how they might implement an adaptive management program.
Yeah, certainly we have language in Appendix K that starts toward this, correct staffing. I mean, we look at within 6 months of adopting the Bay Delta Plan Phase 1, we would have biological goals established. Is that in?
That's correct, yes.
Is that consistent with what he's talking about here?
Yes, and it recognizes the importance of having a numeric goal as well as opposed to just words.
Right.
And we were very pleased to see that. We very much support it. It's ambitious. And so we would love to work with you and help on where our process is. And if we can share some lessons learned and help each other out, fantastic. It's very noble to want to manage programs these ways. It's also very hard. So finally, the general recommendations that you will see in our letter are to consider fish and habitat flow related needs for all of the native species throughout their life cycles. And we feel like this has been done fairly well in the SED. There's been an awful lot of work done here, and we appreciate that. But we do have some other species that we think some recent work has shown will also likely be impacted and in many cases benefited by implementation of this objective and exactly how it's implemented, and should be considered when we're thinking about adaptive management for the system, not just for any of the individual species or runs. Secondly, to think about where we can define measurable goals and objectives more, to really jumpstart where we can jump off with our partners on adaptive management and further define the process, the governance as much as possible, and the decision space that folks might have in that. And I think hopefully we will be in a lot of the same situation that Jeff said for NIMS, other than through CVPA we have local habitat restoration coordinators that would very much want to be involved in the process. But our ability to expend those resources and assist would be greatly improved with a little more guidance on the front end, I think. So with that, this is a San Joaquin River sturgeon, and if you're less than 29 years old in this room, this fish is older than you. Just over 8 feet.
Go ahead, Dean.
How's this? Good morning, board members and board staff. My name is Dean Marston. I'm an environmental program manager and oversee our fisheries projects in the central region. I'm headquartered out of Fresno, and one of the projects that I oversee is our lower San Joaquin River and San Joaquin River Tributaries anadromous fish restoration and research project. We acknowledge that this has been a long and trying process for you all, and that you have a difficult challenge before you to balance competing beneficial water uses. That said, as the trustee agency for California's fish and wildlife resources, we're charged with conserving them for future generations. We're compelled by the science that's been brought forward to date to conclude that the San Joaquin River ecosystem and the South Delta ecosystem is in decline, and that change is needed. And we agree with the SED that a revised flow regime is needed. Reduction and flattening of the San Joaquin River's hydrographs have altered the physical, chemical, and biological characteristics of the San Joaquin River and its tribs, and have created habitat conditions that have compromised anadromous fish by making them sick, injured, unhealthy, and susceptible to predation. Reduction and flattening of the hydrographs has favored the proliferation of non-native species, substantially contributed to the decline in anadromous fish population abundance, making these populations non-resilient to stochastic mortality events such as ocean conditions. A return to a more natural flow regime, hydrology would reverse these trends and could preclude the need to develop a TMDL for water temperature impairment, which is now legally required given the water temperature impairment listing. A more natural flow regime would help support a portfolio effect for fry, part, and smolt contribution to adult production via a presentation that was given to you by Dr. Sturrock and Dr. Johnson earlier in this workshop process. And having more adults being produced in the San Joaquin would actually level, if you will, or more level the adult Chinook production in the overall Central Valley fall run ESU. And lastly, a natural flow regime would create a boost in natural production, thereby reducing the need for hatchery fish.
Before you go on, this first, that the TMDL issue's been raised in the 5 days. Could you quickly tell us which reaches, and are they proposed listings or existing listings for temperature impairment?
There are existing listings for temperature impairment, and on the main stem San Joaquin, it goes from the confluence of the Merced downstream to, I want to say, Vernalis or Mossdale, I forget the exact demarcation. And then each of the 3 tribs on the Merced, the Tuolumne, and the Stanislaus River, it goes from the lower rim dam down to the confluence. Regarding implementation, implementation should be based on a systematic watershed-based approach and should focus on achieving connectivity between tributary watersheds and the Bay Delta to protect anadromous and not anadromous native fish species. Regarding monitoring, a strong, effective monitoring program will be indispensable to managing and evaluating implementation. Progress towards goal attainment is needed, and a comprehensive monitoring program is the pathway to accomplish this. Regarding adaptive and collaborative management, the department supports collaborative, adaptive implementation of a block of water, recognizing that there is a distinction between annual real-time operations and longer-term adaptive management. Decisions on use should be tied to achieving biological goals and objectives and be coupled with effectiveness monitoring. Regarding strength and decision-making, decisions on implementation of flow, say percent of unimpaired flow and non-flow, should be tied to achieving clearly defined fish and wildlife narrative objectives. This includes decisions on adaptive adjustments to the February through June time period, that includes flow shaping by, for example, percentage of unimpaired flow and also flow shifting. Regarding governance, the department supports flexibility and alternatives to the STEM work group where there are voluntary agreements in place. The department supports strong leadership and facilitation by the board for the STEM work group, including such things as early establishment of the STEM group, i.e. within 180 days of adoption of the amendment, and development of government structure, like operating rules, how it's going to operate, timing for products, things like this. Also, focus participation of the STEM so that the group remains effective. The board could consider subgroups or forums to allow additional stakeholder and water user involvement. Lastly, require use of biological goals to guide and inform adaptive management. It's a common theme that you've heard here this morning. Regarding voluntary agreements, the department appreciates that the board recognizes the efforts to secure collaborative voluntary agreements. Voluntary agreements should accelerate implementation while also increasing the synergies of individual actions, both flow and non-flow, throughout the watersheds according to an agreed upon schedule of implementation. Regarding the board's use of SALSIM, we acknowledge and recognize the board used SALSIM and found issues, that is in better stated errors resulting in less fish than would be expected given empirical data. And I, as the project manager for the department, would like to apologize to the board for the fact that this model does in fact have a couple of errors. I'm going to take ownership here. So we found that the egg mortality is excessive. It was killing off eggs in the fall during the spawning time period only over a few days, and it should have been occurring over a much longer time period, say 2 weeks to a month. So that calculation in the model has been fixed, if you will. It's corrected to behave as it should given the underlying empirical data that was used to inform that mathematical calculation. Then in the spring, juvenile mortality was insufficient because flow level was overriding the effects of temperature. So that was also fixed, and the errors have been corrected, and the detail of this will be provided to the board in our comments here in mid-March. We've recalibrated the SALSIM model, and again, the detail will be provided in our formal SED comments. This is a graph showing Mossdale water temperatures, amongst other things, and there's a lot of information here. And this comes from the board's HCC5Q water temperature model, and basically what you see, it's kind of hard for the colors here, but you'll see the sinuous lines showing water temperature prediction at two places, Vernalis and at Mossdale. And the purple line, the elevated line for temperature on the right axis, and this is for the baseline board's model run. And it shows that temperatures can exceed 100 degrees Fahrenheit during the February through June time period. And then then on the left y-axis, looking at flow in cubic feet per second, you'll see a green line that's kind of moves up and down a bit between 0 and 5,000, say at the 2,500 CFS range from the years January of 2000 to about the end of 2004. Excuse me, end of 2003, and then basically it bottoms out to near zero. So the flows in this particular baseline at Mossdale go to near zero. And the point that I wanted to make here with this is that the HCC5Q water temperature model provides the inflow and the water temperature data to run SALSIM. So if the flow data and the temperature data are inaccurate, then by default, regardless of the issues I said earlier with SALSIM's error is going to be, output is going to be an error as well. So I don't want to belabor this other than to say that in the process of developing decision support tools, finding and fixing bugs is a standard operating procedure. That's just how they go. You know, our cell phones, our software, we're getting patches all the time. It happens. Do we want it to happen? No, but we fix it, we find it, and we fix it. So a combo of elevated water temps and reduced flows at Mossdale likely results in substantial juvenile salmon mortality for not only salmon entering the delta, but also for salmon survival through the delta. And adult salmon production estimates in the set are likely substantially lower than they should be, given the factors that we've just discussed. So there's been some talk about the importance of June flows. So what we have here, a lot of action going on here, but we have a graph depicting on the x-axis the period of time in early April 2011 through the end of June 2011, and then on the y-axis, estimated juvenile Chinook salmon catch at Mossdale. And this represents, we heard some comments earlier about the district's rotary screw trap. The department has been conducting a Mossdale Kodiak trawl to develop an index of outmigrating fall run Chinook salmon juveniles for the period April through June for the past 30 years. And we see here in this particular that there's a big red box over there, and you can see the caption for yourself that smolts leave the Salmon River in June when flow is provided. And then just in the red there, it might be hard for folks to see, but just remember the juvenile portfolio effect described by Drs. Rachel Johnson and Dr. Anna Sturek, and that all life stages are important. We're trying to protect the genetic integrity of fall run Chinook salmon. And just as important, and maybe not more important for fall run, is late fall run, because they come in and spawn in the San Joaquin River tribs in, say, the late December, January time period, and given 5 or 6 months for the eggs to hatch and the juveniles develop and out-migrate out, they're falling right into this June time period. So it's critical for this species of Chinook salmon. And then here's another example of a wet year in 1999. Don't want to belabor the point other than to say that in June we still have a fair amount of juveniles out migrating from the San Joaquin River tribs, making it to Mossdale, and are captured here and depicted here in our graphic. And then lastly, I just want to say that this is basically the trend. When we have more San Joaquin River tributary flows in the spring, we get more juvenile salmon entering and exiting the delta, which leads to more salmon production. Does it happen every single year? No, we get things like ocean crashes, but the data collected to date indicates that the probability is that when you have more spring flow, you're going to have a greater number of juveniles. And when you have a greater number of juveniles, they're going to survive at higher rates to and through the delta, and we're going to have more adults being produced for ocean fisheries and then for escaping spawners that come back to spawn in the fall. So we might ask the question, is flow important in light of the SCD? Again, a busy graph here on the x-axis. We have a number of years, 1995 through year 2015. And what it's depicting here is the naturally produced or wild-produced fraction of escapements. So this is, the data for this is for the departments, from the department's fall run Chinook salmon escapement surveys in both the Tuolumne, which is the red line, and in the Stanislaus, which is the blue line. And the way that we fractioned out on an annual basis the number of wild fish or naturally produced fish versus the number of hatchery fish is to take a look at otoliths, little ear bones from the fish after they've spawned and died. Then we can capture them on a survey and then conduct analysis. And this analysis was paid for by the Fish and Wildlife Service, conducted by UC Davis, and also paid for by TAD. And my apologies to Modesto Irrigation District. I understand that they were also a funder for the analysis, the analysis of otoliths. So we have basically 3 categories here, looking up the y-axis from the bottom to the top. We have a wet year period, dry year period, and then I'll get to that far right period in a moment. But basically, the Tuolumne Basin is twice the size of the Stanislaus, and had twice the average annual runoff approximately. And we see in wet years is that we get a response in terms of natural production on the Tuolumne when the Tuolumne is actually releasing water. And it's far and away exceeds the number of fish that are being produced on naturally produced fish that are being produced on Stanislaus. And then we go into the dry year period, to the one in the middle, and we see that production crashes, if you will, in both cases, but it's better on the Stanislaus. And it's known that in dry years, the in-stream flow schedules on the Stanislaus are better than than on the Tuolumne or actually even on the Merced. And that just has to do with the way the agreements have been worked out through the years. But there's been another interesting thing that's happened over the last 20 to 25 years. And that's depicted by that red dash line, which actually exceeds into the far right, but just for illustrative purposes, I kept it where it is. And just to show that there's been non-flow restoration actions that have occurred both in the Stanislaus River Basin as well as in the Tuolumne, but they have been predominantly constructed in the Tuolumne River Basin, downstream of LaGrange Dam, by the order of tens of millions of dollars greater in magnitude in terms of effort and expenditure and construction spent on doing non-flow habitat restoration measures in the Tuolumne. So yeah, I'm going to go to the far right column there. So if non-flow actions are driving production, then that blue line that starts to rise in the more recent time period should be red, not blue, but we find the exact opposite. So the question is well, what happened? So we looked at that to try to answer that question. So I know there's a lot of words here. I'll just go to the graph itself and what it's depicting. And this shows the years 2009 through 2015. And then again, the natural salmon adult escapement on the right y-axis. And then you see the Tuolumne in the red and the Stanislaus in the blue. And these data are from fish bio-weir counts that the districts pay for. And then again, the otolith analysis paid for by TID, Fish and Wildlife Service, conducted by UC Davis, and also the Department of Fish and Wildlife providing the otoliths. And again, my apologies to Modesto Irrigation District for not listing them as a funder. But we begin to ask ourselves, well, what happened here? So we've effectively, and you can see here, I'll read them for you here. So we effectively had an in situ experiment occurring in the Salmon Carryover Tributaries that allowed us to evaluate emphasis on flow versus emphasis on non-flow. And we found that the Delta BIOP operation and RPA's flow increases were implemented in approximately 2009. This effectively brought spring flows in the Stanislaus to approximately 40% of unimpaired. And we recognize that there's a little bump in production in 2011 for the Tuolumne, which gave it some reprieve, but otherwise the populations have generally dropped, and I'm talking about naturally produced populations. However, the Stanislaus population has shown a steady rise throughout. So the take-home is that these results indicate that restoration actions that primarily focus on flow improvements are by far outproducing those results produced by emphasis on non-flow actions.
Do you include the non-flow measures that have been implemented on the Stanislaus? So on the Tuolumne,
the answer is yes. We recognize that the non-flow actions have occurred on the Stanislaus, but the actions that have occurred on the Tuolumne far outweigh the amount of restoration action that's occurred on the Stanislaus in the non-flow sense.
And what non-flow measures are you considering on the Tuolumne?
Gravel reintroduction, floodplain improvement, riparian improvement, gravel mining or gravel pit fill-in. Those are the ones that come to mind immediately. I mean, we could provide a whole list to you in our comments, and probably will.
I would just, I think we should get maybe more information on this, because it's my understanding that the non-flow measures that have been implemented on the stand, Honolulu Bar, and I forget the name of the other project, but they are successful non-flow restoration projects.
And we are not, if I might finish, if you might, we're not saying that they're not successful. We're just saying that the non-flow actions by themselves are not as productive as they could be in the absence of flow increases. And that restoration actions tied to a revised flow regime would provide a multi-pronged approach to reverse the decline. But absent an increase in flow, they won't by themselves create substantial improvements in anadromous fish populations. Restoration actions augment flow benefits, but they do not replace them.
Right. So the projects on the Tuolumne, I think a couple, one in particular that was quite costly, the special pool.
9 and 10, SR 9 and 10, bush run 9 and 10.
I mean, it was quite costly to move the gravel into this area, and it seems that that was not a very successful project because the pool is quite large and there's still maybe flow challenges, but also predation hotspots in that area. And so I guess I'm just pointing out, I don't know the answer to these non-flow issues, but when I've been out on both rivers, the non-flow measures that were implemented on the stand have been, and I've been out there with representatives from the irrigation districts, but also the NGO community, that those are successful non-flow projects, and on the Tuolumne, not so much so. And so I would expect through adaptive management and some of the discussions, hopefully that you'll be having as part of the settlement discussions and otherwise, that there'd be some lessons learned about what types of projects might be the ones that you'd want to focus on in terms of the non-flow measures. And so I don't know that this is an apples to apples comparison.
In closing, the department appreciates the state board's efforts. At the core of the department's interest throughout this process as the state's trustee agency for fish and wildlife is the undisputed fact that the Bay Delta ecosystem is in crisis. The department will move ahead tirelessly to work with the state board and other stakeholders to develop solutions to reverse current trends while reasonably protecting all beneficial uses of water within the framework identified in the said and proposed amendments. Thank you.
I have one more question. Sure. Okay, so I can't tell the slide number, but the June flows, 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe back up 5 slides on the importance of June flows. So, and I do recall the testimony that Dr. Rachel Johnson and Dr. Anna Sturrock provided, and this is an accurate quote, but there's other things that they said as well, namely that, it depends on the year type, and possibly on, better monitoring to determine whether or not the smolts are present, as to whether or not June might be an important use of water. And so just looking here at what you're saying on the importance of June flows, and we've heard a lot about flow shifting, are you saying that this unimpaired flow regime, it would be best to implement it in June, to actually utilize the flows in June?
I'm saying, or depicting, the department's depicting here, that there is advantages to fall run Chinook salmon production by having flows in June.
Okay, so I'm trying to, I understand in a perfect world, it sounds like what you're saying is June flows are important. But my question is, if you were to have this opportunity for flow shifting, and you kind of have to rank at what time the department would recommend the use of the flows, especially with carryover storage, et cetera, would you actually use June for those flows? Or would you suggest doing using the unimpaired flow block of water from June, shifting it around to a different time frame?
And you can imagine that's a complicated question that you've asked. And so the immediate thought that comes to my mind is that it depends. And it depends in a real-time management sense, right? Because effectively what we're trying to do, based upon what we've seen in the past, is that we have a population that crashes, right? Crashes in every dry year period and then rises up again in a wet year period. And what we're trying to do is reduce the crash that occurs. Mm-hmm. In other words, dampen the peaks and also shorten the duration between the two maximum development time periods. So it could be that maybe the decision is made that we can forego flow in June in a particular year, say a current year, by way of example, to accomplish some other biological objective that we're trying to achieve in order to keep the population from crashing. We may choose to do that. And I can't think of one off the top of my head, but the opposite decision might be made. It's maybe more important from a genetic integrity perspective to allow a greater number of juveniles to leave the basin in a particular year, and so therefore Jews are important. Or we might decide that on the late fall run, we got to have some June flows in a particular year. So it depends.
Go ahead.
Oh, thanks. While I have the panel here, in my travels to the different rivers and learning about the different studies that have been conducted, I thought it was compelling that there's some developing science around temperature tolerance. And I asked Mr. Grover on November 29th and staff, if these temperature thresholds we're using that are often derived from science in the Northwest, if they were refined based on science in these tributaries, which is the southernmost runs that may have more temperature tolerance, would some of the thresholds change in terms of the flow needed to achieve temperature thresholds that protect the salmon and achieve biological goals? So, and the answer was, yeah, sure. If those thresholds change, you don't need as much flow to meet temperature, right? If the thresholds are higher. So I just wanted to give you the opportunity to comment on the state of the science on temperature tolerance in the Stanislaus, Tuolumne, and Merced rivers in Lower San Joaquin, and what you think of it and where that's going, and some problems with it that you see, or some science advancements that you're seeing.
Wow, I'm not a scientist, but a little aware that that is hotly debated, and we haven't seen any evidence to go with anything other than the existing criteria we're using.
So I do know, well, we have encouraged through our work with the Delta Stewardship Council, getting more science for thermal plasticity, trying to really figure out what are the thermal tolerances for Central Valley Chinook. And I think that the temperature criteria you're referring to are EPA's Region 10 temperature criteria that were developed in the Pacific Northwest. And we have a little bit of science on the Central Valley Chinook, and I think on Omicus as well. But it is just really starting to get going. The temperature guidance that was developed in the Pacific Northwest took 10 years. It did all kinds of different types of studies, and the newer science that we have now is using physiology and different tools than were used in the Region 10 guidance. So I definitely think it's worth exploring to figure out, I certainly think it's worth exploring to figure out, is thermal tolerance for the southernmost part of the range showing physiological plasticity in these species, and trying to figure out like what are appropriate temperature bounds for each one of the life stages that are important in this system. So I certainly think that that's worth looking into, but I don't think it's a short exercise. It would take many years and lots of different types of studies to really come up with a range that you have confidence in managing with.
Well, that's a good question, because I think TID, in collaboration with, I don't remember who the science, UC Davis?
It's Nan Fungi at UC Davis, and if I'm thinking of the right study, and she's doing temperature physiology studies with a new tool. You kind of put a fish on like it's almost a little fish treadmill sort of thing, and you expose them to different temperatures, and you figure out their thermal tolerance. And they did Omicus, so they did steelhead. And then we paid Nan Fungi to also look at fall run Chinook salmon. And we used hatchery fish in the laboratory. That's one of the reasons you really need multiple studies, because well-fed fish in the laboratory perform a lot better than starving fish in the river. So, and that's just one of the examples of needing to look at different physiological metrics, such as growth, what are egg tolerances, things like that, so that you get a broad picture for each life stage to have a range that you're confident is protective. Did that answer your question about, okay, great.
Good answer, thank you.
Any other questions from board members? Thank you very much. This has been incredibly informative, and I assume to the staff as well. I will have 4 speakers, Abigail Warner, Kevin O'Brien, Penny Frost, and Michael Frost. If you could come down to the to just be lined up. Go ahead. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Abigail Warner, and I'm from Palo Alto. I'm here because throughout high school and parts of middle school, I was given the wonderful opportunity to spend time in the Bay Delta every summer with my Mariner and Sea Scout group, learning, fishing, and doing various activities. I believe the Delta deserves to be preserved, or at least conserved, not only for future kids like me, but also for the fish and the ecosystem that resides in the Bay Delta and the lower San Joaquin. Now, I understand that agriculture is a huge chunk of California's economy and is a large employer. However, around 2,200 salmon farmers will lose their jobs if the flow of the San Joaquin remain this low. It's also important to note that the highly feared agricultural job losses would not be caused by allocating more water towards the watershed, but instead would be caused by those who could have saved thousands of jobs and water by investing in irrigation technologies, farming high-value, water-efficient crops, or implementing numerous other strategies with long-term payoffs. Everybody who is here today, or has voiced their opinion in past hearings, values the Bay Delta and its water at some significant level. No one wants the Delta destroyed. The reallocation of water would restore the watershed's proper chemistry, diminishing the growth of cyanobacteria and increasing oxygen levels, allowing the ecosystem to flourish and naturally maintain its health. These reasons, restoring the chemical balance, lowering agricultural water waste, saving the salmon, and preserving it for recreational use, are why it is so important to conserve this water source to the quality it needs to be at by reallocating water towards it. Thank you.
Kevin O'Brien. Penny and Mr. Frost. Michael Frost.
Thank you. I read a book called A Short History of Progress by Ronald Wright. It's a very, very good book, highly recommended. He describes a situation called a progress trap, where innovations create new problems to which society is unable or unwilling to solve, or inadvertently create conditions that are worse than what existed before the innovation. Some progress traps that he went through in the book, two of them were Sumer, current-day Iraq, the confluence of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. In over millennia, a large irrigation system overgrazing and land clearing resulted in desertification and soil salination. So if we take a look at present-day Iraq, it is a dry, dusty desert. Thousands and thousands of years ago, it was covered with trees and it had a very fertile delta there. So there's definitely some parallels to California. Easter Island, another one, logging to make statues and boats, destroyed the ecosystem and led to war and collapse, and everyone left the island. Another one is the Aral Sea, the fourth largest lake worldwide. In the 1950s and 60s, Soviet agricultural innovations allowed for the diversion of the two chief water sources, two rivers, to grow cotton in the desert, which sounds very similar to Kern and Westlands. The Aral Sea experienced a 90% reduction in size and a 10,000% increase in salinity. And it's an absolute ecological disaster today. We're dealing with, a larger scale here, reductionist management, forgetting to look at the whole picture. So what we're asking today is for the board to set policy to manage agriculture in a living ecosystem. It's necessary to understand that we're living and farming in the context of an estuary. Working with nature instead of against it will benefit the region in the long term. And recognizing Kern and Westlands and their impact is imperative. We're dealing with the Southern Sierras all the way up to Mount Shasta is one system. We like to break things up and look at little pieces of them, and that's what we're doing today, which is what we're doing. But it's important to take a look at the larger picture. And also take a look at where are the misaligned incentives. Which assumptions need updating. We're dealing with a zero-sum game, extinction levels of delta smelt, salmon, amongst others. Time is the variable by which everything is measured. And what are we solving for today? This month, this quarter, this year, this decade? Please take a very long-term perspective, multi-generational. Permaculture, dry farming, urban rainwater capture, and other shared sacrifice will help us maintain a healthy ecosystem.
Thank you. Penny?
My name is Penny Frost. I enjoy visiting the Bay Delta estuary to go fishing, see the wildlife, and learn about life on Earth. Today, the numbers of fish are very low extinction levels. Something is badly wrong. I am asking this board to increase freshwater flows all the way to the ocean to keep the fish alive. We do not know the long-term cost of further degraded estuary and the fish extinction. Please make the cool freshwater flows a priority for my generation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll take a break for lunch, but we will start with, I have about 60 cards of individuals who would like to speak, and we want to hear from each of you. I will intersperse these cards at 10 at a time with panels that will occur before us, but we will be here late. We will start at 1 o'clock precisely at 1 o'clock with Hap Dunning, followed by Terry Elwine, Susan Stern, Bill Martin, Grant Wilson, John Borba, David Braun, Kaylin Hebert, Tom Schwartzscharf, Kenneth Gibson, and if you could put yourselves over right here so that you can go right up to the microphone, that would be very helpful. Thank you. See you at 1. Oh, that's a good idea.
on it. Okay, I'm retired, I got lots of time.
All right, I'll send
Are we ready to start? Hap's here. Oh, still have 1 minute. Okay.
Well, she said I was at the... one that was here in February.
Hello? Okay, I think we're ready to get started. I see that Hap is here. We have Hap Dunning, followed by Terry Erlewine, Susan Stern, Bill Martin, Grant Wilson, John Borba, David Braun, Tom Schwartzscharf, Kenneth Gibson, Stephen DeBerry, who's going to take 2 minutes, and Carlos Martinez, who's also going to take 2 minutes. Then will be followed. That will be followed by the California Department of Water Resources, and then we'll go back to more speakers.
Well, thank you very much.
Be sure and announce your name and your affiliation.
I will. I'm Hap Dunning.
And someone lost a green wallet.
If you find the wallet,
Not me.
hold on, sir.
I'm sorry, Hap.
Just give me the high
all
sign
these
when you're
last-minute
ready.
things, they don't take away from your time. Okay, go ahead. Thank you very much, Mr. Dunning.
I am Hap Dunning. I'm a board member for the Tuolumne River Trust. I'm here in that capacity. And I want to remind you of what a predecessor board did in 1994. Decision 1631, I'm going to mention very briefly because I see some strong parallels between what happened back in the 90s and what you're trying to do now. As I'm sure most people in the audience know, 1631 was about the restoration of Mono Lake. And you had, on the one hand, environmental groups pushing hard for full restoration or close to full restoration. You had a very powerful city, Los Angeles, resisting and apprehensive about what the detrimental consequences might be. The board reached what I regard as a compromise decision, providing for a restoration of the lake to a certain level, but certainly not the level that it was before the diversions. Some areas that were important waterfowl areas were not to be restored under the plan. But the point I want to make is what the board did was enough to put the lake on a good restoration path. And most important of all, Los Angeles, this major city in our state, was able to make a number of accommodations so it wasn't really damaged by what happened. They could accommodate more people with less water. I'm not going to go into all the things they did, but here's where I see similarities to what you have today. You have environmentalists pushing for implementation of what that study showed back in 2010, 60% unimpaired flow. You have others resisting, understandably very apprehensive about what this might do to San Francisco or to the agricultural districts. But I think, as was the case back in the 90s and the early part of this century, accommodations can be made. This can be done on a step basis. And as you work toward a much better environmental situation for the river, I think those now in opposition may be able to adjust more than they realize. Thank you.
Terry, has Terry come back in?
No, he is actually on his way.
Okay. Susan Stern.
Good afternoon. My name is Susan Stern. I'm a board member of the Tuolumne River Trust, a former board chair of Camp Tawonga, one of the family camps on the Middle Fork of the Tuolumne. I'm a hiker, a bird watcher, and a consumer of Central California's abundant bounty of produce. I'm very concerned about the health of the complex ecosystem, which is the San Joaquin Delta, fed by its major Sierra tributaries. Canoeing with the Tuolumne Trust many past Novembers, I've witnessed the crashing number of spawning Chinook salmon in the lower Tuolumne below LaGrange Dam. In June, I have portaged my canoe because of invasive water hyacinth near the confluence of the Tuolumne and the San Joaquin. Every February, I go bird watching at the California Department of Fish and Wildlife area at Grizzly Island. I worry about the health of the ecosystem for the multiple species that rely on the health of the Sassoon Marsh. Some animals, like the California clapper rail and the Sassoon shrew, live exclusively in that tidal wetland. Rare and threatened endangered species include the Salt Marsh harvest mouse and peregrine falcon, California ridgeways rail, and others. I believe it's crucial that increased and improved flows from the tributaries go into the San Joaquin Delta. The current 20% unimpaired flows from the Tuolumne is unsustainable for all. Chairwoman Marcus has stressed that a 60% standard represents what fish would have asked for if fish could talk. I believe that would be ideal. However, I understand we need to strike a balance for many interests for our common good. The Bay Delta is a public trust. I would urge the board to choose my preferred goal of 50% unimpaired water flow. I believe we can all make that work. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill Martin.
Thank you. My name is Bill Martin. I am a San Francisco resident since 1972 and a customer of the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. During those years, I've hiked, camped, and fished all over the Northern California watersheds. I've fished the Tuolumne. I've hiked around Hetch Hetchy. I've fished in the Merced and the Stanislaus, and I've kayaked and fished throughout the Delta. I've paddled in the Delta with otters, sea lions, with the sky dark, with migrating and cackling geese. In spite of all we do and all that we've continued to do, the Delta does hold on. Life does continue, although at a fraction of its previous levels. Your proposal for higher flows in the Delta is one step in helping this entire estuary. In the June 2016 election, over 70% of Bay Area voters approved Measure AA, a parcel tax of $12 per parcel to fund restoration projects in San Francisco Bay. That's over 1 million votes. I don't see them lined up behind me to speak today, but I hope that you'll consider those votes as you make your decisions about the relative to the SED. Also, In July of 2014, the San Francisco Board of Supervisors approved Resolution 288-14, urging protection of the San Francisco Bay Delta Estuary. And I quote from that resolution, "The San Francisco Bay Delta Estuary helps to power the region's economic engines, is the globally recognized symbol of our region, and its health reflects on our region's capacities, values, and vibrancy." I believe that over 70% of Bay Area voters would agree with that statement. Some opponents have claimed that habitat restoration for including improved spawning gravels, floodplain nurseries would be enough to restore the salmon populations. But as we heard earlier today, that myopic view ignores two critical elements. First, the science is clear that higher flows are needed along with those habitat restorations. And second, that salmon are not the only endangered species that will benefit from these higher flows. The entire estuary, all the creatures that depend on them, need these higher flows. Please do all you can to make that happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Grant?
Thank you, board members, for this opportunity to comment. My name is Grant Wilson, and I am the interim director of Earth Law Center. We are a nonprofit that advances legal rights for ecosystems and species to exist, thrive, and evolve. Earth Law Center is concerned that the SED does not adequately protect Bay Delta water quality, particularly as it pertains to aquatic species and habitat. The SED recommends a flow requirement in the San Joaquin River and its tributaries of 30 to 50%, with a starting point of 40% unimpaired flow from February to June. But these flow requirements are inadequate, both under the Clean Water Act and ethically, as they represent another step towards the extinction of numerous fish species. Under the Clean Water Act, state flow objectives must fully protect beneficial uses. Where there are multiple use designations, flow objectives must support the most sensitive uses, in this case, fish and aquatic life uses. Ecosystem and species needs cannot be balanced away. The SED's flow requirement will fail to protect fish and aquatic life, whether fully or reasonably. According to the State Water Board's 2010 flow criteria report, an estimated 60% of unimpaired flow in the San Joaquin from February to June would be protective of aquatic life, fish and wildlife beneficial uses. State and federal fish and wildlife agencies have also testified that similar amounts are necessary to restore fish populations. However, the SED's flow requirements fall well below this threshold and will predictably fail to correct the continued decline of salmon and other fish species. The SED itself explicitly recognizes that the Bay Delta is in an ecological crisis, yet it fails to put it on a path towards recovery. In order to comply with the Clean Water Act and protect the most sensitive beneficial uses, the State Water Board must adopt flow criteria similar to the recommendations of the August 2010 flow criteria report. Additionally, many are calling for a minimum of 50% San Joaquin flow in order for salmon and other species to have a shot at survival, and we agree this is a step in the right direction. We are also concerned with the state of emergency change provision in the SED, which would likely be used to further weaken these already inadequate standards. With regards to drought, we can no longer call them emergencies and significantly weaken our environmental protections. Droughts have always occurred with regularity in California and will continue to increase in frequency and severity as climate change impacts worsen. We must treat drought and climate change impacts on water as the new normal, and we must update the SED to prepare for rather than succumb to these challenges. In sum, I urge the State Water Board to call for revisions to the SED in order to restore flows and protect the ecological health of our waterways. Thank you.
Thank you. John Borba has graciously given up his space, and introduce yourself.
Hisham Patel, Merced Irrigation District. I didn't mean to speak today, but there was a couple things that the board brought up, and I would like to just clarify. One of the questions was about continuous drought, like multiple years of drought. And yes, even without the SED in 2015, Merced Irrigation District had no diversions from the Merced River. So you could have that impact, and that would be multiplied. Another thing, for example, the median runoff to the Merced River is about 850,000 acre feet, which is the smallest of the three tributaries. The total inflow to the reservoir in a critically dry year was like 200,000 acre feet. So it's a less than quarter. So, and if you have about 100,000 acre feet of certain commitments, be it riparian water, refuges, and other districts, so basically you're left with about 17 to 18,000 acre feet. So to say that there's 60% that you could still do something with, it doesn't mean that you always have the 60%, because there's a certain amount of water that you have to divert regardless of the type of year. We have no way to say to those folks that we provide water to under commitments that it's a dry year, I can't give you water. So basically, we rely on the storage from previous years to supply water in any critically dry year. There's not enough water in the river. Another point that I wanted to bring up is the safe land. I'm kind of disappointed that the safe land was brought up in that fashion today, because it was brought up on the base on flow, when we have been saying all along it's not a flow only, it's flow and ecosystem and river system restoration. So, man, that was 3 minutes. Okay, can I finish? Can I answer your question, board?
Go ahead and finish.
Yeah, so basically, it's a combination of things. It's not one, and by the way, it's not less water than the FERC environmental impact statement. It's the same amount of environmental statement. It's not less than that, plus other restoration. And the other thing is we looking at your graph that it shows the amount of escapement versus the flow. How do you explain 2008, for example? It had a higher escapement, but less. It was a critically dry year. And also how do you explain the highest return out of salmon to the Merced River this year? So all these things, I think they need to be taken into consideration.
Thank you.
And one last point, which also was brought up today, just to kind of answer that, is that there is a capacity to the rivers to accept salmon. I mean, there will be a point of diminishing returns. You could dump all the water you want to, but there's only so much room for spawning in the rivers, even after you do the restoration. So that's something.
Thank you. And you were on a panel before, so you have gotten extra time. Could you please fill out a blue card so that we have your name?
I did.
So I have a question, probably not for you to answer now, but because I'm really trying to get the answer to this. So if you could take, in your written comments to us, if you could take the last 5 years of drought and compare your baseline conditions in terms of your water supply allocations, percentage of reduction as opposed to inches, because I know staff is looking at percentages. So percent reduction under the baseline conditions compared to the SED, the objective that's contained in the SED, not with carryover, okay? And what would that look like? So in other words, in 1 year, if you had 20%, what would it look like with the SED without carryover and then with carryover each year in a row?
Will do.
Okay, and then the second request is what percentage impact do the districts have with, does Merced have with June? What of the overall impacts, what percentage is contained in June? Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Terry, followed by David Braun, and just line up right here. And then Tom, Kenneth, Stephen, and Carlos. Hi, Terry.
Thank you for letting me step in. I represent the state water contractors, who are 27 water agencies that have contracts with the State Water Project. We've commented on the first draft of the SED on phase 1, and we've commented on phase 2 also. We had 3 points that I wanted to bring up. One of them was the concerns that we've raised in the past about the appropriateness of using unimpaired flow as opposed to functional flows. And what we've commented on before is that for salmon and most fisheries, that it's really the functions that are provided by flow, things like temperature, turbidity, nutrients that are the primary drivers, and those are not directly addressed by unimpaired flow. So that's the first point. Second point was related to water quality in the South Delta, and the Phase 1 SED does tend to confuse impacts from the export projects with other impacts, and there's water quality impacts in the South Delta. A lot of those are occurring from local degradation, inadequate flow. There's implication in many places that those problems are caused by the barriers in the South Delta, and that's not completely accurate. So that's a concern. And then the last one is a technical concern with the SED, that the groundwater impact analysis, I think, really needs improvement. Ignoring the requirements of SGMA that long-term overdraft not be allowed, and to effectively provide that there would be long-term overdraft that could continue, that's not an appropriate assumption, and the analysis is not done to identify what the effects, even if you did allow that long-term pumping to occur, what would the effect on stream flow be, and those effects are not identified. There's existing analysis tools that are available. There's groundwater models by the USGS, groundwater models by the Department of Water Resources. Those could readily identify those impacts, and those were not included in the SED, and they really should be. Thank you for letting me comment. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
And I assume you'll send it in a letter with those points.
That was what I forgot to tell you, too. We will be sending a letter. Thank you.
David? And followed by Tom. I don't see Tom standing up here, or Kenneth. Oh, there he is. Okay, good.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is David Braun. I'm with a group called Rootskeeper. And I want to thank you very much for allowing me to comment, and thank you for your proposal to increase water flows. It's my understanding that the Water Board did an analysis in 2010 that called for 60% flow. I would advocate for what your science concluded. That would seem reasonable. If you run the numbers, I understand that upwards towards 400,000 salmon used to run in these rivers. With 1,000 now there in these rivers, we're looking about 1/4%. That's collapse. That's a crisis. I have much respect for what you do. I know that you're under immense pressures, but for the charter and the responsibilities of this board, I would say to be considered a success. If this gets any worse, you have failed. I don't know how to say that nicely. Also worthy of consideration is that there is a tree of life that is connected to this water flow, to these fish, to this estuary, to all of the different organisms. We get half of our oxygen that we breathe from the ocean. I haven't heard anyone commenting or talking about this, but these species go out in our food supplies and live and breathe and are an essential link in the food chain in our ocean, not just our estuaries. How on earth can we say that we are leaders on climate change if we can't even facilitate a reasonable amount of good health in our own estuaries? Any growth has to be sustainable. Now, I hear lots of folks, obviously it's a very difficult situation, that need water for various uses for their lives, but any growth that's not sustainable is short term. And if we kill our oceans and if we kill our rivers so someone can have a job growing almonds that we export to Japan for a super high price, then we have failed, because that person will have that job only until we run out of oxygen, until climate change exacerbates the world, until our rivers and our oceans are completely dead and we're eating Soylent Green. This is where we're headed. 200 years, 300 years of society. We have not been living in these sort of organized societies for very long. It's a very short period of time. And to do this much damage in such a short period of time, we are completely abdicating our responsibility to leave this planet for the future generations. And for that, I implore you, 60%, no less.
Thank you. Tom?
Yeah, hello, my name is Tom SWRCB, and I'm speaking in favor of increasing water flows to protect fisheries. I'm a member of the Sierra Club. I have past certifications from the state of California for water treatment operator grade 3 and registered environmental health specialist. I was also certified as a water quality analyst grade 3 by the American Water Works Association. I currently volunteer at a salmon habitat restoration project in Marin. And I've sent you some more detailed things about the biology and chemistry that I'm concerned about. But one thing I wanted to point out today was that let me just get this up here, okay. One of the groups that wasn't represented here today that's part of the state of California is the California Bioassessment Program. And I went to their last conference up in Davis, and they've been putting together these programs for the state for about 24 years. And I would urge speaking with them because they have some really great recommendations about flows and duration for preserving salmonids and other fisheries, and they're tied into the food web. So they look at what are the fish eating, what kind of condition do those species need, and so, you know, adjust the flows for that. So I definitely get in touch with them. The other thing I'm concerned about is whether you're diverting water through tunnels or you're diverting it in other ways. It seems to me over the last 10 years or so that we've been talking about this, the broader scientific community has been kind of shut out. And I know that I hear a lot of stuff about it's a fair stakeholder process, but if you shut out the scientific community, that's not a fair process. I've seen that going on in the last 10 years. The final thing I wanted to say is it kind of gets lost that San Francisco Bay is such an important body of water. And, you know, we have tourism, we have fishing, sailing, we have the shipping terminals, and we need a healthy bay to keep all of that going. So don't just think about the Delta, think about the bay also. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Kenneth?
My name is Kenneth Gibson. I'm from Oakland. I'm a customer of the East Bay Municipal Utility District. This is the third of 5 Phase 1 hearings that I have attended. First, let me say, thank you very much for the attentiveness you have shown to all the presentations and the citizen speakers at these hearings. In the mid-1950s, when I was a young boy, my family moved to Deneta, the Navajo Nation, comprising most of northern Arizona. At that time, windmills were scattered across the plain, drawing water from wells throughout the semi-arid land. The same technology is used there today, drawing water from the same aquifers to provide water for sheep and horses, occasionally to deer and coyotes, and to people freely. The aquifers remain useful and safe across the vast land. Please work with the sister agencies of the state to protect the aquifers through the state from being treated like dumps for waste. Irrigation water and rainwater runoff could be more naturally stored in this way throughout much of the urban and agricultural state. During the current drought, I began looking at the pricing structure of urban water. My professional background is commercial lending and finance. Tiered water rates could be used much more effectively to provide potable water for essential household use at low cost, while charging the full delivery cost of larger volumes of water used for irrigation in gardens or wherever. In fact, more and steeper tiers would better comport with court expectations that water rate tiers reflect the cost of delivering water. Fixed charges may make it easier for water agency planning, but they are unfair. Tiered rates based on employment could also be extended to commercial and industrial water users. High volume users of water for irrigation or certain industrial uses would thus be incented to work with urban water agencies to make maximum use of recycled water. Tiered rates could also be applied to agricultural lands. Again, the cost of irrigation water for agriculture should not be based on the amount of land you own, but on the number of jobs the farm provides. Of course, rural delivery of water would continue to be much cheaper than water delivered for urban uses, but it should not be a free ride. For too many years, I've seen water sprayed high into the air over the Central Valley fields on hot summer days. I've also seen water sprayed into the air when it's raining. Central Valley fields, like those in people's gardens, must be served water at a high enough price that they will honor it and treat it with respect. I urge you on the State Water Resources Control Board to declare new expectations for water use in California. Natural agriculture will be protected, the claims of First Nation peoples to preserve their cultural fishing practices will be protected, and the state will accommodate urban and rural population growth, not by diverting ever more water from its natural purposes, but by using less water much more wisely.
Thank you. Carlos Martinez for 2 minutes, and then Stephen DeBerry.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Carlos Martinez. I'm the city manager of the city of East Palo Alto. For those of you that may not be familiar with the city of East Palo Alto, we're a small community about 30 miles south of San Francisco. To the north, we're bordered by the city of Menlo Park, and to the west by the city of Palo Alto. However, we're not the city of Palo Alto, even though East Palo Alto is in the middle of Silicon Valley in the Valley of Wealth. We are composed of a minority and a disadvantaged community. About 65% is Hispanic, 15% approximately is African American, and we have a good percentage of Pacific Islander, about 7%, and the rest are other races. When the city was incorporated, we received a relatively small water allocation of 2 million gallons a day. And we have been conserving to the point that we are actually using about 43 gallons per capita per day, which is much lower than the Basque region that uses approximately 60 gallons per capita per day, or the state average. Due to that, the city council had to pass a water connection moratorium in last September. As a result of it, we have been processing, but we won't be able to entitle a number of projects. Just to mention a few, we have a couple of projects that are proposed that would create 1.4 million square feet of space, that would create a substantial number of jobs for our community. There is the primary school. This is a project proposed by the Zuckerberg Foundation that would provide quality educational opportunities for low-income residents in East Palo Alto. And not only that, but also support health services, wraparound services for approximately 500 children to have better educational health opportunities. All of that is impeded by the limited amount of water. And if I may just to wrap up, the point of
Very quickly.
Yeah, the point of my testimony is to urge the board to consider these type of impacts, and also allow time for negotiated voluntary agreements to take place, so that the SED goals are achieved while mitigating the potential negative impacts to minority and disadvantaged communities. Thank you for your time.
Stephen?
Hello, my name is Stephen DeBerry. I run an investment firm called Bronze Investments, which focuses on social impact investing. We're in the business of supporting companies that have products or services that have a positive impact on lower income communities like East Palo Alto. Our investment strategy we describe as an East Side investment thesis. We're really working to address the fact that East Palo Alto has such radically different life experiences than literally the other. If I had my high school quarterback arm, I could still throw a rock across the freeway, to 5 times more jobs. What I can tell you that I think is a non-obvious but really important thing to understand is that in the middle of Silicon Valley, where property prices have gone up 75% in the last 6 quarters, 18 months or so, East Palo Alto is basically the only community that has undeveloped land. And in a market that is spiking the way it is, you might ask yourself, why is no one developing property in East Palo Alto? The reality is, and I'm living this reality, you can go into East Palo Alto, you can invest the capital to buy land, you could invest the capital to build a building. What you can't do is get an occupancy permit from the fire department because there's not enough water to flush toilets, have people wash their hands. And this matters. It's not just about real estate, but ultimately what it is about is the jobs that would come with those buildings. And in a community like East Palo Alto that's struggling to increase its property tax base and to keep the people of color who've been in that community there instead of being pushed out of what is arguably the most, the deepest economic inflection point in human history, we need to have more water so that we can build and bring in the kinds of companies that will give job access to the folks who are already there in that community. So look, I'm a fisherman. I'm a patriot of the state. I love the outdoors and support everything that's been said, but I want a full consideration of the species, including the people in East Palo Alto. So I'd urge you to consider support of this negotiated settlement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next will be the California Department of Water Resources, and then we'll follow that with 10 more people, but I have an offer. For those who are willing to speak for just 1 minute, you can line up here and speak for that minute and jump the queue. So if anyone is willing after the Department of Water Resources makes their comments, please line up. Go ahead. Thank you. Mark.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Salaberry. I am a farmer from Turlock, and I bought my farm, one of them in 1965 and the other one in 1983. And I struggle. I mean, it was hard to make my payments, so I started doing pump work, and I did night work, service work, 24 hours a day for 35 years. I made the payments in my ranch, both of them paid for. 3 years ago, I made my last final payment. Now, when I bought those ranches, I didn't see in my deed anything that says that you guys own my water. EPA own my water. I didn't see any of that in my deed. And you really guys think that...
Are you speaking for 1 minute? If you are, then you should sit down.
Okay,
Thank you.
That guy in that environmentalist right there, he took quite a while. So let me finish it. Let me finish it because we got something to hear. This is getting ridiculous. You guys are getting like a runaway truck without brakes going down in the hill. This is unreal.
Okay,
This
thank you.
This gotta stop.
Could you give your name to the court reporter? Oh, we have his name. Okay, that's very good. Thank you so much, sir. And now we will hear from the Department of Water Resources.
How do you guys like to pay 60% of your wages to support this? Because that's exactly what you're trying to take out of my paycheck.
Okay, thank you.
60%. Will any of you guys want to pay 60% of your paycheck? If that guy in there wants to pay 60% of his paycheck to support this?
Thank you.
Because that's
Thank you.
exactly
Thank
what
you.
you're
Thank you. Thank
asking
you.
for me.
Could you, from the Department of Water Resources?
I'm going to give you my card. You're welcome to call me anytime.
Okay. Go ahead. They have a card, or it's right there. You can.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Spivey Weber and members of the board. My name is Mark Holderman. I'm the chief of the South Delta branch in the Bay Delta office of the Department of Water Resources. And I'll be presenting today a brief summary of the key topics of interest to the department, which will be also detailed in our written comments that we'll be providing by March 17th. Now I'll see if this clicker works. Okay. First, I'd like to say that DBR appreciates...
It's not on the screen yet.
Oh, it's on my screen.
Yeah, but it's not up there for the public to...
Ah.
If you don't mind, I'll call a couple of public for those who want to speak for just 1 minute. We would love to hear you, but be sure and slowly say your name and your affiliation.
Elizabeth Lisenski, Davis, California. I'm here on behalf of the salmon and the other fish. I just want to say that the salmon are essential to the environmental quality of the Delta and actually to consumers like myself. They're very important. And according to the 2010 State Water Board report, 60% of unimpaired flow between February and June would be fully protective of fish and wildlife. And I urge you to go with the science and respect the science and go with that recommendation. Thank you.
I'm Margot Schuler. I'm speaking for myself as a retired pipeline construction superintendent for one of our major metropolitan water companies. 10% of the water in this state is considered a good record in the urban infrastructure if only you're losing 10% through leaks. The infrastructure crisis is sucking our rivers dry. If we fix the pipes, renew our infrastructure, and make the investment in our urban distribution systems, we don't have to have this argument about the rivers and taking more water out of them. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Elise Silva. I am a member of the Denair FFA, and I am currently serving at the Denair Chapter Historian. We are located in the Stanislaus County, and agriculture has an immense impact on all of our lives in the community. I was born into the agricultural family and have been raised around the ag community my entire life. My dad and his siblings owned a family dairy and was sold 2 years ago. Since selling, my dad has worked for another family-owned dairy/farm. The dairy has 2 sites, each around 2,000 cows, with a total of about 4,000 cows between the 2 sites. Along with the cows, this family has many acres of land that are used to grow, which is necessary to feed the animals. If the proposed plan takes effect, we are forced to send more water into the Bay Delta for fish and wildlife use. Many families will suffer. Not only will people like my dad be in danger of losing their job, but prices are going to skyrocket. If we are not able to grow our crops locally because of a shortage of water, we are going to have to import the crops from foreign countries. This will increase costs for farmers all over, which will in turn require them to raise their prices in order for them to see a profit and be able to pay their employees with feed and their families. This price will increase direct effect to consumers. We will see prices for meat, fruits, vegetables, and nuts, and any other agricultural related products. If the Bay Plan Delta goes into action, we will all be left struggling for the sake of a few fish. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Bryson Prock, and I'm the current Vice President of the Denair FFA chapter at Denair High School. Denair is a small community on the outskirts of Turlock. Our small community is big on teamwork and everyone carrying their own weight. I saw this firsthand as one of the only 16 young men who played on our varsity football team. that at one point played a game with only 12 players and won. Against teams twice or 3 times our size, we had held them scoreless. How did we do this? Teamwork. I represent the 3rd generation of my family who works in our family dairy, hay, and beef cattle business. Together, my family overcomes great challenges and obstacles such as low prices, labor challenges, or other regulations you propose. How do we do this? Teamwork. What your staff has proposed is a one-sided approach to solving a multidimensional water framework within our expansive state. There is no teamwork, and this plan is all about forcing farmers and communities into doing things the way you want them done. My dad has often been heard saying, if we all row the boat together, we will get where we want to go faster. If we all row on our own, all we will get is choppy water. Please quit rowing on your own and row together with our communities. Teamwork is how we move mountains, so please join the team whose lives depend on agriculture, and let's work together to make California great again.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Haldeman. I don't think we can have any more disruptions. I don't know.
Well, I'm just rolling with it. It's fine. But actually, I would like to also, again, say that DWR appreciates the opportunity to review and comment on the board's draft revised SED. We recognize the hard work and the long hours that you and the board staff have put into developing this SED and the tremendous effort yet to come as you review and consider the comments from so many stakeholders. We found portions of the SED to be well documented. However, for the reasons I'll mention today and we'll provide in our detailed comments, we suggest various revisions to the SED to make it more factually accurate and consistent with California water law. Our comments will focus on the remaining topics that I have on this outline slide. An overarching comment on the SED is that the document, including its implementation plan, contains language assigning responsibility for portions of the water quality control plan to specific parties, including DBR. Such assignments should be reserved for Phase 3 of the plan update. Because the plan update provides a foundation for considering the implementation elements in a subsequent proceeding, DBR believes it is inappropriate to include language within the water quality control plan and SED that dictates a result during the subsequent water rights hearing. This would be contrary to the procedural protections afforded to DBR and other affected water rights holders. It is the position of DBR that all language assigning responsibility to a particular party or parties within the SED and the proposed water quality control plan should be removed. Furthermore, any measures to protect beneficial uses that are related only to flows and water allocations should be postponed to the water rights phase of the board's proceeding. Regarding the San Joaquin River flow objectives, DBR believes that the SED relies in part upon incomplete and out-of-date scientific information. The SED also lacks information on the impacts of predation on salmonids and does not consider the delta's historic flooding and saltwater intrusion. One consequence of this reliance is mistaken conclusion that there exists consensus about the benefits to fish species of the barrier at the head of Old River. The SED fails to acknowledge that there are various regulatory agencies prescribing actions related to the barrier which may lead to incompatible operational requirements. DBR believes that unimpaired flow objectives are ill-suited for real-time operations. While theoretically feasible, there are several hurdles that must be overcome before water project operators can use computed unimpaired flow for real-time operations. The primary hurdle is that some of the necessary data are not available in a timely manner. We also question a primarily flow-only approach to protecting fish. DWR recommends a more flexible approach that takes into consideration other actions to protect fish species, such as eco-restore and the Delta Smelt Resiliency Strategy. It is only through a careful analysis of flow and its intended benefits that the SED will adequately analyze how to protect beneficial uses.
You know, on this point, I can't let that go without having staff perhaps provide a little bit of clarification. Clearly, unimpaired flow is a carefully calculated metric the department uses, and yet, as we've discussed extensively for days, this can be a surrogate for real-time flow, in terms of real-time operation. So my question is, can't we achieve, with basic flow monitoring technology, some information that's more real-time on a 3-day basis that is not strictly academically unimpaired flow as calculated by the department, but something that's akin to it that can be operationally useful?
This is the detailed answer to this question is something that we're going to have to answer when we get into the implementation, but you're identifying the tension, and we saw this morning the why a 3-day or even an instantaneous is better. Somewhere between the instantaneous and a 7-day becomes, we just start pushing against what is feasible in terms of measurement. The department already posts information in terms of real-time flow. If you look at that daily information, it's kind of glitchy because it relies upon estimating storage in reservoirs, determining numbers by difference. All of those things, once you get to a daily time step, become very hard to measure, but it starts evening out over some time period. 7 days seems to be a potential sweet spot there. The last time we went out with a 14-day. 14-day, you really start losing some of those optimal conditions. The bottom line is, even to the extent that you cannot precisely measure it in real time, this is something that you can always catch up because the requirement would be based on ultimately what does come down. So it's really not much of an issue in terms of determining the days, because you might not know it exactly day to day, but you certainly will know it in sufficient time in arrears to operate to it.
But in follow-up, isn't unimpaired, I actually think a block of water and adaptive management through a settlement process, ideally, where you've got, a whole team of people working on the needs of the river in combination with non-flow. I think that's probably the best way to go. But in the meantime, we're using unimpaired to calculate a block of water because we're talking about using flow shifting anyway. So it's not being used, whether it's 3-day or 7 days, and that chart that Board Member Moore, you called out that NOAA had about how it was, can be a little bit unartful at times if you use a certain running average. In the end, isn't it going to get down to, or shouldn't it get down to functional flow? And so this block of water wouldn't be used as unimpaired flow. It would be used as a block of water that a team would determine what's the best, highest use for that water.
And that's precisely one of the reasons to try to operate down to that 7-day, and if possible, even shorter, because that's one of the functions, as was shown, is important in terms of queuing various biological functions. That being said, there's difficulty with it. This can always be trued up in terms of measuring that block of water. We shouldn't lose sight of the fact that the current objective is based on unimpaired flow, the determination of water year type, and then backing up from that and having a flow requirement, all of it a month in arrears. So that's far less than optimal than the proposal, which is trying to both tighten up the operation to achieve some of the peakedness and some of the queuing and the timing to agree more with what's happening in real time, but mindful of the difficulty of doing so. So it's trying to achieve really the best of both worlds.
Right, but
because I have to say, Board Member Diadamo, my ideal is real-time operation. I respect the block of water approach. I think we can accomplish a lot. So I'm not absolute, but I think where possible, agreements and real-time, ability to deploy has to be built within it. Otherwise, it becomes biologically meaningless. There has to. So, I think what Mr. Grover is saying is there's a balancing here between the approaches.
Yeah, I was going to get into this at the end, but now might be a good time as well. If you look at Table 3, and there's a lot of talk about flow shifting, carryover storage, but the objectives are in Table 3, and Table 3 has unimpaired flow, and it's, the 30, 40, 50% range. And probably what we should do, now's not the time to debate this and get a legal analysis, but I think we should, as we follow up with staff, get a better understanding. It gets back to the issue that was raised on day one, and that is, what is the project? So the project that's being analyzed, and I know you had a chart or a slide on it, that it's contained in Appendix K. Appendix K, my understanding, is the program of implementation. It's how it would be implemented, but the objectives have an unimpaired flow, and it doesn't have anything in there on flow shifting. It doesn't have anything in there about this flexibility in the block of water. So I agree. I'd call it a tension. I'd call it a legal tension as well.
Anyway, yeah, so you're not going to make comments on the flow standard without getting a big discussion up here. But I'm sure we'll have more discussions with the department about this concept, because I don't think I got the whole story in your overview there.
Well, I agree. I think a workshop with our staff and your staff to go over, particularly our operators, on how they operate the releases for from the reservoirs and the travel time and all that, and trying to figure out if they can do that in a real-time situation, which right now I don't think they can. So moving on to this slide on water quality, the SED contains inappropriate and erroneous information on water quality within the South Delta. Including water levels within the SED is inappropriate, as water levels do not affect water quality. Assimilative capacity of local channels is related to net flow, not water levels or tidal flux, and has been shown frequently in past board proceedings that the temporary barriers in the State Water Project pumping do not change net flow in the South Delta. The temporary barriers are installed as mitigation for the SWP impacts on water levels and are designed to maintain or improve circulation in the area when compared to what would be present absent the barriers in State Water Project pumping. The barriers are not specifically designed to improve water quality, but by sometimes modifying the culvert openings to improve circulation, which, by the way, is always at the expense of water levels. The barriers can sometimes, but not reliably, improve water quality in poor circulation areas that are upstream of the barriers. While the board has, in the past, recommended DWR continue to install the barriers, DWR does not agree the barriers should be required by the board in a water quality control plan or a water rights order, because the barriers are not a significant or reliable tool for meeting South Delta water quality objectives that DWR, frankly, should not be responsible for. DWR does not degrade water quality in the South Delta. The salt loadings in the South Delta occurs from salts entering the South Delta at Vernalis and agricultural and M&I discharges in the South Delta downstream of Vernalis. DWR does not discharge salts into the South Delta and has no reservoir on the San Joaquin River water from which we can release dilution water. The exports from the South Delta at Banks Pumping Plant remove some salts from the system, but the pumps are used in a dynamic sense to provide water supplies to South Delta customers and to minimize adverse impacts to protected fish. Therefore, it is not practical to use the pumps for South Delta salinity control, as this may have unintended adverse impacts to export water supplies and fish. Regardless, the removal of salts from the South Delta area due to export operations will have little effect on South Delta water quality objectives. As to the factors that do impact water quality, DWR has conducted many years of data collection and analysis regarding impacts of the State Water Project on South Delta water quality and hydrodynamics. Tremendous staff time and effort continue to be dedicated to gathering and validating that information. Because of these efforts, DWR and the board possess sufficient information to appropriately assign responsibility for South Delta water quality objectives. Therefore, the SED should be modified to reflect the actual impacts of the State Water Project to South Delta water quality, namely that DWR's operation of the State Water Project export facilities and the temporary barriers improves water levels for local water users, maintains net flows, maintains or improves circulation, and can occasionally improve water quality in the South Delta from what is otherwise naturally available. The SED recognizes that there is a considerable amount of salt loading in the South Delta downstream of Vernalis, which occurs primarily through local drainage return flows. The additional salt load is not attributable to either the CVP or the State Water Project, and it is not reasonable to expect the water projects to control it. The SED documents this when it proposed 0.7 EC at Vernalis and 1.0 EC in the interior South Delta compliance stations during the spring and summer irrigation season. DBR agrees with that proposal. However, if the board is to set reasonable objectives for salinity in the South Delta, it should also allow for the degradation of water quality in the fall and winter months by setting salinity objectives downstream of Vernalis at a higher level than the objective set at Vernalis. This change would account for the high salt loading from normal agricultural soil leaching that typically occurs in these months. Although the SED evaluated and discounted a 1.4 EC year-round objective at the interior locations, DBR recommends a 1.3 to 1.4 EC objective during the fall and winter months when the Vernalis objective is 1.0 EC. DBR recently contracted with consultant ICF to conduct a study and report evaluating salinity patterns and the effects of tidal flows and temporary barriers in the South Delta. The study identifies sources of high salinity water in Paradise Cut and Sugar Cut and explains how this higher EC water is tidally mixed with the Old River flow and increases the measured EC at the Old River near Tracy Road Bridge Station, or the ORT station as we call it, the Old River Tracy. The report provides an increased understanding of the South Delta channel flows and salinity patterns. It explains the effects of CVP and SWP pumping on South Delta salinity, and it demonstrates that export pumping and barrier operations do not increase the measured EC at the ORT station or the frequency of D1641 exceedances. This report, which we are just completed, will be available to the board and will be available online to the public early this month, probably in a week or two. In addition to this recent study and report, it has been repeatedly shown by past field studies and reports that salinity at the ORT station is heavily influenced by saline return flows that originate in Paradise Cut and Sugar Cut. Consequently, it is not reasonable to set salinity objectives at this location. It may be more reasonable to continue the Middle River and Brant Bridge locations as compliance stations, but DBR recommends that the board discontinue using the ORT station as a compliance location. The objectives for the proposed alternatives include meeting water quality objectives throughout channel reaches rather than at the previously specified compliance locations that are in D1641. Such an approach to monitoring water quality would place additional responsibility on DBR to control for in-delta diversions and discharges, factors that DBR cannot influence. Flows downstream of the compliance locations at Old River at Tracy Road Bridge and Old River at Middle River are naturally low during the irrigation season. Modeling indicates that almost all the incoming flow is diverted by in-delta uses, and the reduced amount of flow returned to the channels is of worse water quality. Therefore, controlling and monitoring for water quality within channel reaches could be very difficult and costly. Nonetheless, DBR believes it should not have the responsibility to ensure water quality within the South Delta. DBR also has concerns with respect to the SED and evaluation of impacts to groundwater and implementation of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, or SGMA. The SED acknowledges that groundwater in basins subject to SGMA will be impacted by the increased flow alternatives, some of them significantly. The SED also assumes that groundwater sustainability plans can bring the basins to sustainable conditions without considering the impact of additional groundwater pumping caused by meeting the proposed alternative flow requirements. Deflecting the burden to address unquantified impacts from additional groundwater pumping to the groundwater sustainability agencies would result in the failure to reach sustainable groundwater management in the basins. The SED states the annual average groundwater balance can be expected to be reduced in terms of the equivalent of about 1 inch across the subbasins. It is unclear what this means, as the adverse impacts cannot be evaluated or compared when pumping is expressed qualitatively and location-specific information is not provided. DBR believes that the extent of impacts of groundwater pumping should not be averaged across the entire basin. DBR recommends the amount of additional groundwater extracted to replace the loss of surface water deliveries should be expressed as a volumetric unit such as acre-feet and be location-specific. Also, the groundwater data are not current and are not reflective of groundwater conditions affected by the current 5-year drought. Groundwater extraction and subsidence has increased significantly during the drought, and groundwater elevations have not recovered. DBR recommends the starting point for the evaluation of the alternative should reflect current groundwater conditions, should be more location-specific, express impacts in quantifiable units, and take in consideration future climate change impacts.
I have a question on that last slide. So we had a speaker, I wish I could remember who it was, maybe about 5 back, that said that our staff's analysis is inadequate on groundwater and that it should analyze the SCD with Sigma, and that the department has some information that our staff could use in developing that analysis. Is that accurate? Do you have information that could help our staff in the development of an analysis with Sigma?
I'm not the expert in groundwater. We do have an expert here that may be able to answer that question if you allow her to come forward.
Yes, I think it'd be helpful. And I'm not remembering, does anyone remember? The speaker mentioned a couple of reports that are readily available at the department.
I think it might have been Terry Irwine with the state water contractor.
Oh, that's right, it was Terry, yeah.
Be sure and identify yourself and clearly your affiliation with the department.
I'm Mary Scruggs. I'm with the Department of Water Resources, and I work in the groundwater section. I'm not sure what report is specific, but Sigma is just starting right now, and GSAs, groundwater sustainability agencies, and the groundwater sustainability plans are being developed. GSAs are required to be put together by April of this year. Plans are not due until 2020 or 2022. And so there is a lot of existing data. The data that was used in the SED went up to 2010. It doesn't include information on groundwater from the drought. And so the conditions have worsened, as Mark had said in our comments, and so that starting point should be from where it is. So Sigma is requiring local agencies, the GSAs, to bring the groundwater basins to be sustainable by 2020 or 2022. Several of these basins are critically overdrafted. The additional requirements of groundwater pumping on unimpaired flows would increase that burden onto the groundwater, but it's unclear, it's not quantitatively described in the SED to how much. So they're already working at a deficit. What further deficit are they going to have to be working at to be able to be sustainable? So hopefully, and there is data available on groundwater levels, but there's also a lot of holes in groundwater. Groundwater is one of the ones where we just don't have all that data, and you can't go back and get historical data if it wasn't already collected. So it's moving in the right direction, but there's a lot more work to be done.
Well, then how would you, if you think it should be a more specific, detailed, and quantitative analysis, how would you recommend going about that?
If you're going to, what volume would be taken out and what basins would that be? So what would that be extracted and where are they now? And so how is that, what's that additional part that would be taken of where they are? That's what would be needed. Does that help?
Yes, and do you have any information that could assist in coming up with a range of what a potential groundwater management plan would look like in terms of the range that would be needed for the basin to rebound?
There's several sources. There's existing data that we have. There's local agencies that have groundwater management agencies or irrigation districts.
Mm-hmm.
The department released the regulations on what's needed in the groundwater sustainability plans. So it would be a matter of looking at the particular subbasin, what volume would that be considered to be, would be replaced, the surface water that would be replaced by groundwater, and looking at it in the specific subbasin. And that's what will be looked at in preparing and developing the groundwater sustainability plans. And in these areas that are critically overdrafted, they're going to have to figure out what do they reduce, or how do they bring in more supplies to recharge that groundwater. So additional burden of pumping on the groundwater is just, it's digging a deeper hole. So how do you dig them out? And the way the SCD was written is it says that, it acknowledges that it'll have a significant impact, but it also plays off saying that SGMA will take care of groundwater. Well, SGMA can't take care of groundwater unless everything's taken into consideration. So in areas where you've got critically overdrafted basins and you're putting more burden onto it, you're going to worsen the situation. So is it tipping the scale to make it no longer sustainable, or what will happen? I mean, it's going to take years to be able to get these basins to recover. So.
Okay. Thank you.
I actually think, based on staff's briefings over the last couple of years, we have taken recent groundwater data into account. We looked at 2014 pumping rates, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know if I agree with this bullet that I'm looking at right now as far as we haven't taken any of that, the drought into account.
I think we can all agree that groundwater is a big issue that will have to be resolved, but we use the best data that we had in front of us. So I think what I've heard is that there haven't been other reports that have come up with the, storage levels, the groundwater pumping rates, but we have, I'm just looking in the executive summary where we've exactly tried to do that, and we have a groundwater chapter where we've done a mass balance where we have quantified the increase in groundwater pumping that we think would occur based on 2009 rates of groundwater pumping, recognizing that that's lower than the full capacity based on 2014. And I think, as I'd said earlier, mindful of using a number that is less unsustainable. What the sweet spot is, what is sustainable, is an impossible question to answer. I expect there'll be a lot more information in the next few years, but we did do that analysis to look in any number of ways what the current levels of groundwater overdraft are and how this would increase those rates of groundwater overdraft.
That's right. And also, this is a water supply focused discussion, and I haven't heard anything about water demand management in that discussion yet, as far as SGMA goes. Thank you.
And that's correct. And I think it's worth, thank you for that, because I think it's worth pointing out that the principal effect of the proposal would be to reduce the quantity of surface water available. That will have an effect, and then the next effect that we see would stem from that would be some level of increased groundwater pumping, but the project itself is certainly not requiring or advocating increased groundwater pumping. It's just observing what has happened when there's been water shortage.
If we could get back to one of the things that I found confusing in going through the staff analysis is this metric for determining an impact, so many inches. And I think what I'm hearing you say is that we shouldn't be looking at it from a broad level. We should be looking at the local subbasin, and that information, at least the current state, is compiled, the current information that you have is compiled by subbasins.
Correct. If you've averaged it across the entire subbasin, where are the wells actually going in, where's the pumping? So if all the pumping's in one area, averaging it across, you've now averaged it, so you're not really seeing what's happening. Groundwater is very location specific, so depending upon, is your aquifer more productive in an area? Do you have area subsidence? Are you increasing that? It's location, location, location. The data that was used in the reports that were referenced was DWR reports, and it was it was groundwater report, but it was based on data up through 2010 and 29. We haven't compiled further than that because that was the last we've done. There is data out there and it's available, but it's a matter of compiling it and getting it and evaluating it. And that's what will be happening with under SGMA on the basins and on developing these sustainable groundwater management plans. They'll have to be looking at their specific basins and getting that data and bringing it up to date. But there's just been a significant impact to groundwater with the drought over the last 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking that with all of the testimony that we've had from disadvantaged communities and concerns about drinking water wells, schools, and then certain communities like Planada and I think Denair, it does seem that those impacts already are quite localized. And I don't know enough about, what's causing those localized impacts. Is it we're talking about shallow wells, but there are shallow wells throughout the region, but these are communities that seem to get hit. And so it does seem that spreading it out across the entire subbasin isn't going to give us the information that we need in order to determine those disadvantaged community impacts that have been highlighted.
But I think as you're hearing here, we don't have the detailed information, certainly not in reports. So we've done actually quite a bit for a programmatic analysis to know what the overall effect, and we say some words that we can't know exactly where these are all happening, but we do identify that there have been locally areas that have already had groundwater problems and that they are not going to get better with having reduced surface water availability.
I think this gets to the issue, it's a bit of a legal issue, but in terms of, are we doing an adequate job of describing the potential impacts, and how much granularity is necessary and what kind of threshold of significance that we need to do for this exercise. I mean, we're definitely encouraging comments on this. If we're too coarse in our analysis, and as you point out, there may be specific areas, that are vulnerable in the SED project area. We're listening. But in this discussion, I didn't hear a lot of detail from DWR saying, oh, you ought to look at this report because, or this new CASGEM data really gives insight into this area. That should be highlighted in the SED. So I just want to manage everyone's expectations here. This is a disclosure of potential impacts. It's really dependent. The level of granularity of this analysis is dependent on available data. We can talk about academically, what we missed and all the important points about hydrogeology and its heterogeneity, but there's available data, and then there's an acceptability to some degree to accept a qualitative analysis of disclosed impacts. I don't know if you have any comments on that.
Well, yeah, I would echo your statement that we can only do what's reasonably foreseeable, and that's the standard by which we are going to be held in a court of law.
So I'm going to just jump in here. I think that that's a good way to describe the issue. Is what is legally required of us, but on SGMA in particular, this is a top priority for the administration, and so is drinking water. And so I think
for this board.
Yes. So I think you may be correct from a legal perspective. I think from a policy perspective, we need to do more to the extent that we can. And so if you do have some reports that you could help identify, to point staff in the direction, it would be greatly appreciated, because I think that we have an obligation from a policy perspective to do more on the SGMA issue. And I know there was a slide that staff had on today's presentation on the disadvantaged community issue, and saying that there was the last bullet there. I'm looking for the slide and just not pulling it up here, but that the disadvantaged community analysis would be done as part of groundwater sustainable plans. That's not something we should be kicking down the road. I mean, that's something that we should be looking at to the extent that we can incorporate it into the analysis.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll be wrapping up quickly. I'll just talk about climate change, then move to my summary slide. The last update of the Water Quality Control Plan was over a decade ago, and flow objectives for the San Joaquin River have not been updated for over 2 decades. During that time, our understanding about climate change impacts has substantially improved. However, the knowledge has yet to inform the Water Quality Control Plan, and in fact will not significantly do so even in this update, as the hydrologic analysis for the Water Quality Control Plan does not consider future climate change impacts. Further, continual updating of the Water Quality Control Plan will continue to include the hydrology of the past, which is becoming increasingly irrelevant for water resources planning. For instance, the continued inclusion of hydrology from the first half of the 20th century will dampen the impact of the increased variability experienced in the last half of the 20th century and the markedly increased warming experienced since the turn of the century. Since Water Quality Control Plan update processes can last 10 to 20 years or more, the SED evaluation of impacts should consider future climate change impacts as part of the analysis. This last slide is a summary of the major topics I wanted to talk about today. The key issues I'd like to leave the board with are Consider other actions besides flow that can potentially be more effective at protecting fish. Assign responsibility for water quality degradation to those responsible for the degradation. Recognize from years of modeling and study data, including a recent report that you'll soon see, that South Delta salinity problems are not caused by the State Water Project. Revise salinity objectives that account for degradation downstream of Vernalis in the fall and the winter months. Recognize that the Old River at Tracy Station is not a reasonable compliance station for measuring overall South Delta water quality, and compliance by REACH is going to be very problematic. And also apply DWR's recommendation that the board's SED include groundwater and climate change impacts. That completes DWR's presentation today. We appreciate the opportunity to provide our oral comments. We'll soon be completing our more extensive and detailed written comments, and we look forward to working further with the board and board staff as this process moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. I have 10 cards that I will read off, and if you could line up so that you can move in very quickly. And if you can keep it to 2 minutes, it would be great. We will set the clock for 2 minutes. If you have to go over a little bit to make your point, we'll take that into account, but we'll set the clock for 2 minutes. Erica Lovejoy, Victoria Guinard, Jonathan Mullis, David Alajam, Charlene Woodcock, Joe Daly, Larry Kolb, Eric Young, Peter Mangarella, Alicia Thompson. Go ahead, Erica.
Hi, I scheduled mine for 3 minutes, but I'll do my best.
Please do.
Okay. I'm Erica Lovejoy with Sustainable Conservation, a nonprofit that's working on water issues statewide. We recognize the urgent need to address the species declines and ecosystem changes that occurred in the San Joaquin River and Delta system, and we appreciate your effort to do a balanced approach. In order to address the problems impacting the environment and local communities, we believe that a fully integrated approach is needed, and that should take into account not only an adaptive strategy for managing flows in wet versus dry years and implementation of non-flow restoration actions, but also water conservation, agricultural water use efficiency, and groundwater recharge at a meaningful scale. Then further evaluation also needs to be made to and options spelled out for disadvantaged communities, as you all have been talking about. We think that's really important, especially with the anticipated increase in groundwater pumping that's likely to occur. Now, we're going to submit more detailed comments on those items, but today I'd like to recommend specific actions for the Water Board to encourage development of settlement agreements that include a wide spectrum of non-flow actions. So we strongly believe that increased flows in the San Joaquin system must be accompanied by badly needed habitat improvements in order to adequately address fish and wildlife beneficial uses. So first, we recommend creation of a roadmap to help potential project proponents to understand how to acquire partners and to plan, develop, and implement restoration projects. Okay, so restoration isn't necessarily a key area of expertise for many water agencies, and guidance on how to get the work done is really needed. Next, there's also a need to help identify potential funding sources and collaborators for projects, and the Water Board could dedicate regional staff to help identify viable projects and help to steward them along through the permitting and implementation process. Finally, we believe that programmatic or simplified permits should be developed now to cover a variety of restoration actions. If you're going to get these projects done, you can't wait till later. So that would definitely save time and money and get more projects done and create a lot of incentives, because otherwise, if some of these actions aren't taken in advance, I'm afraid that folks aren't going to pursue these voluntary settlement agreements.
Thank you.
Thank
you. Victoria.
And you know, that area of programmatic permitting we talk about a lot, and different regional boards have advanced this prospect a lot, and so we certainly are aware of that and want to encourage that, appreciate that. It is a multi-agency commitment, you know, and so it requires our water boards to work with the other permitting agencies, but certainly very interested in that. And good to see you, Ms. Lovejoy. Haven't seen you since Santa Clara Basin.
Hello, my
Back in
name
the
is
90s,
Victoria.
sorry.
Hello, my name is Victoria Gannard. I'm with Turlock FFA, and I'm here more importantly on behalf of Turlock along with other communities as a whole. So ultimately, I'm not here today to give a spiel about my family farm or anything of that nature because I actually grew up with no agricultural background whatsoever. I joined FFA simply to become more involved in any way possible, hence the reason why I'm here today. However, I do feel that regardless of whether or not I have an agricultural background, agriculture is constantly reflecting not only my life, but impacting my community as a whole. For the simple fact being that one of our greatest socioeconomic opportunities and opportunities for successes, and where we've actually seen the majority of our successes, is directly from the agricultural realm, where we've seen job opportunities, where we've seen students within the FFA program, which is the largest youth organization across the nation, is constantly revolutionizing individuals' mindsets in order to ensure that they have opportunities for success within the future. So ultimately today, I'm not necessarily advocating for a world where we're not going to see any benefits towards the fish industry, but I'm ultimately suggesting a way in which we're capable of increasing the opportunity for negotiations, where we're going to see the agricultural industry still in the spotlight, especially taking into consideration the benefits not only on the economic standpoint, but to our day-to-day lives. We have to realize that it's not just our lives in the future that are going to be impacted, but it's youth organizations, where we have 635,000 members within the FFA program, 85,000 of which are residing within California as of right now. That's 85,000 people's futures solely anticipated and solely relying on an agricultural industry that we're currently jeopardized within the California realm. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Moles. I'm a senior at Turlock High School and the four-year member of the Turlock FFA chapter. As you can see, I am wearing the...
Time's up.
Okay. As you can see, I'm wearing the blue and gold jacket that you've seen multiple times over the course of these meetings across the Central Valley. And as you can probably already figure out, I'm a son of a farmer. And of course, this proposal will affect our family's livelihood as farmers. But over the past few months, there have been many different and redundant testimonies on how the unimpaired flow proposal will be affecting family farms and other professional businesses and organizations. But one matter has not been discussed, and not how it will affect everyday K-12 students. According to the California Department of Education 2015-2016 school year database of how many children are on the free and reduced lunch program, nearly 67% of those students in Stanislaus County, 61.5% in San Joaquin, and 80.6% in Merced counties students are on this program. The free lunch program is granted upon families where their yearly income is at or below 130% of their poverty line, and reduced price is granted upon those who are between 130 and 185%. And keep in mind that the poverty line for the year of 2016 was at $25,000 for an average family of four. The lunch program requires all students who come into the cafeteria to eat lunch to take the main meal, which can vary from being a sandwich to nachos, to take a fruit or vegetable and a milk, in which every part of that meal is obviously an agricultural commodity. Not to mention how the water quality in schools will fall if more groundwater has to be used. But anyways, the full price of the meal varies from $2 to $3. The question that you need to answer is, will the estimated jobs being lost affect the number of families needing to use the school lunch program, and will the full price of those meals have to be raised and therefore decrease the number of students eligible for those free and reduced lunch programs in the county stated previously and other surrounding areas? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. David?
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Spivey Weber, members of the board, David Olajim, Downey Brand, here this afternoon on behalf of the Northern California Water Association. Northern California Water Association, NACWA, and all of its member organizations very much appreciate the opportunity to speak this afternoon, and also the extension of time for comments. We will be providing extensive comments at the March deadline. The board is well aware of Northern California Water Association's interest in the Sacramento Valley. You may be wondering, why are we here this afternoon on the San Joaquin? The short answer is that the approach taken by your staff on the SED, the unimpaired flow approach, we believe is fundamentally wrong-headed. We believe that it involves an outdated regulatory mindset that essentially takes a meat axe to this problem where we need a scalpel. What we've been proposing for the last few years, as many of you know, is what we call a functional flow approach. What it does is it starts with Water Code Section 13,000, the basis for Port Cologne, and it says, let's treat all of the beneficial uses as equally needing of meeting in your water quality control plan. It then says, let's look at all of those beneficial uses, all of the needs for the environment, for agriculture, for urban uses, and let's figure out what those needs are. And then let's figure out, and we call this functional flows, what flows are necessary to meet which specific purposes. Not a unimpaired flow approach that literally says we're going to have a huge amount of water without tying it very closely to the needs of fish or agriculture or urban areas. This morning, Member Moore used the phrase bioengineering. Let me please finish. And we think that's exactly the right way for this board to approach it. We urge that you take that type of an approach and rely upon the Delta Science Panel's recent report from November that did not identify unimpaired flows or even flows at all as one of the limiting factors in the Delta estuary. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, and look forward to those comments. Charlene?
Hello, my name is Charlene Woodcock. I was born and raised in Arcadia in Southern California, and childhood trips to the desert taught me that I lived in an arid country and that water is precious and needed to be treated with great care.
Can you bring your, yes, there, perfect.
Camping on the Eel River and the Redwoods taught me the close relationship between the richness of those woods and the interdependence between them and the water and the salmon. At a time of water scarcity, what's needed is conservation and efficiency, not only of water, but of energy. The health of the Delta is essential to our economy, as well as to California's water system and the diversity of fish, plants, and animals it supports, and people. We want our salmon fisheries to thrive, not to be sacrificed to industrial agriculture profits. Inadequate freshwater flows are damaging the Delta and the salmon and steelhead populations and the larger California economy. There have been a couple of mentions of the suffering of disadvantaged communities for lack of adequate water. At the same time, we see very wealthy communities, perhaps adjacent as in Palo Alto and East Palo Alto, where there's a great deal of water waste, extravagant use. So it seems to me some need exists to do a little evening of water use. In Southern California, I've read in recent years that water districts have recognized that they can't continue to expect water from Northern California, so they're investing in water cleaning and recycling plants. In view of the drought's effects and the escalating consequences of climate change, we can no longer allow California water policy to defer to the demands of industrial agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Joe?
I'm Joe Daly, a founding board member of the Tuolumne River Trust and currently on their advisory board. And for more than 35 years, I was a river outfitter on the Stanislaus, Merced, and Tuolumne rivers. And I will give you the Reader's Digest version of what I was going to say. But the 3 points I was going to make would be 1, having to do with flows, 2, having to do with technology, and 3, having to do with attitude. Regarding flows, the evidence this morning was just simply overwhelming. I think what the scientists said just means we have to have a greater flow. 50% is better than 40%, 60% is better than 50%, and we cannot continue what we have presently for flow through that lower San Joaquin. It would be almost like driving around in 4 flat tires. Secondly, in terms of technology, there are companies out there that I think can do much to help, and I think the experts within the board should reach out to a company like XIO in Selmo, California. They have worked with municipal and mutual water communities to help with devices that are cloud controlled, and brought about some tremendous efficiencies. And so I would encourage you to contact them and have a conversation. But I'm sure there are many other companies out there too. And by the way, I don't own any stock in that company. Third, and this could well be the most important point for you all, and that is the attitude that we all take now. Pretty much it's an us versus them attitude. And we really do need to move away from that. The young man that spoke earlier about teamwork, I think there's some merit in that. I think we're getting people of very diverse points of view into the same room. It might be knocking heads a little bit, but I think it's worth getting beyond that. Otherwise, it's going to be a bigger challenge for all of you. Thank you very much. I do have a petition signed by 1,200 people I'd like to submit to you all concerning increased water flows on the lower flow. Thank you.
Larry?
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. I think of the many things that this board gets involved in, none is more thankless than this kind of thing of reallocating water in the interest of the environment. So I want to say thank you. I think that makes me a committee of one. But I just so once you could hear that, and I want to express my admiration also for the quality of the staff work and for the patience and good graces of this board in attending hearings in places where you're going to get nothing but criticism. So thank you for that. Much of the testimony has been concerned with economic impact of reducing some of the water. All the crops grown in California amount in normal years to around $36 billion. That's the highest in the country by a big measure. However, I'd like to note some other California institutions that are not in agriculture. For example, Apple has revenues of $234 billion last year, Google at $75 billion, Intel $55 billion. These and other innovative firms like Facebook and Salesforce and Twitter and eBay, to say nothing of Hollywood and aerospace, or our great universities. They help drive the state's economy, which is currently at $2,500 billion. So if you take the 36 billion as a percentage, it's less than 2% of California's. And if you include all of the indirect ones and you generously define them, it's well under 10%. So this is not a giant engine of growth in California. I think we want to have successful, sustainable, profitable farming, but there are other priorities as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric?
Hello, my name is Eric Young, and I'm president of the North Bay chapter of Trout Unlimited, one of 13 local grassroots chapters that Trout Unlimited has in California. Our chapter has slightly over 900 members who live in Marin, San Francisco, and San Mateo counties. These members belong to our organization because they believe in the importance of trout and salmon and their habitat. We spend many volunteer hours in direct support of that belief. As an organization, Trout Unlimited prides itself on working on a collaborative basis with agencies, landowners, and ranchers in achieving results which benefit cold water fisheries. Why do we care about maintaining river flows? Enjoying the peace and freedom that comes with being out in nature, spending precious time with our friends and family outdoors,
in a beautiful watershed, looking forward to and planning for a trip and all the preparation that entails, creating memories that last a lifetime, just standing alongside a swiftly flowing river on a cold morning, and the thrill and uncertainty of having even a small chance to catch and release a fish. All of our members, whether they fish or not, support and appreciate knowing that healthy fish populations exist in the rivers, which are the focus of today's meeting. And perhaps most importantly, we want to ensure that these experiences are available to future generations. In considering our request for freshwater flows that are adequate to support fish populations, please also consider the economic contributions that recreational fishing makes to the California economy. We buy equipment, we stay in local hotels and eat at local restaurants when we travel. We provide revenue to the California Department of Fish and Wildlife in the form of licenses and fees. We pay a 10% federal excise tax on fishing equipment that goes directly towards supporting local conservation. Thank you for providing this forum today and for considering our views.
Thank you. Peter?
My name is Peter Mangarella, and I'm going to keep this very simple. I'm the president of the John Muir East Bay chapter of Trout Unlimited, which covers Alameda and Contra Costa counties. The mission of TU is to protect and restore cold water fisheries. Our chapter supports the State Water Resources Control Board in the efforts to help farmers, commercial and recreational fishermen, urban and industrial water users, and environmental groups cooperate on the issue of increasing river flows into the Bay Delta. As a student in the 1960s, I fished the Tuolumne River in the high country, as well as the lower river prior to the completion of the new Don Pedro Dam. At that time, the flows in the river were much higher than they are today. Following graduation, I worked as a civil engineer, and today I'm retired. I live with my wife in Oakland. I try to conserve water. I disconnected my irrigation system. During the rainy season, all roof runoff is diverted to the garden. I wash my car at a car wash, which recycles the water. I converted my concrete driveway to gravel to infiltrate the rainfall. My wife and I have become more aware of the water required to produce different foods and think more about the implications of our food choices on water usage. These are small steps in the big picture surrounding this issue, but many small steps help. Considering climate change, drought, the potential extinction of salmon and steelhead, we Californians need to come together and agree that water conservation and water use efficiency can play an important role in increasing flows in the rivers that I fished 50 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Alicia? And we have two, I'm going to call two panels, and if you could come up and sit together. One is the Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency, and then the Bay Area Council, which reduced its time from 10 minutes to 2 minutes. So we'll have both of them at the next, after Alicia. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time and for being here. We have an extremely multi-dimensional issue here on our hands, and I think that river flow rates are just one piece of the puzzle, as we've heard a little bit today. Although I agree with the increased flow rates, I think that many other systems need to be implemented simultaneously. One of them being, let's offer some subsidies and some incentives for farmers who are conserving their water resources and implementing more conservative practices. Let's focus on groundwater recharge. We heard a lot earlier about how we know very little about groundwater and how it's so critically overdrafted at this point. We're pulling much more out of the ground than we're replenishing, and it's going to hurt us, I think, be extremely detrimental in the long run. Let's start putting a tax on wells and water that we're taking out of the ground. Other states are doing this, and it's something that California hasn't started, but I think that it's a public resource, and buying land shouldn't give landowners unlimited access to the resource below them, at least without some sort of monetary exchange for the resource. We can take that water tax and put that into research for groundwater and start to learn more about the movement of, and distribution of groundwater and how to efficiently replenish it. I think we can continue to make habitat improvements and build more surface storage and catchment systems. I feel like my generation inherited a water debt and crisis that I don't want to pass on to the next. As a water board, you have immense power to protect our state's natural landscapes. You have the power to leave a positive legacy for future generations. Central Valley is blessed with uniquely fertile soil, and it behooves us to take advantage of that resource. And there's a certain amount of water that's also needed for agriculture. I wholeheartedly agree with that. I grew up in Turlock, and my family is deeply rooted in ag. However, there are ways to provide food for families without destroying ecosystems that make this state what it is. We can't put short-term interest above long-term sustainability. No new practices are going to be installed and implemented until there's a driving force requiring us to do so. We can be that driving force. Transitioning to new irrigation systems may be difficult and initially costly, but there's no price tag on having healthy and sustainable watersheds for all generations. So although I think it's very important to increase flow rates, I think we should also be investing our energy and money into solving the water issue holistically.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Les, we should consider hiring her. She's quite good. After these two panelists, we will take a short break of 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'm going to go first. Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board. My name is Nicole Sankula. I'm the Chief Executive Officer for the Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency. I too will keep my comments short in respect for your time and the time of everybody here today. BOSCA represents the interests of the 26 water suppliers who purchase on a wholesale basis 2/3 of the water that's produced by the San Francisco Regional Water System, which is operated by the SFPUC, the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. On September 15, 2016, this board released your recirculated draft substitute environmental document. This state board proposal could cause substantial reduction of water from the Tuolumne River to the Bay Area for the 1.7 million residents, 40,000 businesses, and thousands of community organizations in Alameda, San Mateo, and Santa Clara counties whose water interests BOSCA represents. The proposal's purpose, as you know, is to update the water quality requirements in the San Joaquin Delta and to establish minimum flows in major tributaries, including the Tuolumne River, which supply the San Francisco Regional Water System. BOSCA understands the value of the Bay Delta ecosystem and that the status quo is not sustainable. In 9 words, BOSCA supports the objective of the Bay Delta Plan: simple, clear, and understandable. In 20 words, BOSCA will work with other stakeholders to protect the water quality in the Bay Delta for the humans, fish, and other wildlife. Again, simple, clear, and understandable. BOSCA is already committed to exploring scientifically proven ways of rehabilitating fish habitat in the Tuolumne River, such as gravel augmentation, managing fish predation, and ensuring that flows support habitat improvements. Now your document, the SED, with its appendices is a large and a complex document, and I sincerely appreciate the extension of the comment deadline that you have provided. The SED raises a number of concerns, including the unproven presumption that other water supplies or transfers will be available to the Bay Area in times of shortages to make up for the water reductions due to increased flows. BOSCA is also concerned that the SED fails to take into account the likely actions in times of shortages of other water suppliers who use the largest portion of this supply. Lastly, BOSCA is concerned that while the SED recognizes that implementation of the flow proposal is expected to result in potentially significant economic impacts in the Bay Area, a full analysis of these impacts
is actually not included in the draft SED. So as part of our comments on the draft, BOSCA will be providing this board critically important data about the potential environmental, economic, and other impacts of the proposed actions that must be considered as part of any decision on the Bay Delta Plan. So I brought with me a map today I'd like to share with you, and it shows my 26 member agencies in San Mateo, Santa Clara, and Alameda County. I'll call out in particular, we did have a representative here from East Palo Alto, who is one of my member agencies, and this map shows what the residential per capita use was in the service area during the most recent mandatory reduction period. And you'll note that there are 10 water suppliers that served 55 gallons per capita per day or less during that period, including the city of East Palo Alto, and that there are only 3 that serve more than 80, which is actually the statewide average. And we believe looking at this, it really hits home that conservation is an essential responsibility of our agencies and their water customers that they serve. At the same time, we believe it is equally important for this state board to understand and acknowledge that municipal water users, specifically in our 3-county area, need a reliable supply to support the economic viability of their communities. In a recent Chronicle article, State Board Chair Felicia Marcus shared her opinions on the Bay Delta Plan and the SED. Chair Marcus is correct that this is not an effort to choose a winner between the urban and agricultural water users or the environmental advocates. BOSCA agrees. This is an effort to protect the water quality of the Bay Delta for all users, for humans, fish, and other wildlife. The solution may be out there, but everyone will have to do their part. The governor has indicated his strong support for negotiated voluntary agreements to resolve this issue. BOSCA is committed to continuing to work closely with the diverse interests and stakeholders to develop that shared solution. This should be a strategic process, not a legal brawl. It is about sharing the river for our mutual benefit. It requires tough action and respect for all interests, ingenuity, open minds, sticking with the facts, crafting a solution under which all users can survive and thrive. BOSCA is pleased to help. I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today, and I will leave copies of this map and my statement with your secretary.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Adrian?
Good afternoon. My name is
Oh, turn on your mic.
Good afternoon. My name is Adrian Covert. I'm Vice President for Public Policy at the Bay Area Council. I'd like to thank the board for providing this opportunity to provide public comment on the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. The Bay Area Council is the San Francisco Bay Area's largest multi-sector business association, representing the largest employers in technology, biotechnology, finance, trade, utilities, engineering and construction, and much more. The Bay Area is home to California's most valuable economic asset. The San Francisco-Oakland-San Jose metropolitan area boasted a $667 billion economy in 2015. If this region was its own country, it would have the 22nd largest economy on Earth. San Jose's economy alone grew at a rate of 8.9% in 2015, outpacing even China. Despite only having 17% of the state's residents, the Bay Area generates about 30% of the state's general fund revenues. But the Bay Area economy cannot function without water from the Tuolumne River. Water from the Tuolumne River accounts for approximately 85% of San Francisco's freshwater and about 55% of the freshwater for the 1.8 million people described by our previous presenter in the BOSCA service area across 4 counties. If the Bay Area's Tuolumne River users were their own hydrologic region, they'd have the lowest water use rates in California. Residents in the San Francisco-BOSCA combined service area used just 54 gallons per day over the last 12 months, compared to the statewide average of 82 gallons. San Francisco residents themselves used just 41 gallons per person per day in 2015, one of the lowest in the industrialized world. However, the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission estimates its users would face cuts up to 50% during droughts, with rationing beginning immediately after first sign of drought. This level of rationing could only be avoided by major investments in new supplies that have no certainty of being able to be procured. Because the Bay Area is already the lowest water user in California, these cuts would leave our region no place to go and could have devastating economic impacts by crippling our already overwhelmed housing supply and undermining water-intensive institutions such as hospitals, academia, the biotech industry, and data centers. Between 2011 and 2015, the region created 500,000 jobs and just 65,000 new units of housing. This imbalance has led to skyrocketing inequality and the widespread displacement of poor and middle-class families.
Are you wrapping? Because you had 2 minutes.
Okay.
Sorry.
I originally had 10.
I know.
And I foolishly took
and I
off
moved you up
7.
so that because you had 2.
Okay. Give me 1 more minute, if you don't mind. Thank you. By 2040, the region is projected to create an additional 1.3 million jobs, necessitating 820,000 new households. The draft SED, we fear, could forever and completely put solving the region's housing crisis out of reach and force our employers to expand elsewhere. In conclusion, the Bay Area likely creates more economic value per gallon of Tuolumne River water used than is created by any other water source in California and probably the United States. The Bay Area Council applauds the board's intent to improve the ecosystem of the San Joaquin River and its tributaries and appreciates the difficulty in balancing human needs of water and the environmental needs of water. We urge the board to take whatever measures necessary to meet these competing needs through voluntary agreements. Thank you for considering my views.
Thank you very much. We will take a break till 5 minutes after 3, and Joe Salaberry will be the first person up, followed by Vance Alam, David Alam, Mike Tiza, is in Pizza, or in Pizza, David Ragland, Elizabeth Lansky, Kirk Wilbur, Darcy Luce, Mark Gonzalez, Barbara Barragan-Parilla, and Tom Hicks.
get tripped on the dead fish there.
We're ready to start again. And I understand Joe was our speaker earlier, so we will start with Vance Alam, followed by David Alam. And if you could come and stand up here close to the microphone. Vance, are you there? Okay, good. Vance, followed by David, followed by Chima Urchison, Mike Tiza, David Ragland, Elizabeth Lasinski, Kirk Wilbur, Darcia Luce, Mark Gonzalez, Barbara Barragan Parilla, and Tom Hicks. Okay, thank you.
Ready?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you for your time today. My name is Vance Alam. I'm a fourth-generation farmer from Merced County. We're farming the same ground we settled in 1901. I currently oversee farming operations that provides direct employment to 50 people with a payroll of about $2 million to our local economy a year. Each year, we constantly reevaluate irrigation practices to gain efficiency and better use valuable water supply that we currently have. Some of these upgrades have been going away from flood to center pivot irrigation technology, minimal tillage, and even dipping into the technology sector for soil mapping for evapotranspiration rates that help us better use the water we have. While these are helping reduce our water use, I fear that further cuts would hinder our ability to produce high-quality feed and food for the audience, who all looks well nourished today, and I'm glad to see that. I was gonna hit on the SALSIM report, but we've already acknowledged that that is flawed and changes need to be made to it. So, having said that, I would like to ask staff if there's any other potential flaws, metrics that are wrong that they have found, or how we proceed from here. I think the great model was shown today on your adaptive management by the U.S. Department of Interior, and we have definitely assessed the problem. We have a design that's flawed, and going further with implementation on a flawed plan will lead to not only more economic damages to the valley, but also will not get you the desired increases in fish population you want. So I implore you to please take a step back, look at all the available science out there from the IDs, from your own department, from the FERC relicensing going on with TID, and reevaluate before we make a fatal mistake. We have one chance to get this right. In closing, your groundwater impacts, I feel, are another thing that need to be addressed. I currently do farm in an irrigation district that has no water. We have raised our fees 300% to start addressing SGMA, and these unimpaired flows could damage all of that work. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
What irrigation district are you in?
The East Side Water District.
David?
Good afternoon. My name is David Olam. I'm the president and CEO of Hillmar Cheese Company. Hillmar Cheese Company is located in Hillmar, California. We presently employ nearly 1,000 Californians and receive milk from nearly 200 family dairy farms located in Merced, Stanislaus, and San Joaquin counties. I'm here today because I'm concerned about the long-term viability of ag in this region and the communities that depend on a predictable and reliable supply of water. Our employees and the families supplying us milk will be directly impacted by the proposals we are considering here today. I've got 3 requests. Fully consider the economic impact. Milk's California's #1 valued ag commodity, and the dairy industry is responsible for $65 billion in economic activity. I'll leave a report that details that. This economic activity is dependent upon a reliable supply of pasture and field crops. Forage crops are foundational to a cow's diet. There are no nutritionally adequate substitutes, and importing these feedstuffs is not economically feasible. If forage crops are nearly eliminated under the 40% unimpaired flows, as the SED predicts, dairy farms will be eliminated, local food production eliminated, and all the beyond the farm jobs that are dependent on this fresh milk supply. The SED fails to fully consider the value of the loss of forage crops by failing to consider the downstream impacts. When these are fully considered, I believe the impacts of the proposed unimpaired flows will have a devastating economic impact on this region. 2, recognize that disadvantaged communities will be hit the hardest. Water is the lifeblood of our communities in this region. This region is home to 1.5 million people, most of whom live in disadvantaged communities. Milk is a fresh, perishable product that cannot be transported long distance. If a milk supply is not readily available, dairy processors will be forced to close or relocate out of state, taking their skilled year-round jobs with them. Hillmar Cheese Company alone represents $100 million in annual payroll and nearly 1,000 jobs. In our case, Merced County would be the hardest hit, where the unemployment rate is 8.6%, already 60% higher than the state average. In the end, this decision will hurt people, the most disadvantaged communities in the state. This is why I believe it's critical we understand the impacts and mitigate the negative outcomes for people in this region.
Thank you.
I have 2 questions.
You bet.
Okay, so first of all, to the extent that you're able to answer this question, because I understand, well, first of all, how many producers do you rely on?
200.
200. So do you have a sense of the forage crops that are supplying the 200 dairymen? In other words,
what are they?
Yeah, are they supplying their own on average, or what's sort of a crop mix?
It's a mix. So it's either they're growing their own or they're relying on neighbors to sell them those products as well.
Okay, so to the extent that we are making any assumptions that a dairyman may retire their forage crop so that the water can be moved to somebody with permanent crops, does that make any sense?
No, not on an ongoing basis. It's just not practically feasible. So on a small degree from possibly, but forage is key to a ruminant's diet. So nutritionally, you can't replace it. There's not substitutes. So if forage goes away, you're talking about importing, and the distances are so far that it's not economically feasible. You're going to see cows leave and dairies leave the state before you see that happen if we have unpredictable and unreliable water. And the chances of that are even greater when you consider the sigma impacts that we're looking at as well.
Okay, and then that was my next question, and that is where are you going to get the feed if you happen to have a dairy where you're reliant on, maybe you don't have enough land to grow your own forage crops entirely and you're reliant on your neighbors. Where are you going to get that feed? And I hear you saying that those dairies would likely be slated for closure, but if you got feed from someplace else, where would it be coming from?
If you're going to struggle to find that up and down the valley if we're all in this basket. So it's already a competitive market for feed. You're looking at bringing in feed from out of state, and that's just not economically feasible.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. No, that's it.
That's
Thank
it.
you.
That's my time. So I just
That's your
encourage
time.
it, bring all the stakeholders to the table and get a good settlement out of this. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Chima.
Good afternoon. I'm Shanoa Urchison. I'm the Secretary for Untitled Chapter of FFA. And first off, I'd like to thank you on behalf of my FFA chapter and any kids who have come up here and spoken as members of FFA. We'd just like to thank you for giving us your time to come up here and speak. First off, I would like to talk about how I could be affected by the proposed revision, but I think that we need to step back and take a look at the bigger picture. Back in 2012, when the Bay Delta Plan was revised, a draft clearly stated, and I quote, that there would be a significant but unavoidable impact to our region. Well, since then, our region has worked tirelessly to cut down and conserve water usage and has done so quite successfully. Please tell me that we didn't waste billions of dollars building dams, hatcheries, canals, and farms in efforts to have a reliable source of water that was supposed to be ours for over 100 years. So I say, to the Delta, our region has been generous enough. Even years later, after all of our water conservation efforts, you still want more. The fact of the matter is, our region has nothing more to give. It's time to start thinking of the vast impact this proposed plan will have. The lives, futures, and jobs of countless people in our region will be affected. All in all, I'm asking that you sit and rethink all of the impacts, no matter how small you think that they might have. Revise and rethink as much as possible. I urge you to reconsider. The State Water Board has already taken so much for our region, so I just ask you to keep this one question in mind. What if this time you're asking for too much?
Thank you. Mike Tiza, as in pizza. Tizza.
Yeah, Mike Tizza. Thank you for allowing me to comment this afternoon. I'm a certified hydrogeologist and engineering geologist in the state of California. I'm currently working for Stanislaus County to help them develop and implement a discretionary well permitting program under their new groundwater ordinance, which was the first in the state adopted that was deliberately aligned with SGMA. Currently, we're in the process of gathering regional data to characterize groundwater conditions and assessing available tools for the same. I'll get to that a little bit later. We all understand that the SED comes on the heels of a long and detailed evaluation of unimpaired flow benefits to aquatic habitat, and that as a programmatic document, it's not going to be able to analyze the impacts in as much detail. However, the approach taken to groundwater impact evaluation in the SED represents a fundamental imbalance in how ecosystem benefits are evaluated compared to regional adverse impacts to water supplies. Specifically, what I mean is this. On the one hand, work on evaluating in-stream ecosystem benefits was informed by several scientific panels. There were no panels to inform the impact analysis. In-stream processes were evaluated using several models, but the approach to groundwater resource evaluation was very generalized, based on an incomplete water budget, and did not include any modeling. So on the one hand, the ecosystem effects are the ecosystem evaluation is able to predict specific temperature profiles along the streams, acre days of floodplain inundation, and it's tied very clearly to benefits, outcomes, and objectives. On the other hand, the groundwater impact analysis uses a regionalized theoretical metric of 1 inch of drawdown to predict whether significant or adverse impacts to water supplies will occur. That metric is very abstract, and there's no explanation how it was derived. Why is it not 1/2 inch or 2 inches? And it's virtually impossible to tell even the approximate location of where adverse impacts will occur. Finally, the ecosystem analysis spans a range of potential conditions, whereas the water supply impact analysis is based on a single groundwater use scenario. The scenario was selected ostensibly as the most likely outcome, but no evaluation was performed to see if it actually meets the criteria for being sustainable under sigma.
Thank you.
For a meaningful analysis, we would expect we would expect that at the very least there would be a sensitivity or a or an uncertainty analysis done. And as it is, it leaves I believe it leaves the state vulnerable to criticism of policy bias.
Thank you very much.
I have a request that as part of your written comments, could you provide recommendations as to how a more detailed analysis on groundwater could be done so that we could incorporate sigma? And I'm not saying just that it should be, suggesting that you say it should be done, but providing very specific information about current reports and information that could be readily available so that the staff would be able to incorporate it into its analysis.
Yes, and in fact, if I could just add for a moment, I have to respectfully but emphatically disagree with what was said earlier about all the available tools having been used. C2VSIM is a model that was specifically developed by DWR for this kind of evaluation, and it's currently being utilized by several local efforts in Merced, Stanislaus, and San Joaquin counties, and would be very capable of doing this kind of evaluation without having to go to protracted lengths to gather additional data.
Thank you. David?
Hello. Thanks very much to the board and to all of the people who've worked so hard on this plan revision, and to everyone who's come to give their input. My name's David Ragland. I'm a family man, an entrepreneur since I was 14, an employer. I'm a civil engineer and land surveyor in Sonora, California. Famous now locally as the yokel who jammed his Thule box against the parking garage roof. I began my working career at 14 in the sport fishing industry, tying flies and working at Johnson's Bait and Tackle in Yuba City. My stepfather and my friends and adopted uncles also all worked and depended on the rivers as guides and at Johnson's. I was a poor kid living in a campground that wished it was a trailer park, living on salmon and other fish. My brother Miles was a commercial fisherman out of Bodega Bay, who had to change careers due to declining stocks of salmon and other fish, with disastrous results on his life. Diversion. One definition is the action of turning something aside from its natural course. The irrigation districts and San Francisco are very good at this with respect to water. Another definition is something intended to distract attention from something more important. And I'm thinking that these folks are even better at that. Have you seen the information campaigns? Even their names are not honest. Worth your fight. Worth my fight to help them continue devastating the Tuolumne River so that they can keep extracting $0.6 billion in revenue a year? How about Save the Stan? Should be called Save the Stan for the people who dammed it, removed the upper 60% of the spawning area, and take about half of the average yearly flow out of it. They even describe these river flow increases that we're now talking about as diversion and taking water from the river. The exact diametric opposite of the truth.
Thank you so much. Elizabeth? Elizabeth Lisinski? She already spoke, okay. Kirk?
Members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Kirk Wilbur, and I represent the California Cattlemen's Association, including a number of beef-producing families within the plan area. We will be filing more extensive comments with the board prior to the deadline. Today, I wanted to focus on some concerns that CCA has about the economic analysis done within the SED. Firstly, the SED significantly under-examines the potential impact of the proposed plan changes on the beef industry. Throughout all of Chapter 11 and the Appendix G, I think there's about 5 paragraphs that speak specifically to beef production. That's simply not enough analysis. Not only does the SED fail to properly examine the impacts on the beef community, the conclusions drawn from its scant analysis also fail to accurately reflect the economic burden that the new flow standards would impose upon the beef producing community. The SED acknowledges that under reduced surface water conditions, summer pasture can become scarce and may limit grazing opportunities, resulting in potential reductions in herd size. What the SED fails to acknowledge, however, is that California's cattlemen have already significantly reduced herd sizes in response to the ongoing drought, and further reductions will imperil their economic viability. The SED downplays the loss of pasture resulting from reduced surface water availability by mentioning that cow-calf operations are able to substitute other food sources for irrigated pasture land. But the SED fails to appreciate the significant economic burden of securing and transporting that substitute feed source. The SED predicts that the impacts upon grazing are less than significant because much of the pasture in the plan area is unsuitable for conversion to other crops or non-agricultural uses. However, the risk of conversion is far from the only relevant concern. This analysis ignores any consideration of whether that pasture continues to have any economic viability for that rancher's livelihood. Additionally, the SED overlooks the reduction in agricultural land values that would attend to the reduction in water supply reliability. Finally, I just wanted to state that all of those harms that I've mentioned will be exacerbated by the failure of the SED to account for the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. That will reduce water supply even further and will increase those harmful effects upon ranchers. In conclusion, if I may, real quick, I don't see this as a situation where we're asking you to prioritize agriculture above other beneficial economic uses, or beneficial uses, I should say. What we're asking is simply that you fully examine the other alternatives to strike a better balance among all beneficial uses, including agriculture. Thank you.
Darcy? Darcy Luce? Darcy Luce?
Thank you, board members and Vice Chair Spivey Weber, for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Darcy Luce, and I'm with Friends of the San Francisco Estuary. And as our name implies, we urge actions that ensure a thriving, resilient Bay Delta estuary for generations to come. Just a few thoughts today to be articulated further in our comment letter. Number one, the economic harm anticipated by farming communities and urban areas has been a significant focus of these meetings. But the economic benefits of these recovered river systems have received less attention. The revised SCD does a much better job than the previous version in referencing potential economic benefits, including fishing, recreational values, and non-use or existence values. However, the SCD makes quantitative estimates of impacts, but only offers a qualitative analysis of some benefits, leaving us with trying to balance hard numbers against an incomplete narrative description. We know that a monetary value can be ascribed to a healthy river system, whether or not people intend to use it for recreation or other active uses, and this value can be calculated, as provided by some examples in Chapter 20 of the SED. In fact, one of the most comparable examples in Chapter 20, the 1990 Upper San Joaquin River Study, would indicate a possible total willingness to pay benefit of almost $20 billion annually in 2009 dollars as a result of restoring salmon on the Upper San Joaquin River through higher in-stream flows. Furthermore, the value of ecosystem services that restoring these rivers and their salmon populations could provide in the form of nutrient cycling, sediment transport, soil and water quality, reduced water treatment requirements, aquatic and terrestrial food webs, and other services, all of that could total in the hundreds of millions of dollars. A quantitative estimate of these benefits should be developed, or you run the risk of underestimating their value. Secondly, adaptive management strategies must balance flexibility with strong enough safeguards to protect and restore salmon and other fish and wildlife, water quality, sediment transport, and the river ecosystems. These safeguards should maintain natural variability in the hydrograph to ensure these benefits, and enough flows must be available for them to be successful. And finally, voluntary settlement agreements must achieve the benefits that the Water Quality Control Plan is responsible for, and the SED provides an important backstop to these discussions and ensures that ecosystem recovery does not get bargained away in the process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mark?
Good afternoon, and thank you for holding this meeting. My family's been in California since the 1700s. My ancestral grandmother was an Ohlone Indian, and she was the first recorded Native American to marry a Spaniard in the 1700s, which was officiated by Unimpaired. And I think about what the river systems were then. You said we can't go back to the beginning, but when we're arguing over 10% of the water, if you think historically, what have we done to the California rivers? Which one is still thriving and sustained like it was originally? I don't think there's a very big answer to that question. And gradually, through mining, diversions, farming, is incrementally destroyed, gradually. So now when we're here talking about this 10 or 15% of water, we all recognize that river systems are essential for the life of California. So we have to incrementally revive it through special application, better irrigation, but the focus should be to have a thriving river system, which we don't have right now. So anything we can do to that is essential, and we have to think of the big picture. You know, we can't think of the next 10 years, we should be thinking of the next 300 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara? Followed by Tom.
Vice Chair Spivey Weber and board members. First, I want to wish you all a happy new year. I wish you peace and prosperity and good health. And today I'm here to ask of you to grant the same thing to the people and fisheries of the Delta. Recent news reports over the vacation break explain that fish are not rebounding. Not because flows don't matter, but because we have depleted the estuary of flows for far way too long. We can no longer split flows in a way that favors unsustainable growth. This is why the SED is flawed. 40% unimpaired flows will not save or restore fisheries or protect Delta urban and environmental justice residents from degraded water quality. When I'm talking about unsustainable growth, I'm talking about what I saw on my family trip to LA and back. The west side of the Kern County, on the south end of Kern County, has all new sticks of almond fields as far as the eye could see. And they're all young juvenile almond trees all the way planted up through Westlands along the I-5. There are more green lawns in LA than there are in the urban areas around the Delta. There's no shared sacrifice being asked of Californians to preserve the Bay Delta estuary. What is proposed in the SED is only enough water to prolong time until we reach extinction of fisheries. Fisheries which support multiple economies in the Delta and coastal economies. A lack of needed flow will also lead to a weakened salinity standard that will impact domestic use of water for hundreds of thousands of people in the Delta, agriculture jobs, and tens of thousands of people who are subsistence fishers. If the board rules that 40% average unimpaired flows and a weakened salinity standard are the new standards for the San Joaquin River, then you will make the Delta the sacrifice region for California. The state of California will be writing off the Bay Delta estuary for unsustainable agricultural development in the San Joaquin Valley. And the state of California will be writing off the people of the Delta for exports of almonds. My last sentence is just that this will violate social, economic, and environmental justice policies as set by the state of California. Thank you.
Thank you. Janine, did you have something? Okay. Tom. And after Tom, could the San Francisco PUC come up and have a seat in front? Yes, go ahead.
Vice Chair and other board members, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Tom Hicks, and I'm here in two capacities today. One is as a San Francisco resident, married. I have two children, 5 and 7, and they are having their first day back in school today. They couldn't be here. But at the very least, we are recreationalists. We enjoy the Tuolumne River. We enjoy our time away from the urban sprawl of the Bay Area, and we get out to the Central Valley in many places, and we just make any appeal to restoring the environmental values that are obviously the backdrop of this epic public debate. But more specifically, and the second reason why I'm here today is in my capacity as an attorney. I'm a water attorney. I'm not here on behalf of any client today. I'm not getting paid. I drove up to San Francisco on my own dime. But at the very least, I do represent a number of landowners and increasingly public interest organizations that when they look at the SED and they see a big section on voluntary agreements, for some of us, that's shorthand for a section of the Water Code called Section 1707. These voluntary tools do risk going into machine gun fire of sorts if agencies like the Wildlife Conservation Board are putting publicly backed water bond dollars on the table for the assurance that the state of California and Californians are getting an environmental benefit that enhances stream flow, whether it be groundwater sustainability or other mathematics and metrics. It becomes very difficult for any so-called petitioner to initiate a petition that might run the gauntlet of trying to come out of any of these tributaries, Merced, Tuolumne, or Stanislaus. Again, this is only phase one. Phase two has other tributaries in the Sacramento that each could voluntarily bring a contribution to an in-stream flow target outside the regulatory gambit of Endangered Species Act, Clean Water Act, and of course the public trust doctrine. So all I would ask is that the state agency do its utmost to protect the integrity of those expenditures of public dollars for environmental values, but recognizing that it's not a all or nothing regulatory game. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tom. And after the San Francisco PUC has their 10 minutes for their panel, I will ask for those who want to speak for just 1 minute, you can jump the queue. You can start lining up over here about 5 minutes into their presentation. Thank you. So Michael, I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, board. Thank you for the opportunity to present today, and I'll thank you for your patience all day in accepting comment from everyone. My name is Tyrone Jew. I'm a senior advisor to San Francisco Mayor Ed Lee, and today representing Mayor Lee and the City and County of San Francisco. The City and County of San Francisco owns and operates the Hetch Hetchy Regional Water System, which provides a reliable, high-quality water supply to 2.6 million people in the Bay Area. 85% of our system's water comes from the Tuolumne River, and it is a critical pillar supporting the economic vitality of the Bay Area and the state of California. Over the last decade, San Francisco and our regional customers have been making significant investments to improve the reliability of this system. We are now completing a $4.8 billion program that will improve our ability to deliver water after a major earthquake, and that also includes new water recycling and groundwater facilities. We deeply care about the Bay Delta ecosystem as a defining characteristic of our region, and believe that another defining characteristic is our regional water system and how our San Francisco and regional partners efficiently use water from that system. We appreciate the board granting a 60-day extension to allow for further discussions, and believe that a voluntary settlement is the best path to achieve the balanced solution required that will both improve the environment and provide sufficient water for our region and other important interests. I would now like to turn it over to Michael Carlin, Deputy General Manager from the SFPUC.
Good afternoon, board members. It's a pleasure to be here today. I hopefully will not use the entire 10 minutes that we have because I'm trying to sell some minutes in the hallway to some folks. I just wanted to make some comments. We are going to submit a comment letter. It's going to be much more detailed than the comments I make today, but just to put things into perspective, we hear lots of things about, how much water do we divert from the Tuolumne River and such. We divert about 14% of the unimpaired flow, and when you consider the Tuolumne River is about 1.8 million acre feet, that's a pretty low number. The second thing is, when you look at the entire delta, we're 0.7%. 0.7% of the unimpaired flow in the delta. That's all the rivers, everything. And we serve about 7% of the state's population and businesses in our service area. So when you look at the impact to us, and I'll talk about this a little bit, it's not proportional to the amount of water that we actually divert. And we want to make sure you understand that because it really hurts us in a lot of ways. You heard from other people testifying, our wholesale customers, Nicole Sankula, the Bay Area Council. Our water use is really low. Right now, the average water use in our service area, including San Francisco, is 54. When you look at just San Francisco, it's 41. And you got to remember that number is 41 because we'll talk about that a little bit later about the impact to our customers during dry periods. It's not during the high wet periods, it's during the dry periods when everybody is suffering, across the state. Now, one of the things that you talked about today, and I appreciate, is the adaptive management and the adaptive implementation of the flow measures. And I think this is really, really important because one of the things that we don't see in the document that we need to kind of consider, and we saw this in the recent letter from the State Board Chair to the Governor, is creating a creating a framework for accepting voluntary agreements. I think this is the way to go, and it would exceed the proposed, fish and wildlife objectives that you have proposed. At the same time, you're actually working on the Sacramento River, and we need to understand how the Sacramento River impacts the San Joaquin River, because it is an ecosystem, and you can't consider these things in isolation. And how they kind of fit together in the end with everything else that happens is important. One of the points when I go back to saying 0.7% of the unimpaired flow into the Delta, please remember you have a state water project, a Central Valley project, that actually takes more water out of the Delta than our 0.7%. But we're asking to pay a huge price for that. So what is the impact on our system? We have long-standing agreements with the Modesto and Turlock irrigation districts. And that's what really kind of drives, these are contractual agreements. We go back over 100 years on the river, and many of them here today, and we're making sure that I say everything correctly. But in a drought, or if we had to give up water, we would have to give up 52% of the water based on an agreement we have with the Modesto and Turlock irrigation district. That's what really hurts us in a dry year. If this unimpaired flow is just a straight objective, a standard that has to be met, even in a critically dry year, it hurts really hard in the Bay Area. Remember that 41 gallons? Imagine you only have 20 in a dry period. So, every resident has 20 gallons of water per day to use. 4 or 5 gallon buckets, just think of it that way. And how are you going to use them? And that's in multiple dry years, whether it's at 223 million gallons a day, which we're delivering now, or 265 million gallons a day. We're looking at it every which way of how to do this. And the uncertainty that we have is basically we do not know if we can actually build projects to make up the difference or have water come from someplace else to make up the difference. We have a contractual obligation with our wholesale customers, 184 million gallons per day. Again, a contractual obligation with our customers. San Jose and Santa Clara are not permanent customers with us. They're interruptible. Would you like to tell the mayor of San Jose that we have to interrupt his water supply because we no longer have a reliable source of water to serve them? I don't think so. You heard from East Palo Alto today. East Palo Alto has hit their contractual limit. They're trying to work something out with other communities such as Palo Alto, but the uncertainty of the reliability of the water system going into the future right now has pushed everybody away from the negotiating table. So it has a lot of impacts on housing and jobs in our service area. What is our response, to your proposal? Well, we need to take action for the fish, but we disagree with your staff's proposal, plain and simple. Our comments will focus on our potential water supply impacts, our doubts about the benefits to the fish and wildlife, and if there's a better way that we can do this, we're going to propose it. And based on the information that we've done with the irrigation districts, we heard staff kind of say some things about those today, and I don't agree with those, but that's okay. So we'll continue to develop our comments with our partners on the San Joaquin Rivers, with the Modesto and Turlock irrigation districts, with the San Joaquin Tributaries Authority, and we are actively exploring voluntary agreements. And we will continue to explore voluntary agreements because that's the better way to go. In the end, we think that is going to be painful and costly to come to an agreement with all these parties. It's not going to be easy, but it'll be durable, it'll be lasting, and it'll get for the environment something sooner rather than later if we have to go into some sort of protracted litigation. So we're hopeful, and we are willing to work with you, your staffs, and all the other parties to see if we can come up with a solution that we can all agree to across the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead. I have a question. First of all, thank you for your leadership on the settlement discussions and Thanks for all of the collaboration that the city has been involved in with the agricultural communities. I think it's a partnership that could really set the standard for other places in the state, with this whole fish versus farm and urban areas versus rural areas. What you're doing can pull the pieces together, and so really appreciate your work on this. The question that I have for you has to do with your economic analysis. So I will just be very upfront that there have been questions about the analysis that the city had submitted in the last round, and I know that you're updating it, and so just want to give you an opportunity here to maybe shed some light on the analysis that you already submitted and any changes in methodology or approach that you'll be using in the most current SCD that's before us.
Carolyn. No, it's okay. It's not a Jeopardy show. I'm calling up Ellen Levin, who's the deputy manager for our water enterprise, and she's the closest one to the economic analysis.
Yeah, and the reason I ask, we're going to get your comments, but I always think it's helpful to, just hear from folks sort of on the highlights and some of the key areas that we should be looking for when we get your comments.
Sure. I'm Ellen Levin. I'm the Deputy Manager for Water at San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. The analysis that was submitted in 2013 that supported our comments on the SED for 2012 was actually an analysis that was done to support a Federal Energy Regulatory Commission administrative law judge proceeding in 2009. We didn't have a lot of time to produce comments on the 2012 SED, and so our socioeconomists used the basis of that analysis to look at what would happen if we had a 50% reduction in supplies on the San Francisco PUC's regional water system. And that is what was presented. We have since updated that analysis, and we are using the same economist, David Sunding from UC Berkeley. He will be producing a revised analysis. He will be using the same models, but using updated economic information for the Bay Area, including updated demand projections as well as income projections for the Bay Area that will result in a different socioeconomic effect, but using the similar methodology.
When will this be available?
It'll be submitted with our comments in March.
Thank you.
Thanks. Good to see you. Real quick, I was confused on the numbers a little bit. So when you're saying 0.7% of the
unimpaired flow to the delta, yeah.
Is that the CCSF diversion, or is that
1,000 acre feet?
Is that all of the diversions from the Tuolumne River?
No, that's just San Francisco's diversions.
Okay.
So that's in 1,000 acre feet. It's similar to what East Bay Municipal Utility District diverts as well.
Right, yeah, similar size service area. Okay,
Right.
Thanks, good to see you.
Good to see you.
Thank you very much. Now we'll go to the 1 minute people, and John Herrick is the lead here. This is by his personal request, and actually it was recommended by Dee Dee as well.
That I get 1 minute?
You get 1 minute.
You go to the front of the line.
Thank you very much, John Herrick for the South Delta Water Agency. At the Stockton hearing meeting, we put on evidence for you, so I won't go through that except to say that that makes the salinity part of this easy, we think. And that is that the SED's recommendations for salinity changes is based upon a report that uses information that can't be used to calculate leaching fractions. And instead, we've presented evidence of harm by local farmers and a report that indicates that salt does and is building up in the soils. So at this point, in my view, it looks like there's no scientific evidence to support a change in the standard. There's evidence to suggest that there's damage being done under the current situation. So I'll leave it at that. The last thing I'll say is Mark Holderman's left, but apparently I have to sit down with DWR again and discuss causes and effects. But thank you very much. That's under 1 minute.
Thank you.
That's good. Glad to hear about the sit down. That'll be good.
And state your name. No, state your name and affiliation.
Oh, I'm Karen Wilson. I've already turned in a card, but
okay, no,
anyway.
that's right.
So thank you. I think the first hour was about salinity, and I missed it, but I'll listen to the broadcast on that. So two things that I haven't never heard you mention at these hearings, that one is the fact that the carcasses from fish decaying or being predated upon, and the you know, what comes out of the animals becomes a lot of fertility in all of the valley, actually, but it begins usually where the salmonids spawn and die. The other thing is that I appreciate your attention to scientific detail. Oh gosh. But when you're trying to get counts of native fish, I would suggest that you use your, influence to make every single hatchery fish marked. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and we did actually discuss that issue a bit on November 29th. There was some, if you want to look at the video, some good testimony about the contributions of salmon carcasses to soil on November 29th. Yep.
Good afternoon. My name is Barbara Daly, and I'm with a group out of Clarksburg in the North Delta called North Delta Cares. And I have been listening to the different broadcasts, and I listened to the one especially from Modesto, where Felicia Marcus, board member Marcus, seemed very receptive to asking for solutions and input. So I have a question. If we do have solutions or something to input, how is there a way to engage with you on it and not just share it with you? And I don't know if you could.
We can set up an appointment with one of our assistants or through Janine.
Through Janine?
Look forward to it.
Thank you.
She will refer you to the right person to set it up.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next.
Hi, I'm Ashley McLeod, and I am one in 40 million people who live in California. I'm going to be as fast as possible because my dad did teach me how to follow the rules. The Delta is in need of help in a couple of ways. There is an intrusion of salt that is happening in the Delta that is affecting the agricultural community and the surrounding communities, as well as the wildlife around and in the Delta is declining. The staff proposal recommends 30 to 50% of unimpaired flow with the starting point of 40% in the critically dry years. The Water Board staff should know that the SCD is in need of revision in salmon population and economical impact alone. I would like to stress that I feel the public is not yet well aware enough to appropriately discuss this topic. I would like to give the public some things to think about on top of the predation and restoration on the river. Oh, I'm sorry. With the chance of 40% less water, agriculture in the Central Valley is in trouble. David Sedlak said it best when suggesting 4 new water taps to our state. Stormwater harvesting, water reuse, water conservation, and seawater desalination. The public has not yet had an appropriate amount of time to prove out all aspects to say that this plan will work. There is just not enough water in California currently to say that we can let go of 40% of unimpaired flow. Flow is necessary for the health of the river. We just need to bring all the puzzle pieces together for a better life here in California. Currently, as we stand, one will win, one will lose, and it's all bad.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dr. Elizabeth Doherty. I'm the director of Holy H2O. We do education on water conservation and water reuse. And I want to thank the vice chair and the board for the opportunity to speak. I just want to mention, first of all, that in my household, we use 17 gallons a day of water in the winter and 20 gallons a day in the summer. So the suggestion for the SFPUC that their residents would somehow be stressed on 20 gallons a day, I just want to say there's no stress in my house. So it can be done easily. Rainwater reuse, gray water reuse. So here we're on this planet for 4.4 billion years. There's been a water cycle that has functioned unbelievably well, right? Same water, same planet, 4.4 billion years, until the last 200 years when humans decided that out of the 8.7 million estimated species on this planet, we should take the water for us alone. And I just want to mention that for salmon, which someone here called a cute fish, is a keystone species, and that's a species that other species depend upon, and if they are taken out of the system falls into collapse. So what we're talking about here are not just cute fish or sportsmen or recreational only, but we're talking about the health of the planet in a long-term fashion. Thank you.
My name is Virginia Van Kuren. Thanks for this opportunity to speak before you. I've already submitted my comment letter, and my name is on the petition that you received from Tuolumne River Trust. I'm a resident of Santa Clara County, excuse me, and I wanted to quote from the resolution in support of improving the Bay Delta ecosystem that the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors submitted. Excuse me. Their following principles be applied: a healthy Bay Delta estuary, recognize the protection and restoration of a healthy, sustainable Bay Delta estuary, includes improvements in habitat, water quality, flows, and water supply to support fisheries, wildlife, and a resilient ecosystem. Habitat restoration, provide for the restoration of native habitat to protect endangered fish, wildlife, and plant species, and to improve the ecological functions of the Bay Delta estuary as a whole.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we'll have 5 more speakers: Francis Brewster, Chuck Knudsen, Todd Sill, Lacey Kiriakou, and John Rubin. The first one is Francis. Hi.
Good afternoon.
Oh, 2 minutes. I'm sorry, 2 minutes. Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Francis Brewster. I'm a senior water resources specialist with the Santa Clara Valley Water District. We are the primary water resource management agency for Santa Clara County, providing water supply, flood protection, and environmental stewardship for Silicon Valley and its 1.9 million residents. The district supports the ultimate goal of improving the Bay Delta ecosystem, and water is clearly an important component of that restoration. However, given the stakes involved, we urge you to take a more reasoned and balanced approach to addressing ecosystem needs. Santa Clara County relies on water from the Delta watershed for 55% of its water supply on average. 40% is conveyed through the Delta by the state and federal water projects, and 15%, or 60,000 acre-feet per year, comes from San Francisco's regional water system. Any reductions in San Francisco's supplies will put significant additional pressure on Santa Clara supplies. Your staff's analysis shows impacts as high as 45% reduction in supplies to San Francisco's regional system during a repeat of the 87 to 92 drought. This level of reduction will have a significant impact in Santa Clara County. Your staff's analysis asserts that there will not be a supply impact because San Francisco will be able to secure transfer supplies to make up the difference. Based on limited success, despite a considerable commitment of resources during the recent drought, San Francisco and Santa Clara will be hard-pressed to find the volume of transfer supplies that your staff envisions. In dry years, demand exceeds available transfer supplies, and sellers face political and environmental pressure to abstain from transferring water outside of their region. In years when transfer supplies are more plentiful, conveyance capacity across the Delta can be limited. In 2016, there was no conveyance capacity for transfers. Conveyance losses are also high, as much as 35% of purchased water can be lost in transit. The Santa Clara Valley Water District has long been committed to sustained, reliable water supplies as well as environmental stewardship. We will continue to encourage the State Board to develop solutions that will meet both of these objectives.
Thank you. Chuck?
I would like to have 3 minutes if possible.
I really, there are 35 people behind you.
Sorry, I didn't know there were that many.
So
Okay.
I would love to give it to you, but I'd then have to give it to everyone
Okay.
else.
My name's Chuck Knutson, and I was a fishery biologist, senior fishery biologist in California for 34 years, and I've been retired for the last 10 years. So I'm here representing myself, and I thank you for your time. So based on my field experience during the 70s and 80s and statistical analysis of salmon production and freshwater flows on the San Joaquin, I found a good positive correlation back then between freshwater flows down the tributaries from February through June and returns of adult salmon 2.5 years later. The reasons were that higher spring flows increased freshwater habitat for salmon juveniles, prevented lethal high water temperatures from forming in the lower tributaries and main stem, improved the safe passage of juvenile salmon down the tributaries through the delta and into San Francisco Bay, and increased planktonic food production for salmon in the freshwater saltwater mixing zone of the estuary. Besides salmon, freshwater flows also are highly beneficial to other estuarine species that depend on the estuary for food and reproduction. Examples are Dungeness crab larvae, white and green sturgeon, steelhead, California halibut, sharks and rays, and forage species such as threadfin shad, Pacific herring, and various species of smelt and shrimp. Many fish-eating birds such as kingfishers, herons, grebes, terns, pelicans, seagulls, and mergansers feed on these forage fish. Adult fish are also important for mammals that depend on them, such as river otters and sea lions. It is critically important that this food web and nursery area be protected and improved with increased freshwater flows, as estuaries are one of the most productive ecological systems in the world. So without significant improvements to in-stream flows, implementation of non-flow measures, while beneficial, will not meet the salmon doubling objectives alone as required by law or protect fish and wildlife beneficial uses. So best available science demonstrates that current flows are insufficient to protect public trust resources and uses within the basin or the Bay Delta. Already?
That's what everyone says. Sorry.
Well, I'll send you a longer comment letter.
I'd love it.
And
That'd be
I
great.
hope you read it.
I will
it gets
read every
better.
word of it.
Okay.
I promise. And Barbara Daly, you spoke earlier for the 1 minute, and I don't have a card for Barbara. Do you? Okay, come on up, Chuck. Chuck Knutson?
You have the card for Barbara because it's got the piece of paper attached to it.
Oh, Barbara. Okay, I'm sorry. It's a new one. Okay. Okay, so Todd Still? I'm sorry.
When one has so little time to speak, you can't afford to be subtle. She just Todd Still.
Mm-hmm. Todd Still.
I don't want to be an opponent of anybody, the fish people or the farmers, but we're operating on two different sets of truth here, because the truth I hear is that this water is going to replace water from the Sacramento River that goes down to the Twin Tunnels and gets shipped down south. The truth to the fish people is that this water is for the fish. So we're operating on two different sets of truth. So it's really hard for us to negotiate or compromise or settle. I'm not sure which, I know who I believe, because I witnessed down in Modesto kind of how disingenuous the board treated Modesto Irrigation District by making them speak at the end of that meeting when they were the host, and they didn't get to speak before a packed crowd, standing room only. So, you know, there's not much time, like I said, and I don't want to be the opponents of the fish people, but somebody has forced us to be. So now we're at this standstill. So I guess my only question, since I have so little time, faced with the survival of fish or the survival of your family, your friends, and your communities, what would you fight for more, and what lengths are you willing to go to? If you answer that question truthfully, you will have a better understanding of our mindset. There's no fish in this world that is worth my family, my friends, or my community.
Thank you so much. And I'm not quite sure how the order gets put together, but I am quite sure that that the irrigation district was consulted about this. So I will double check, but I think that that particular criticism is probably misplaced. Yes.
Can I just quickly add that I assure you, while they may have presented last, that did not at all diminish the importance and relevance of what they had to say. I thought it was an excellent presentation by the district.
Yeah, but our community didn't get to see how MID stood up for us.
That's fair. Thank you. Lacey.
Good afternoon, board members. I'm Lacey Curiaco. I'm the Water Resources Coordinator for Merced County. In Merced County, we've been working closely together with the other water management agencies in our groundwater basin to coordinate and implement the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. Though Merced County faces undesirable results in 5 of the 6 sustainability indicators identified by DWR, such as subsidence, which you heard about from the Merced County presentation at the December 19th hearing, and the lowering of groundwater levels, which our county superintendent of schools talked about, we are still committed to managing our high priority, critically overdraft Merced subbasin in a sustainable manner as required by SGMA. This proposal threatens our path to sustainability by restricting the most significant instrument we have for addressing our groundwater issues, and that's surface water recharge. It's imperative that before the Water Board makes such a far-reaching policy decision on the SED, that you have all of the information about the impacts that taking 40% of unimpaired flows will have, especially under SGMA, which will be in effect in the very near future. Without knowing the effects that this proposal will have on groundwater and the economic impacts with SGMA in place, you cannot truly make an informed and balanced decision. Merced, Stanislaus, San Joaquin counties have partnered together on an independent economic analysis of the SED, which looks at both pre and post SGMA economic impacts, and we will be sharing this study with you and encourage you to examine the findings, which demonstrate that the economic analysis in the SED severely underestimates the potential regional impacts, and it clearly shows the potential effects both with and without SGMA implementation. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I hope you take into account the hundreds of comments you've heard over the past several weeks highlighting the concerns and threats that this proposal poses to our communities, and the many studies, reports, and analyses by our counties and irrigation districts on the SED. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And John, you're on a panel, so do you want to be on a panel, or you just want to speak for 2 minutes?
Either way, I am the panel, so I can speak now. It would
2 minutes.
It would be probably about a little bit longer than that.
Well, then you should be on the panel, and Contra Costa is before you. Sorry. So Contra Costa, you should be coming up. Maureen Martin. And then John, be prepared after those comments. Thank you. Go ahead.
Still wait a way to get, and now the waiting is done. Good afternoon, board. Thank you. My name is Maureen Martin. I'm from the Contra Costa Water District, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on the Phase 1 SED. I also want to thank your staff for a lot of the work that they've done. They've been very responsive to a lot of requests we've made, so we really appreciate that. So we have 4 key things to talk about today. The first is our number 1 concern is Delta water quality throughout the Delta, but specifically at our intakes. And despite what the SED concludes, we still remain concerned that there could be water quality degradation in the Delta absent standards violations. And we feel the SED is inadequate because it did not evaluate the full range of potential Delta water quality changes and Delta operations. And finally, CCWD requests that water quality management plans be required for all operational and adaptive management plans that are being developed as part of the water quality control plan. So a little bit of background about Contra Costa Water District, why we care about Delta water quality. We have 4 intakes. I hope you can see them. They are the green dots on the map here. The westernmost intake is on the western edge of the delta. That's our Mallard Slough intake, followed by Rock Slough moving inward. And we have our Old River intake and our Middle River intake. And the purple area shows our service area. We serve just over 500,000 customers. And the red line is your plan area. And you can see that our Middle River intake is right on the plan area, and yet an analysis of water quality at our intake was not included in the SED. And so we have concerns about that. But all of our operations and our facilities are based on Delta water quality. And when we talk about Delta water quality, we're mostly talking about salinity. We have our Los Vaqueros Reservoir that we built originally in the 90s. We expanded it from 100,000 acre feet to 160,000 acre feet in 2012. And we are currently evaluating further expansion of it with regional partners, many of whom you've heard from today, including San Francisco, Bosca, Santa Clara, and others, to improve water supply reliability in the area. And so this is a graphic of why and how water quality in the Delta affects Contra Costa Water District's operations. And so this is a graphic. The dark line represents salinity throughout the water year at our intakes. It's just a representative salinity. So you start with October over there on the left and in September. And the green and the dotted line, I should say, is this water quality threshold. So we operate our Los Vaqueros Reservoir to provide a consistent year-round water quality. So the delta goes from salty to fresh depending on the freshwater flows, and we use this off-stream reservoir to pump water into the reservoir when the delta is fresh and release it when it is salty. And so when the salinity is below that threshold, we're able to directly divert to our customers or divert to storage for release later when water quality in Delta is above that line. And so as water quality, salinity in the Delta, you move the salinity above that line, that has a lot of impacts in terms of, limiting our opportunities to fill our reservoir and further requiring more releases to be made to maintain that water quality. And so I just want to also just draw your attention to, there are quite a few months where right now it's below the line by the threshold by just a tiny bit. So even small increases in delta salinity at our intakes can have a pretty large effect on our operations and the cost of our operations. And so, just like I said, despite what the SED concluded that the water quality in the Delta is going to improve as a result of all the changes made, we have some concerns. Specifically, that some of the key assumptions in the modeling cannot be implemented as they've been modeled. And so the block of water concept requires perfect foresight. So the 40% unimpaired, so the way the modeling works is it's able to look forward for the entire water year and determine if there is enough water in the system and decide, oh, I need to shift flows or things like that. And, the model is able to make those decisions with perfect foresight. And we all know that that won't really be able to happen. And so the operations that have been modeled, and I know we've talked a lot about the carryover storage requirements as well, and so I won't go into that. But really what we've heard about this carryover storage and the flow shifting is that these sort of act like de facto mitigation requirements. So they are in there to offset impacts. And so what we would recommend is that you actually display the range of potential impacts and then discuss the possible changes in operations that could be employed and potentially a range of operations to offset those impacts rather than describing them as adaptive management that isn't required as part of the plan. And so this graphic over here is from your modeling. This is from the WSC model, and this shows the change in Vernalis salinity with and without flow shifting. And so the blue line represents what your conclusions in the SED are based on, that, outside of the February through June window, salinities will continue to decrease because there will be flow shifting available into those months. However, because they're not required and the implementation of their model is based on perfect foresight, we have reason to believe they won't actually be implemented as they've been modeled. And so you can see without flow shifting, salinity at Vernalis will actually increase in several of those months. So. We also believe that the SED is inadequate because the baseline does not reflect existing conditions. I recognize that it reflects conditions potentially at the time of the NOP, but those are no longer current conditions. But really importantly, it did not evaluate the potential water quality impacts outside of that red line we talked about, the project area, and it really didn't evaluate degradation in water quality beyond compliance with those objectives. And as many people have discussed here, it did not evaluate changes in Delta operations, not just ours, but the CVP, SWP projects as well. And so all of those combined have a big impact, can affect Delta water quality throughout it. And we believe that deferring the evaluation of those changes in Delta conditions until phase 2 is not sufficient. So even though I recognize you'll be evaluating the changes to the plan in phases, the evaluation of the potential impacts need to be considered in the full area, I think, for each phase. So we came with solutions as well, not just a list of complaints. In order to rectify some of the inadequacies of the SED, we request that the baseline be updated to reflect current conditions, that a full range of potential water operations are analyzed. I know that we've talked a little bit about the with and without carryover storage, but also with and without flow shifting, that you include an analysis of changes in Delta water quality and operations. And on this point, I would like to offer to the staff, we have developed a calcium model that is integrated, can be integrated with your WSC model, so that we've spent a lot of time, so we can make that available, and we will make it available in our comment letter that we'll submit in March. But in terms of being able to facilitate that information, making it into the next version of the SED, we'd be happy to work with your staff to provide that technical assistance and those modeling products. And so with those additional analyses, we hope to see a broader range of potential impacts and describing them as impacts, and any impacts need to be mitigated rather than balanced away by adaptive management. And so and lastly, we would like to request that water quality management be a key component of all of the other management activities that are being considered. I know you've heard a lot about fish and other beneficial uses, but sometimes it seems as though the water quality in the Bay Delta is not receiving as much attention in terms of the development of those management actions when they're being developed. And so we want to ensure that as those plans are being developed, specifically the stems of that adaptive management plan and the comprehensive operations plan proposed for the state and federal water projects, also include water quality management plans. And we would like to participate in the development and review of that particular portion of those plans. And we also recognize that a similar type of plan would need to be required in the development of phase 2. So, thank you.
On that point, on water quality management plan. Well, see, that's what basin plans are, and that's kind of what this water quality control plan is supposed to be. And so I think on that point, are you thinking of other examples around the state that you would point to as a model for a water quality management plan that you're looking for, or is this something kind of novel.
Well, I think that this is the best way we could come up with in your adaptive management framework. And so being able to ensure that changes in water quality are properly modeled and evaluated when the other objectives of your plan are being developed. So we could, suggest that we have these hard and fast water quality objectives that need to be met. And you do have those. You have the narrative and the numeric objectives. And yet, there still can be degradation in the absence of violation of those standards, right? And so what we would like to ensure is that we work with those folks just to know ahead of time potentially what the management of the operations will be and how they will affect Delta water quality so that we, will be able to provide input. And most of the time, I think that they're really, they won't necessarily be in conflict. You can see that the flow shifting is provided for temperature management, and so that decreases salinity in the modeling. And so I don't think that it's necessarily a conflict. I think that delta hydrodynamics and salinity are quite complex. And so actually, we showed that we have water quality intakes throughout the delta. Sometimes an increase in Vernalis flows can be a decrease in water quality because San Joaquin is a lot saltier than the Sacramento River. So depending on the mix of waters where you're getting them from, we would expect to see even a degradation under certain conditions with increased flows at Vernalis depending on the cross-channel operation and the exports. And so we just this was our way of trying to ensure that even if there aren't violations of standards, that water quality is still a consideration and the improvement and the maintenance of water quality in the Delta is a priority.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we'll have 10 speakers, again 2 minutes. Mike Curry, Tim Ruby, Kelsey Lynette, Rick Mazzara. Rick and Kelsey, okay. So John McManus, Adrian Covert, Rian Dornenbull. Okay. Hickam et al. Okay. Okay. And Rebecca Franklin and Rachel Kaldar. So John Borba will be third from the last.
And as they're coming up, if I might say something to clarify, because I see Ms. Daly is still in the room, and I wanted to make sure she hears this before she leaves. North Delta Cares is a party in the water fix hearings. And so Ms. Daly is well aware of the ex parte prohibition associated with that. So when the vice chair invited you to come in and meet with us to discuss the solutions for this proceeding, it's with the caveat that the solution does not involve the water fix or the tunnels, because we still cannot discuss that. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Mike Curry. Followed by Tim Ruby, followed by John McManus.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Curry, and I'm employed at Johnson Farms in Denair. Johnson Farms is a family-owned and operated almond farm and Holler sheller that's been operating or farming in our local community for well over 100 years. We are extremely concerned with the revised SED and its proposed unimpaired flow and carryover requirements. As you know, California produces 50% of the U.S. fruits, nuts, and vegetables, much of which are grown from the Central Valley. Your board's proposal will not only severely impact our local region and its communities, it will have far-reaching impacts on families across the country. In the U.S., less than 10% of a family's income is spent on food, compared to some developing countries where 75% of a family's income is used for food. This plan, as proposed, will shift food production to other regions of the world, greatly reducing job opportunities in our area, collapse our communities, and increase food prices throughout the U.S. Equally concerning is the SCD doesn't account for the damaging effects it will have on groundwater quality and sustainability. If implemented, the SCD will be the direct cause of groundwater reduction in our communities. Currently, we employ 18 full-time team members, and during harvest, we employ 40 more additional people, many of whom return year after year. We provide financial support to scholarship funds and youth organizations targeting disadvantaged children. We are stewards of the land, and we believe in a strong, viable, and balanced ecosystem. We are incredibly resourceful and are continuously innovating new ways to conserve our resources. However, if the SCD is implemented as currently proposed, we estimate a minimum of 750 acres of our land will have to be fallowed as a direct result to groundwater depletion. We will be forced to lay off longtime employees who we consider family, and future generations of the Johnson family will not be able to continue its heritage of farming and supporting its community as it has done for so many years. And finally, we urge the board and its staff to abandon the proposed SCD and begin meaningful dialogue with the mindset of reaching balanced solutions to preserve the vital resources our communities are so dependent upon. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Tim Ruby, followed by John McManus. Go ahead and line up. It's faster. Rian Dornabell. Go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. I'm Tim Ruby from
Can you get the mic closer so that we can...
I'm Tim Ruby from Damani Foods Incorporated, and I'm the corporate environmental water manager, and I'm a soil scientist, and I've worked at Damani for 16 years. And Damani is very concerned about both the Phase 1 and Phase 2 projects for the Bay Delta plant. Damani has packed fruits and vegetables in California for 125 years, and our continuing operations for another 125 years depends on reliable sources of both surface and groundwater. Damani operates a tomato processing facility in Hanford and a fruit packing facility in Modesto. Our two California factories are business critical and employ 3,500 employees during the summer packing season months. The facilities are responsible for approximately 14,000 contracted acres of local farmland and approximately 550,000 raw tons of fruits and tomatoes annually. Damani fully concurs with the underlying purpose and goals for the new flow objectives and applauds the Water Board's efforts to formulate a very complex adaptive management approach for maintaining and improving salmon and steelhead populations in the lower San Joaquin River and its tributaries. Damani is very concerned that lower San Joaquin River Alternative 3 may be too aggressive. In particular, we are very concerned that this level of protection may not measurably improve fish populations over the less aggressive Alternative 2 and will be much too impactful in a negative way in the region's fragile farm economy and already strained groundwater resources. Damani projects that implementation of Alternative 3 will measurably impact its ability to continue to source, harvest locally grown tomatoes and fruits, shorten its seasonal factory packing days, causing job losses, and increase fixed production costs at both of our California plants. Damani projects that 53,000 growers, 2,200 acres, and 73,000 raw tons of fruits and tomatoes with a current value of $18 million historically grown within the basin will be in jeopardy if Alternative 3 were fully and aggressively implemented by the Water Board as stipulated in the SCD.
Thank you very much.
Okay. We do urge you to go back and look at Alternative 2. We think there could be some tweaking with Alternative 2. It will cause less of an impact on our local economy and our business directly. We think there are some opportunities to look
John
at.
McManus is next. I'm sorry. Thank you, sir. He left. Rian Dornabell.
My name is Reen Dornenball. My wife Liska and I farm northwest of Escalon. We farm in the South San Joaquin Irrigation District. I was pleased to hear that the board recognizes that predation is a problem, but the solution suggested to increase flow to somehow move predatory fish out of the way to become less of a threat to the native species sounds to me rather fishy. The irrigation districts have suggested reducing the number and size of predatory non-native fish by increasing sport fishing pressure. The suggestion so far has been ignored by all of the other stakeholders. We feel that this is disingenuous. This is an issue that makes us wonder if the other stakeholders are acting in good faith. I'd like to address another elephant in the room, and that is water rights. South San Joaquin Irrigation District and Oakdale Irrigation District share water rights. These water rights allow these two irrigation districts to divert water that is the result of snowmelt from a specific geographical area in the Sierras. MID and TID have similar water rights. These are senior, adjudicated, and pre-1914 water rights. Are there problems in the Delta? Certainly. We could spend all day speculating how they came about. But let's not forget that there have been many changes. I have 40 more words. There have been many changes in the state's water system that affect the Delta that came after SSGID, OID, MID, and TID started diverting. We feel the board is trying to put the whole problem on our backs. I cannot predict how the water rights issue will play out, but I will predict with 100% certainty that those of us with senior, adjudicated, pre-1914 water rights will go to the mat to protect what we have.
Thank you very much. John Borba, followed by Rebecca Franklin, followed by Rachel Caldor. And then the long-awaited John Rubin.
I'm John Borba, grower and cattleman. I've used Merced River water for 66 years. The Merced River flow an average of 1 million acre-feet per year. MID diverts 550,000 acre-feet, of which 300,000 is sold to its growers for use on 100,000 acres. 250,000 is consumed by people with riparian rights, system distribution, seepage, and evaporative loss. 450,000 acre-feet continue down the river to the Delta for fish and wildlife and other uses thereof. The water is first accumulated in our watershed, then contained in our Lake McClure behind Exchequer Dam, then distributed in coordination with government officials with rules and regulations thereof. Our containment and river rights are pre-1914 in accordance with the law of the land. You are presently, on average, receiving nearly half of the Merced River flow and when you want it. Plus the bottom 115,000 acre-feet of McClure belongs to you, and we deliver 15 second feet to the Merced Wildlife Refuge. MID constructed and paid for Exchequer Dam containment. If Exchequer Dam were constructed today, the cost would be $1.25 billion. MID irrigating 100,000 acres also influences with underground recharge another 400,000 acres, totaling 1/2 million acres with a crop value of $750 million, and with land, equipment, and capital improvement value of $10 billion. We have built these improvements, infrastructure, and inputs for over 100 years. We have had a cattle ranch for 80 years, which is also a private fish and wildlife reserve with no fishing or hunting allowed. The large creek within depends, I got 8 sentences. The large creek within depends on small amounts of MID flow change overflows. During the drought, this creek dried intermittently and we lost fish. If increased Merced River flows were required, we are concerned that would occur more often. Merced River has the least reliable and the lowest yielding watershed of all major rivers north. We also deliver the highest concentration of salt, 700 parts per million after entering the San Joaquin. Merced River flow requirements have been maximized and balanced considering all aspects of this project. But we are interested and want to do our part to enhance the life of the fish with the MID Merced River Safe Plan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rebecca, followed by Rachel. And then, John, you can come and sit up here already.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair, members of the board. My name is Rebecca Franklin with the Association of California Water Agencies. ACWA represents more than 430 public water agency members that collectively supply 90% of the water that's delivered for agricultural, industrial, and municipal uses statewide. Our membership includes a number of irrigation districts and water districts that you've heard from throughout this public hearing process. We appreciate the hearing process you've held as well as the recent 60-day extension that you granted on the written comment period. We want to underscore all of the comments you've received regarding the need for a more open, transparent, collaborative approach to developing this water quality control plan. The water quality control plan must be developed in a manner that's consistent with the direction outlined in the California Water Action Plan and established state policies, including the Delta Reform Act, the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, and the Human Right to Water Act. The current unimpaired flows approach will not help the state achieve its policy objectives and will actually undermine established state policies by increasing groundwater overdraft, making investments in storage projects irrelevant, and negatively impacting disadvantaged communities, as you've heard about a lot. The current proposal will also have a devastating impact on California's economy and the disadvantaged communities that comprise 40% of the area affected by this plan. This is an unacceptable outcome for a water quality control planning process, the objective of which is to balance out all established beneficial uses of water. Considering these negative outcomes, the best available science must support the unimpaired flows approach as the only approach that will achieve desired ecological outcomes. The 2012 Delta Independent Science Board peer review of this approach states that flow is but one of many stressors affecting fish and wildlife, and the choice of flow criteria and metrics needs to serve the broader needs of ecosystems as well as individual species. Given the altered hydrodynamics of the Bay Delta ecosystem, simply adding water to the system will not achieve desired ecological outcomes. Flows must be applied in a manner that's functional to available physical habitat and timed appropriately for aquatic species life cycles. The CWAP identifies the need for an integrated, multi-pronged approach to determining ecological flow needs. ACWA's member agencies have demonstrated their interest in such an approach and have the technical ability to help inform the process if they're included. Just one more thing. ACWA encourages the State Water Board to continue to work with the Natural Resources Agency on negotiating voluntary settlements and to engage stakeholders in an open, transparent, collaborative process that incorporates the best available science as this process moves forward. Thank you.
Rachel?
My name is Rachel Caldor. I'm the Executive Director of Dairy Institute of California. Dairy Institute is a statewide trade association representing the manufacturers of milk, cheese, cultured dairy products, and frozen dairy products. We are absolutely supportive of the work of this board, the staff, and allied experts to sustain and improve water quality and the ecosystem. I'm here to testify in support of a balanced approach, one which benefits the Tuolumne River, related water systems, and all that depend on them. Our members rely on dairy farms to supply milk to Central Valley dairy processing plants that then go on to serve a global market. Dairy farms and processing plants are the source of thousands of year-round, well-paying jobs in Central Valley communities, most of which would suffer significantly higher unemployment and loss of tax and business revenue if these operations were forced to leave. Looking to the future, as our farms and plants modernize, employees with these year-round jobs also gain employment and education and training. These opportunities drive their futures and the well-being of they and their families. They also foster the innovation vital to our affiliated industries, and that innovation keeps our farms and processing plants in operation.
We urge the board to implement science-based options such as non-flow measures that would help the salmon population and increase the health and operation of the river. We would also urge the board to consider carefully the impact of unimpaired flows on the state's and region's critical need for groundwater management and recharge. Viable solutions are those that achieve the balance to sustain both our treasured resources and our citizens. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today.
Thank you. John.
Yes, thank you. My name is John Rubin. I'm General Counsel for the San Luis Delta Mendota Water Authority. Madam Vice Chair, members of the board, staff, it's a pleasure to speak to you, and I will be brief. I have two general comments. Let me first start with the Delta Independent Science Board. The Independent Science Board was created as a result of the 2009 Delta Reform Act, as you're aware, and it's in existence to provide oversight on scientific research, monitoring, and assessment programs. And its objective is to strengthen the science underlying Bay Delta programs and the application of that science within the Bay Delta. The Independent Science Board, as you may be aware, is reviewing and preparing comments on a draft scientific report that your staff has prepared for Phase 2 of the Water Quality Control Plan. My understanding is that the Independent Science Board that has released the draft of those comments is intending to finalize them on January 12th. The draft comments that were released in December present some fairly fundamental questions with regard to the Phase 2 draft scientific report. And I do want to highlight three here today. First, the Independent Science Board in its draft comments questioned why the State Water Board's draft scientific report only considers an unimpaired flow approach to setting flow regulation. It questioned the lack of quantitative treatment of any effects from non-flow stressors and questioned the limited description of possible methods for reducing effects of non-flow stressors. The Water Authority raised these questions or noted these questions in its comments on the Phase 2 draft scientific report. And I note them today because I believe these three questions, and there's others that they raise, are directly applicable in this Phase 1 process. The questions that the Independent Science Board has raised with regard to the draft scientific report for Phase 2 are questions that were raised in this Phase 1 when the draft scientific report underlying the documents that are before you today were released for public comment. I do want to emphasize the first question that the Delta Independent Science Board has raised, the failure to consider approaches other than an unimpaired flow approach. To me, this is a large and very problematic failure that exists in Phase 2, but it again is a problem and a failure in Phase 1. And you've heard and you've seen the results of the focus on unimpaired flow today, and I'm sure at the other hearings that you've attended. By focusing on unimpaired flow, you set a paradigm that's the question that's before you is how much water for fish versus how much water for people. This is a paradigm that has been employed for the past quarter century by the State Water Board, and it's a paradigm that has failed to provide the desired protection for beneficial uses. It places the State Board in an untenable position of choosing winners and losers, and it also places you in a position, if the desired results are not realized, for pushing for more water for fish at the expense of people. Science, policy, and law support consideration of alternative approaches. Alternative approaches that may avoid the State Board being placed in the difficult circumstances I just noted. Alternatives that could be presented to you but haven't yet are approaches that you've heard today from other speakers, like an approach that's based on functional flows. Other approaches are based on regression or statistical analyses. By following an alternative approach, solutions focus on the needs of fish and the needs for people. It allows solutions that do not necessarily sacrifice one for the other. It allows solutions that do not place the heavy burden of flow, the burden that exists when you rely upon flow as a master variable. It allows solutions that consider flow but call on non-flow measures to mitigate for non-flow impacts that have occurred within the system. The second comment I want to raise is again, a comment that was raised earlier today, and it concerns the conflation of authority. That the Phase 1 documents that are before you today conflate authority that you have under your water quality planning versus your water right planning. And because of the conflation of your authorities, if you adopt the update as proposed, you will be violating the law. The example I provide to you today concerns the program of implementation for Southern Delta salinity objectives. Under the law, the Water Quality Control Plan and its program of implementation are not to assign responsibility for achieving objectives. The proposed updates and the program of implementation do just that. As examples, the program of implementation assigns to the Bureau of Reclamation requirements to meet South Delta salinity as a condition of its water rights. And that's on page 42 of the program of implementation. Page 43 has a similar statement obligating DWR and Reclamation to meet salinity requirements as a condition of their water rights. And page 45 has a condition on DWR and Reclamation's water rights with regard to operation of agricultural barriers. So let me close by highlighting the concerns that I've raised today. You have concerns raised by the ISB in Phase 2 that are equally applicable to this Phase 1 and need to be addressed. And most specifically, the failure to consider a regulatory approach other than an unimpaired flow approach. And you have documents before you that conflate authority, your water quality and water right authority. These are significant concerns. Their significance, however, is amplified by the fact that you're updating your you're conducting your Phase 1 update within a very complicated regulatory environment, an environment with multiple other regulatory processes underway, all of which are focused on similar resources and all of which have similar goals. What the Water Authority recommends is that the State Water Board expand the analysis that's before you to address the concerns that I've highlighted, and to develop the Phase 1 documents to support or complement a unified institutional structure. That the State Board develop the Phase 1 documents to help bring a sense of order and singular purpose to the many processes that now exist within the Bay Delta. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much. I have 10 more speakers. Michael Warburton will be first. Michael, could you come right up right now? Deanna Wolf, Mark Chow, Paul Gardner, Leah Rogers, Carol Fitzgerald, Bart Westkoff, Gail, you'll tell me how to do it, Charlotte Allen, and Crystal Sanders. Thank you, Michael.
Yeah, I'm Michael Warburton. I'm Executive Director of the Public Trust Alliance. It's a nonprofit which represents public interests in California's waters, which you devote a great deal of attention to. My brain is fried. I haven't understood a lot of what's been said. And you know, some people said we own it, and the thing is that things don't have value. People give it value. And when you have different people, they put different values on things. And so a lot of this is totally predictable differences in perception. You know, people have talked about different truths. And the scientific evaluation has to include an institutional analysis of where the uncertainties are coming from, because both camps of people and fish are claiming that their truth is the truth. And the thing is that both are the truths. And with that kind of thing, when you have voluntary settlements, some things get traded away. And I think the process should be transparent enough so that people can understand what's being traded away by who and who disagrees with who. So I'm just saying, at the end of a day like today, I'm blitzed and don't, I haven't gotten any further, but I hope you have.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I hope we have two. Deanna. Deanna Wolf. Mark Chow. Paul Gardner.
Thanks for the opportunity. I'm a small businessman. I'm a salvage contractor in Silicon Valley. And I'm here today because I'm concerned about the river, though, and its inhabitants. And as a way of expressing myself, I wrote this following little story, which I hope you'll let me read. The human walked into the court of the Honorable Ronald E. Salmon. "Why are you here?" the judge asked. "We petitioned the court to take a major portion of the water of the Sacramento-San Joaquin River Delta," the human answered. "What right do you request this?" "Well, we need it, and we are more intelligent and more sophisticated than other species." "More sophisticated?" "Yes. We have advanced technology in communication, transportation, and war. We have been to the moon." The judge probed. "Has your technology benefited the Earth and all its inhabitants?" "Well," said the human, "many species have gone extinct and there's been some environmental destruction." "Some?" snapped the judge. "It seems to me there's been a lot of environmental destruction." "Have you at least benefited all humans with your technology?" asked the judge. No, not exactly. There are many humans that have suffered. We could be doing a far better job with food, healthcare, energy, and more, that's for sure." "My fine-scaled friends have not harmed anyone," the judge said. "They benefit many other species, both plant and animal kingdoms, along the way. In fact, they provide many jobs to those of your species." "How will the taking of this water affect my fine Finn brothers?" the judge asked. "Well," said the human, "it depends on how much water we take. Many, perhaps all of you, will die." "That's just the way it is," replied the human. "And you think this might help?" the judge asked. "Well," said the human, "we have a lot of humans to feed, as there is no other way," asked the judge. "Well," said the human, "this is the easiest way. We haven't necessarily explored all the other options." "You seem to be a very arrogant species," declared the judge. "Wouldn't exploring all the other conservation methods and measures before take such a drastic step? I deny your petition. Don't come back till you have explored all the options and ensured the lives of all species and the health of our precious Mother Earth." Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Leah.
Hi, thanks for your patience. I'm Gail Sredanovic. I am a member of San Mateo County Democracy for America and chair of the Social and Economic Justice Task Force. I led them in a study of water issues, and we were surprised to learn that there are 5 times as many water rights as there ever has been water in the state of California, and to learn that salmon habitat is water, plain and simple, that salmon flows coincide with water flows. The club has taken a position against the twin tunnels, and the county of San Mateo, the county board has passed a resolution reminding everybody that the State Water Resources Board determined in 2010 that to protect the public trust resources in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Bay Delta ecosystem, 75% of unimpaired runoff from the Sacramento-San Joaquin watershed should flow out of the Delta. Also, in their resolution, they noted the need for regional self-sufficiency to reduce reliance on exports from the Delta. And they also noted that protecting the economic viability of industry and other businesses in the Bay Area was needed, and that part of this is protecting the shoreline of the greater San Francisco Bay Delta ecosystem. I would also note, since I live in Menlo Park, that in East Menlo Park, where we have Facebook and tons of jobs, that the low-income residents are being driven out by rising rental costs. And if similar processes go on in East Palo Alto, the city council may get money and the developers will get money, but similar processes will drive out the disadvantaged community, and I'm very concerned about this. I wouldn't urge you not to be overly persuaded by this particular sub-argument. Thank you for your time and patience.
Thank you. Leah Rogers. Is Leah here? No. Carol Fitzgerald. Bart Westcott. Charlotte Allen. Oh, good.
I finally got someone. I'm Charlotte Allen. I'm the co-chair of the State Sierra Club Water Committee. I'm not here to speak for the Sierra Club because I'm not advocating for anything. I just thought I'd do a little fact-checking on the claims of economic disaster that you've been hearing. I'm speaking to this little one-page chart that I've left you copies of, and I thought what would be useful, instead of talking about modeling, was just to look at 2 years in similar points on the economic cycle, and I picked 2006 and 2014, both of them about 6 years out from major economic collapses, the 2008 one being a more major collapse. The difference between these 2 years is that SFPUC water deliveries were 25% lower in 2014. So we're going to see the impact of a 25% reduction in water deliveries. Unemployment, however, was down 15% in 2014 as compared to 2006. The NASDAQ, which is kind of a rough indicator of Bay Area economy, was up 75% between 2006 and 2014. And the median home value, which is probably a better local indicator of the economy, for the San Francisco metro area was up 10% between 2006 and 2014. So if I was kind of a radical, I might say that the 25% decrease in water deliveries had a positive impact on the Bay Area economy. But I'm not going to say that. I'll just say it had no discernible impact on the Bay Area economy. I would urge you to look with skepticism on the claims of economic impact and look at history. A similar history might enlighten us about the Central Valley. The 20th Congressional District in the San Joaquin Valley has been crushingly poor since the 1940s in years of plentiful water and no water. So take the claims of economic disaster with a grain of salt and a dose of history.
Thank you so much. And finally, Crystal Sanders, and then the last panel, the joint presentation on recreational interests. If you all could come up and have a seat up here, that would be great. Thank you. Go ahead, Crystal.
Hi, I'm Crystal Sanders. I live in San Francisco. I'm a fisheries biologist, founder of Fish Revolution, and on the board of Salmon Aid. Fish Revolution works with chefs, restaurants, and other businesses in the greater Bay Area to implement sustainable seafood sourcing practices and to transform their seafood purchasing practices to ensure healthy oceans and business success. Wild salmon is not only an iconic California species, it is a key ingredient on my clients' menus. And salmon is one of the most recognized and desired fishes that they offer. And wild salmon is really the only sustainable option for these businesses to choose. The problem is that local wild Chinook salmon is so hard to get and the price is too high and availability is too uncertain for many restaurants and businesses to rely on it for their menus. This is harmful to both their businesses and their sustainability goals. Restoring the San Joaquin River and her tributaries could lead to tens of thousands more salmon in the ocean every year, even more if we go up towards the 60% recommendation. This would make supply of salmon more reliable, less expensive, and while keeping these economic benefits of salmon sales in our local area. In most years, the San Joaquin has less than 30% of its natural flow. The Water Board's current proposal to increase that to only 40% is inadequate. The best science tells us that is too low to support reliable salmon productivity in this valley. Please protect our wild salmon fishery, the restaurants and fish-related businesses like mine that rely on wild salmon by following the science to restore at least half of the flow to the tributaries to the San Joaquin. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And who is leading the panel?
I'm not sure we have a leader.
Well, who starts the panel then?
I would say just go down the road.
Okay, start with Kelsey.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair and members of the board.
And introduce yourself.
Thank you. Turned on the mic. My name is Kelsey Lynette. Good afternoon, Vice Chair and members of the board. I live and work in San Francisco, and I recently discovered that I love sport fishing. My first time was last spring. I was enamored, and not just because I was dating the captain of the boat. Before I met him, I had no idea that someone like me could go out fishing. I wrongly assumed that the world was relegated to a few old geezers and some hunting enthusiasts. I thought you had to have been taught by your father or come armed with a set of fishing poles and a well-stocked tackle box. Then I stepped onto the boat, a 50-foot sport fishing vessel called the New Easy Rider. During salmon season, it leaves the dock in Berkeley nearly every day at 6 a.m. sharp. If you don't have your own rod, you can rent one. There's room for up to 25 people, each with a spot along the edge of the boat. The first stop is the bait dock, where they sell live anchovies. A few silvery scoops into a couple buckets, and we're off. Through the bay, under the Golden Gate Bridge, around Point Bonita, and into the ocean. That's when you get to fish. You fish for salmon with a trolling method, which means mimicking a school of anchovies to attract the salmon to bite. You drop the line with a small weight attached to a sink release, trailed by a leader line and a hook threaded expertly through the anchovy so that it spins in the water. The boat slows down to a crawl, and you wait for the fish to bite. The fish don't discriminate. They bite for newbies and veterans alike. And some days they don't bite your line at all. When you get a bite, you yell, "Fish on!" And then the deckhands help you weave over and under the other rods as you slowly reel it towards the boat. You follow the fish sometimes all the way around the boat before it gets close enough to get a net and haul it onto the deck. It is exhilarating. Your adrenaline is going, your forearms start to give if you're fighting too hard, and you are singularly focused on that fish at the other end of the line. If you pull too hard, the fish will break the line. And if you're too soft, then the fish can wiggle free from the hook. And this adventure continues for a full day, sometimes up to 12 hours. In the course of managing your rod, you might be lucky enough to see whales, and sometimes a shark. You hope not to see a sea lion because they will steal your salmon once you've hooked it. When you catch a salmon, it is the most beautiful creature, and it is so, so delicious. You learn to eat the whole fish and share what you're not going to eat. And let me tell you that everybody likes getting some fresh salmon. Some additional points about the activity. It's very inclusive. All generations, from kids to retirees, can participate. All abilities and expertise are welcome. I went on a fishing trip with 2 people who were blind. It's very multicultural. Fishing is universal, and it fosters connections. When you're on a boat all day fishing together, you talk to people. You trade stories and you learn. You experience the ocean firsthand and the fishery, and you form a deeper connection to nature and your food source. It's also a way to mark occasions. I've seen people come on the boat to celebrate birthdays, to bond with their work colleagues, and there's an annual memorial charter to recognize all the people that have passed. It's a destination, and it stimulates the economy. It allows commercial fishermen like my boyfriend to diversify what his boat does beyond commercial crabbing and support his 2 kids. People travel from all over to come out sport fishing. They stay in hotel rooms, they purchase food, they buy their fishing licenses. And it supports the entire infrastructure, from the Berkeley Marina to the fuel dock to the bait dock. In short, if sport fishing were no longer viable, it would be an irreplaceable loss to the community and the state. The fishermen all know, because they've lived it, that the salmon population has dramatically decreased to the point of scarcity. It used to be that in the ocean outside the Golden Gate, the salmon would be where the feed were. And now it's spotty. And as a result, the fleet watch each other closely, and if one boat lands a fish, they all race to get to that same spot, just like kids fighting over the last cookie. The State Water Resource Control Board has this once-in-a-generation opportunity to restore the salmon fishery so that more avid fishermen can catch a fish or 2, which is the limit. In my opinion, it's not a question of fish versus farm. It's about stewardship and inclusion. Access for everybody to have the opportunity to catch a fish is not too much to ask. I am in support of increased flow at the maximum levels in the Phase 1 proposal, because that is the minimum flow necessary to restore the salmon population. You have that power, and it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Madam Vice Chair, Board, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you, and thank you very much for the openness that you have in hearing our comments during this comment period. My name is Rick Mazzira. I am the owner and operator of Yosemite Outfitters Guide Service at the headwaters of the Merced and the headwaters of the Tuolumne. I have a permit standing in the Stanislaus National Forest, so I also guide there. And I'm very familiar with these waters, and it was good to hear that you went for a walk through those rivers. I would say that the issue is not about fish versus food, because food and fish, well, fish are food. I would say this very simply. It is about stewardship. It is about a bigger picture that we need to consider and that we need to keep at the forefront of our minds. I am also a manufacturer's representative for rod and tackle companies, and it's a $2 billion a year industry that has been depleted, not just because of drought, but because of many reasons. Some would call mismanagement, some would call a lack of foresight, some would call errors of our past. The opportunity we have is now. And I don't envy you. I do not envy you. I have to make hard decisions. Like I have to choose how to communicate to international people that come to Yosemite and want to fish. And I have to not only avoid crowds, but follow the law. And as a steward, I make sure not to pressure certain areas because I don't want to overfish populations. But you have to choose with facts and science, and you're getting, it's almost like the bad kid in the choir that ends up in front of the microphone. You hear all the sour notes of everybody's agenda screaming at you every day. So what I would say is you need to parse out the facts. do its best. Because it's not anecdotal that I looked at my steelhead report card, see, because it's January 1st or 3rd now. And you have to turn in your steelhead report card every year. And I'm a steelheader, and it's known as the fish of 1,000 casts. I looked at my report card this year, and it was the most zeros I've seen. Zeros representing days where there was no catch. And that squarely rests on some of the decisions that are in this proposal. I would also suggest to look past some of the lazy fact-finding, is what I'm going to call it. You can find out how many people caught fish. Guides like me have to report that to Fish and Game every time we go out. You can find out harvest records, which could give you an idea of percentages as well. There's information out there. I would suggest that not only you look at increasing the flows, but look at a holistic plan to restore the ecosystem and to provide all people a livelihood, because this is how I pay my mortgage. And I've got 4 kids. They're looking at school. Thank you very much for your time.
Hello. My name is Cindy Charles, and I'm the Conservation Chairperson for the Golden West Fly Fishers for the last 16 years and a former Conservation Chair for the California Federation of Fly Fishers. I am here today to support the proposal by the State Water Board to increase the flows on these rivers. This is our last best chance to attempt to restore the severely degraded tributaries of the San Joaquin. I grew up in San Francisco drinking Tuolumne River water and learned to fish for salmon on fishing trips with my father. These life-changing outings were the reason for my degree in zoology from UC Berkeley. For the last 20 years, I've worked in banking and finance. I can understand both the science and the complex economics of water. Climate change, population growth, and the switch to permanent crops have placed increased demands on water resources. The Tuolumne, Merced, and Stanislaus rivers have always been my favorite rivers. My now adult son's first fishing trip was on the Tuolumne. Some of the salmon I caught with my father began their life in the spawning gravels of these 3 rivers. It is not only family farms that have a connection to these rivers. My family has a multi-generation connection too. Fishing and healthy, abundant salmon are part of my family's life and history. I fear a future without salmon to share with my grandchildren. I have fished the lower sections of the San Joaquin tributaries for 25 years. I have been witness to the diminished quality of the aquatic resources and seen habitat degraded over many seasons and many water year types. This rapid decline of these once great trout, steelhead, and salmon fisheries has occurred in all 3 tributaries. The numbers of people seeking recreation in natural areas is increasing annually, as is the economic importance of these visitors. The citizens of California, the same people who sacrifice their water during periods of drought, deserve a chance to recreate on healthy, environmentally functioning rivers. Rebalancing the beneficial use of these rivers is overdue. Do Californians deserve to live in a place that is so degraded that salmon are just a memory? No, they don't. Let's not trade our chance for healthy, functioning river systems and the vibrant ecosystems that they support for a salty snack that is mostly exported. I urge the State Water Board to stand firm on the proposal to increase the flows of the San Joaquin tributaries to support the restoration of the Bay Delta system, which is so vital to so many species of wildlife and not only fish. I thank you very much for your time and your consideration.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair and board members. I'm Sean O'Rourke, and I'm a PhD geneticist working at UC Davis in the College of Agriculture and the Environment. My research focus is salmon and steelhead genetics. We work with state and federal agencies, Native American tribes, other universities, and anglers up and down the West Coast, from California, Oregon, Washington, Canada, Alaska, and also into Russia and Japan. We obtain genetic samples from fish, and we use them to discover how fish populations are related and what genetic mechanisms they have evolved to allow them to thrive in different environments. I love fish. I've been an avid recreational angler all my life. I fished for salmon and steelhead on the Sacramento, Feather, Trinity, Klamath, American, Eel, and Mattole rivers in California. I also fish the ocean as often as I can. I bring friends, family, and students in our department out fishing with me. Friends come to fish with us from all over California, other parts of the U.S., and even other countries. I'm certainly not the only angler that would appreciate having more salmon and steelhead in the Central Valley where so many of us live. I help run a fishing forum with over 37,000 members, so there are many, many anglers who are interested in getting more water for our fish. We all buy licenses, tackle, gear, bait, fuel. I have 3 boats myself. Angling not only provides significant economic benefits, but also a quality recreational experience for individuals and families in our state. If there were increased salmon and steelhead in the San Joaquin Basin, it could provide additional angler opportunity, and many of us would love to take advantage of that opportunity. The San Joaquin Basin used to have an epic run of a type of salmon called spring Chinook. From time immemorial, these fish would come upriver during the spring and over summer in cold, clear pools high upstream prior to spawning in the fall. Not anymore. Due to water withdrawals and dams, those fish were wiped out. What's left in the basin are fall-run Chinook and steelhead, and their numbers are holding on by a thread. By providing higher flows, we can finally hope to improve our salmonid runs. Many anglers believe it's pretty simple to help fix the dire fish situation. More water equals more fish. And I just want to add, recreational and commercial anglers stand by family farmers, but when we see vast oceans of corporate farms producing bumper crops during droughts, towns without any water meters, and lush urban landscaping using imported water, many feel this is an unjust situation. So I'll close by saying fish need to have much more increased consideration about our water allocation choices going forward. Perhaps we can look at the Trinity River Record of Decision as a model compromise for all users of the resource. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Thank you very much. I have 4 speaker cards. Janelle Steiner is first. Is Janelle here? Okay, so come on up. Aaron Orsini, Gary Bobker, and Tricia Geringer. I don't know. Is Bart here? Okay.
Thank you so much.
Go ahead.
First of all, I want to thank you, each one of you, for all that you have been through and all that you're offering to this process. My name is Janelle Steiner, and I'm a 4th-generation Californian, and I'm an environmental educator as a professional. And I took the vacation day in order to put my word in for future generations, for all species. While I appreciate that you're getting outcries from all communities, and I feel for all those communities, I urge you to, as human beings, to think of the big picture here. Our ecosystems and long-term sustainability is our highest objective here for the health of and well-being of everyone. So, you know, I urge you to choose the maximum flow for the San Joaquin River. And, you know, it's clearly, we clearly need to set a new standard for what our water carrying capacity can be. And I have faith that with the creativity that we have available to us in California, that we can work together to come up with creative solutions. So, you know, I think the human needs and the economic needs will be a challenge. And I'd like you to be awake to what's at stake, the potential extinction of more species, and at some point, if pushed further, possible ecological collapse. An intact ecosystem that sustains the entire delicate web of life and its long-term sustainability should be the highest objective. Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron?
Hello, my name is Aaron Orsini.
Get closer.
Different height. My name is Aaron Orsini, and I am a fishing captain out of Bodega Bay. I've been asked to come here and speak and share my life from Dr. Bill Bennett with the UC David Watershed Center and the Bay Institute, as well as Golden Gate Salmon Association. It's been an interesting one listening to everything that's going on here. I think all I can do is kind of share my life and some of my experiences. I grew up in Bodega Bay, and both my parents were charter boat fishermen. And I've seen the fishing out of Bodega Bay go from very extensive, very expansive, lots of boats, as much as 10 head boats, to one head boat and a few struggling six-pack businesses. I grew up with my parents losing their jobs repeatedly, actually, not just once and finding new jobs, but once and finding new boats and once and finding new boats. I've seen my uncle, who was a commercial fisherman all my life, go to different fisheries. I've seen all of those collapse. I personally have been struggling just the last few seasons to make a living fishing. I love the ocean. I love fishing, and I love salmon. I'm sorry I can't convey more in just 2 minutes. What has been done isn't enough, and it's been poorly done. You have an opportunity to do something else. I'm not saying it's the right thing or done perfectly, but it needs to be done differently for people's lives. I hope you listen to a lot of people who have put a lot of time and effort and expertise and have spent their lives creating some kind of alternative plan. Good luck making your decision.
Thank you so much. Gary?
Back down again. Gary Bobker, Bay.org. The Bay Delta estuary deserves the kind of protection and attention that we give to other national treasures like the Chesapeake and the Everglades, but instead we're letting it collapse and we're all to blame. And the time to do something about it is long overdue. Salmonids are not just, this is not just about fish, it's about the fact that salmonids are the indicator of a healthy ecosystem. It doesn't take much for fish like salmon to succeed, and the fact that salmon are either declining or locally extinct is evidence of just how degraded this ecosystem is and how beneficial uses are not being protected, and that is your job. There's overwhelming scientific evidence that major increases in flow are the effective action to take. It's a red herring to talk about flow versus non-flow because, as you have heard time and time again, the science is that it takes flows whether you do habitat or predation measures or not. In fact, it takes flows to make those be successful. It's also a red herring to talk about unimpaired flows. That's a method for providing flow conditions, which happens to be a good one. But the real issue is, what's the level of flow you're going to provide? If you want to base it on the best evidence we have about what makes salmon return, positive recruitment at 5,000 CFS and doubling at 10,000 CFS, go ahead and do that instead. The water supply impacts will probably be bigger, but you'll achieve the end goal. The water supply impacts are important to talk about. I think it's also important to note that, as many speakers have talked about, in many cases they're exaggerated. In many cases they can be mitigated. And with all due respect to the fine people in the Central Valley in the agricultural industry, I think that some of those concerns are misplaced, that they're surrogates for the many other issues that the agricultural industry has to deal with, whether it's trade policies or world markets. But water is actually not the thing that is going to make or break that economy. I will end by saying that I went through the last round of the major update of the Bay Delta plan in the late 80s and 90s. It took 9 years for a board that changed radically because the members didn't last long enough. It took 9 years for the state of California to adopt water quality standards. I never thought that I would go through another period where I thought it's going to take that long. You're not going to have a rabbit pulled out of a hat by anybody else. It's up to you. You've taken a long time. It's time to move to a decision expeditiously and one that will protect the beneficial uses. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Tricia Geringer.
Good evening, Vice Chair and board members. Thank you so much for sticking out through the evening. Tricia Geringer, Vice President with Agricultural Council of California. We represent over 15,000 farmers throughout the state, and our farmers are producing locally grown healthy products like peaches, almonds, dairy products, apricots, raisins, and many other healthy, nutritious items that our population loves to put on their kitchen tables. And we like to say that our members are closer to you than your own neighbors because their products end up on your kitchen table and they're in your lunches. I want to thank you for holding this hearing and all of the December hearings and for continuing to take in stakeholder input. And thank you also very much for extending the written comment period to March 17th, as the Chair Marcus recently stated, in order to create, quote, positive opportunities for engagement and negotiation, which we could not agree with her more and we believe is crucial going forward. Our organization would like to express concern over the impact of the proposal on dairy farmers in a region that is a great contributor to California's vital dairy industry. Ag Council represents over 75% of milk produced in California. And if, as the Appendix G of the SED states, the proposal would limit, quote, the economic feasibility of growing feed crops, this would be very challenging news for the dairy industry, which is already struggling, as was previously stated by another speaker, and also you have heard at, I believe it was the Modesto hearing. The industry is already in a very strict regulatory environment, and this would be incredibly challenging, increase costs, and as mentioned before, could potentially cause dairy folks to leave. And frankly, no other state or nation can match the regulatory compliance efforts of California's dairy community, so we know we do it best here, so we would like to keep it here. It is also important to note that our state almond industry is deeply connected to dairy through the hauling and shelling market. So any disruption in the dairy community also impacts almonds and that community and all of those jobs. I appreciate very much the conversation pertaining to SGMA, and I know the board is keenly aware that there are many questions regarding the impact of SGMA, and we encourage those continued conversations, and we support that request for further documentation and reports from your sister agencies in order to seek further information that can be incorporated into the analyses going forward. We also support and respectfully ask the board to work with local water leaders and officials on non-flow alternatives and support other comments to that effect. Finally, we urge the board to continue to engage those of us on the stakeholder side going forward and prior to making any final decisions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Did I miss anyone who turned in a blue card and I didn't call your name? Okay. Thank you all for hanging in there with your interest, cooperation, and participation today and throughout the hearing. Before I close, are there any, you mentioned that you wanted to make a closing statement, and if you two are interested, now is the time.
Thank you. The hour is late, and I first of all want to thank my fellow board members for their patience. I know I've had a lot of questions throughout, and I am not usually so willing to take up precious time, but I've spent a lot of time on this, and I'm going to use, since this is it, it's going to go back to staff, and then we'll have those meetings, and I won't get a chance to talk to you again. So I'm going to use this time to again point out some of the main concerns, and I know that you've already heard about a lot of these concerns, but I would like to put it into some better context here. So first of all, we all know that we're required to balance, and we've been talking a lot about the sweet spot. And I'll just say that despite years of effort and a lot of effort from staff, I don't think that what they're presenting to us is the sweet spot. And that is my own opinion. That's my conclusion, and I know that you all may feel differently. But I just want to let you know why I don't think we've hit the sweet spot. There have been a lot of discussions about settlements, and that settlements is what usually comes out of these reports, because it is a big challenge to do a water quality control plan. And in the past, what we've seen is that staff will put out a document, and that will help drive the discussions towards settlement. And I absolutely agree with that process. But I think what's happening here is that staff has put a target out that is claiming to be balanced, and because it's imbalanced, that is what is going to drive people to try and avoid something that is so terribly impactful. And so I'm just pointing this out to say that where I think we all ought to end up with is where a lot of the commenters have encouraged us to look closely at settlements and to continue the dialogue, get more information so that we can end up with settlements. The concern that I have is that if we don't get out some additional information, and if we don't show some willingness to move the mark, that it is going to make those settlement discussions very unlikely, because we have pushed it to the limit that we've got some folks that I'm very concerned that they'll just pack their bags and go to court. And so the areas that I've been focusing on is not to say that these rivers don't deserve our attention. It's not to say that these rivers shouldn't have additional flow. I think we need to give it more attention, because I feel so strongly that we need to have a comprehensive package, and that flow alone isn't going to get us the benefits that staff is saying. In fact, we had the NGO community on the first day of these hearings on the 29th say that there are questionable benefits as to what our staff is saying on, say, for example, floodplain. And so if you look at the 2010 flow criteria report, and if we just focus on flow, you need to have a lot of flow in order to achieve the higher benefits, according to some. And because that would be such a challenge, we've got to, there are other options for us to look at here as far as the combination of flow and non-flow measures. And looking at sort of the key areas that I've spent a lot of time with the irrigation districts, I've spent a lot of time out in the community, and what is really I think, you keep hearing this over and over again, the areas where we keep hearing the greatest challenges would be June, lack of dry year relief, Sigma, and the carryover storage requirement. So let's just take carryover storage. I actually think carryover storage is a key tool that we probably need to have as part of the package. Now, these irrigation districts can come to us with settlement that could include carryover storage as part of a voluntary agreement. But if we have it in a plan, that I fear is going to cause the irrigation districts to fight and go to court instead of working with us on a comprehensive settlement that would include carryover storage. As far as June and dry year relief, I have been pushing for these things in conversations with staff for quite some time, and what I have to be honest, what's frustrating is instead of getting some information about, for example, on June, what we get is cherry-picked wet years that show fish moving in June. And I've learned a lot through this process. I've learned there are fish moving in June, and I think that that information is helpful. But let's look at all year types. Let's look at all year types. Let's look at the rotary screw trap information. I think we should have that information so that we can come to a decision as to whether or not what is before us is balanced. And then as far as dry year relief, same thing. I remember from the hearing on the 29th in November, we asked for an overlay of successive dry years, for example, the drought, and what we get is averages. And if you're out there trying to run a farm, an average doesn't make a difference. What matters is how much water do you get this year. And so I think we need to get the information of what it would look like with successive dry years. And, you know, staff said that there wouldn't be years that are at zero. Well, that just doesn't make sense, because I know that during the drought, even Merced Irrigation District, they had zero. So something's not quite connecting here. I think we need to spend a little more time on that so that we can get information on what successive dry years look like. And I know there have been, you know, other comments as well on dry year relief. So I think it'd be helpful for staff to come to us with some alternatives that we could look at with respect to critically dry years. And then on the fish benefits, I'm looking forward to getting updated information from the Department of Fish and Wildlife on SALSIM, and it looks like, you know, staff, even though is not relying on SALSIM, made an attempt to make some adjustments, but then also indicating that it's relying on temperature benefits and floodplain analysis. I think we need to get more information on that. Temperature benefits in particular, looking at the percentage of increase, I don't know what that means. I think we need to have some information on exactly what temperature improvements are we likely to see. And the fish benefit issue in particular, I think merits having a workshop. We did hear from the NGO community as well that you know, they're interested in having biological objectives, and I know it would be a big challenge to go back and redo the document to get very specific targets, but one way to get started is to have more information on the actual benefits, and whether that's with improved calcium, temperature benefits, floodplain benefits. And then the last thing is Sigma. I think it's just disingenuous for us to say that, well, gee, we're looking at this from a programmatic level, and that at a future time when Sigma is implemented, that's when they can look at these issues with respect to the disadvantaged communities, and that it would just be too speculative. I think one commenter said there's a lot of things that we have in here that we went further from speculation, like on temperature and floodplain. So why not on Sigma? It's a priority for this administration and for the board, and I think that communities deserve more, and we deserve more. We deserve more information on what this project would look like once we have Sigma. And so I think working with the Department of Water Resources and the irrigation districts, hopefully we can get some additional information. And really what I'm looking for is in these key areas is getting more information to us so that we could be in a better position to be able to determine whether or not what staff has brought forward is balanced or whether we should be making some additional adjustments. So thanks for the opportunity to give you these comments and for bearing with me throughout all these hearings.
Not a problem. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Dee Dee. Those are well organized and a logical outgrowth of the many thoughtful comments we've received. And then, I think you've stimulated some excellent discussion through the 5 days plus that we've been engaged with stakeholders on these issues. Let me just say thank you to everyone who's spent a significant amount of time preparing your remarks and traveling and attending these hearings. I hope that you've learned as much as we have in terms of insight and nuance into water management and how many moving parts there are and how many human lives, as in everyone, is touched by water in different ways. Some insightful comments today about how we relate to water a little differently depending on where we're from. How we treat it and how it's important for us to respect mutually each other's perspective on how water figures into their lives. That's a key point. And I think moving forward, I hope that we engender a culture of respect around folks' relationship with water, and then also challenge ourselves to evolve that relationship with water. It's pretty exciting what we've even been able to discover in the last 10 years as a water board system, as we look at not just in silos of water quality, but looking at holistic water resources, multi-benefit type approaches, and the type of projects that have gone in the ground that are really great and represent partnerships across many backgrounds and perspectives. And just the ownership of these innovative infrastructure projects. Infrastructure can be natural, it can be, concrete and steel. In the end, we're getting better in California at doing this, and I hope that this process can engender that culture to keep it going. So I provided about 8 pages, nothing too crazy or fancy or technical, to staff about some key questions we should answer that have been reasonable questions folks have brought up, and I won't go over those 8 pages, but I'm gonna take a little time here. So like Dee Dee says, this is a big issue, and as big as it gets, and here we are at the opportunity for at least the 4 of us to chat, and Felicia's out there somewhere, and so we can kind of go back and forth a little. Maybe I'll have a chance to respond to some of those good points you brought up. You've heard me bring up this point many times about taking the concept of a linear unimpaired flow percentage, which is, as you point out, at the heart of the existing 1995 Bay Delta plan, however more coarse that it is compared to this proposal. And is there a way we can, in response to the comments about evaluating a reasonable range of alternatives, should we get a little more sophisticated looking at critical years? And are we comfortable making a proposal about working with the fish agencies, the water users, in crafting a management approach during critical years that maintains a reasonable level of protection but doesn't have a severe water supply impacts? Because it seems that is the rub. That's the crux of the conflict, is the concern, like TID modeled a strict 40% unimpaired flow and saw just the last couple of years, which were critical in the San Joaquin Basin, how that might have led to no deliveries. Now that seems like an outcome we should avoid. The 20 to 300 acre farms in that area are a critical fabric of our California culture. It's a sustainable culture. because it coexisted with healthy fisheries for generations. And it's only been the last couple of generations where we seem to have bumped up against sustainability on the ecosystem side. So let's respect that and think of some sideboards, maybe in a response to comments on how we can address those situations, which even brought up about from the perspective of the San Francisco Bay Area municipal water supply perspective. You know, it's really those consecutive dry years in critical conditions where they run into potentially, you know, irreversible type impacts. So I want us to think long and hard about that idea. I'd like a little more explanation why the American River, Yuba River, Battle Creek, other tributaries in the Central Valley have better salmon returns and indicators than the lower San Joaquin tributaries when we compare those two you know, before and after periods. The 1967-91, which is that period we're using as a basis for salmon doubling, and then the more recent decades. You know, is this related to, you know, what factors are at play? Are there enforceable flow objectives? Are there, is the ongoing working group arrangement perhaps with required deliverables, you know, institutional framework in place in these locations that creates durable outcomes? You know, is it, and what kind of a package of flow and non-flow measures are present? And is state assistance a part of those? You know, I'd like a little bit more insight into what works and how we can replicate that. And, you know, acknowledging Board Member Diadamo's concern, I don't want this process to drive folks, you know, with venerable senior water rights into a strictly defensive posture. You know, I want this to be a partnership. And so I don't want to push the proposal so hard that we're driving folks away instead of to the table to solve problems. You know, I think the points about disadvantaged communities are important. So, you know, in terms of having some answers, they don't have to be as we discussed earlier, the SED, it's not our responsibility to predict the future with a great granularity, but I think that's an area where we need to provide additional insight as to where the vulnerable areas in the project plan area are with respect to dependence on groundwater. And, you know, from a water infrastructure perspective, I'm concerned about the comments on surface water treatment. And we've talked about this, you know, I've talked with staff about this. And we just need to have an answer to that question about, you know, the assets that we're actually helping to fund, and our drinking water division wants to see happen for water quality. And our Division of Financial Assistance is putting money on the table to make these investments. We just need to have a little bit more of a refined response about, you know, where will that be a problem, or where is there flexibility built in? I feel that the testimony has been a little exaggerated, but I'd like to see more facts on the issue. I don't think it creates a $55 million stranded asset, but there may be, you know, situations, scenarios where the envelope might be being pushed too far. You know, one thing came up a little bit today was about water quality. You know, I used to work at the regional board level, and it's non-trivial to me that temperature is an impairment right now. These rivers are impaired due to temperature. And when you look at our TMDL implementation around the state, a little more smarter, targeted management of flow ends up being a real important tool for temperature management. So that's not lost on me. That's an area that it's a problem that's been formally identified, and it's related to what we're talking about. And so the temperature benefits, we have to look at that fairly seriously. But there's also other water quality benefits that we haven't talked about a lot. We've talked about the fish benefits, floodplain, But this issue of a more sustained, healthy river system that's a little more charged year after year is going to have water quality benefits related to nutrient cycling and potential harmful algae blooms. I'd like to know a little more. We heard today about the bioassessment work, some insight about what the bioassessment metrics in these systems tells us today about water quality, because bioassessment's a great integrator of water quality. And I'm not sure what kind of historic information we have that we can compare to, but you hear me bring this issue up a lot. You know, something was working a lot better not that long ago, in the say the 70s and the 80s. You know, what was the management regime then that was producing more productive system that we're not seeing now? Because the physical alterations people rightfully point out, most of them were already done at that point. And something's been happening in terms of the dynamics of the flow regime. Many have commented that the wild salmon are gone on the lower San Joaquin, or there's a carrying capacity. We couldn't have more fish if we tried. I just think we have to answer those questions. You know, what's possible? And we look at the historic record for that. I want us to do a good job of answering the question about, you know, as I pointed out with the surface water treatment advancements that we support, we don't want to, you know, undermine those. Similarly, we don't want to undermine the work of our FERC relicensing efforts. Let's just make it clear in how this proposal connects to those and how it builds on it or fills gaps that you would identify that the FERC relicensing flows don't address, and how responsibility for meeting the overall flow proposal doesn't necessarily have to rest solely on the FERC relicensing entities. Because that's an issue that's come up. And it's a concern, a good concern that we need to provide answers. It's good to hear from the recreational panel, you know, recently. And I think when you talk about the effects on disadvantaged communities, there's a drinking water effect that is we're concerned about, but there's a recreational opportunity effect. You know, I'd like us to answer that question that came up at Modesto about how the water quality of low flows in the summer or in the spring might be affecting the opportunities for disadvantaged communities, low-income folks, to enjoy recreational opportunities that strengthen families, keep kids from going to life's crime and drugs and that sort of thing. There was a question about non-flow measures. Does it include, you know, dam removal? I don't know if that's a viable issue in the Tuolumne. I'm interested in, you know, the full range of non-flow measures. And there was a predator removal pilot on the issue of predation in the Tuolumne River that was brought up during the Modesto hearing. That sounded interesting. I'd like to know more about the viability of those methods as a package within the non-flow measures that might be possible. So there's so much to cover. I can't give it all enough credence. You know, I appreciate everyone's passions. Like I said in my opening remarks, I respect those passions and the commitment to stewardship and problem solving. We didn't introduce this, I don't believe, as a you know, any kind of effort to take any water by any means. I think, and what I wanted to maybe distill in everyone's minds is my top goal is taking the current Bay Delta plan and improving it. It hasn't worked. We tried. It was an experiment where we put the sole responsibility for meeting the aquatic life beneficial uses on the state and federal water projects. We tried the experiment for over 2-3 decades now. It hasn't worked. Having a flow requirement Vernalis for the entire complex San Joaquin Basin we gave it a shot, tried to make it work with new Melonis releases, and we weren't able to pull it off. We did learn some things along the way, and that relates to Fish and Wildlife's presentation today, is that there was more flow in the Stanislaus because of this experiment using the Central Valley Project. And so we do see some scientific information there that we can learn from and incorporate into a joint fact-finding solution. But it didn't work. So I think the spirit of the proposal is to roll up our sleeves together. Senior water rights, junior water rights, all interests in the healthy rivers, and share in the solution and figure out what can we live without in every tributary of the Sacramento-San Joaquin system to make sure that there's healthy rivers for future generations. It's a shared solution, shared responsibility, and we'll respect senior water rights all the way. But we have to roll up our sleeves together because the experiment we tried with the previous Bay Delta plan, it can't work. And the science shows that. So I look for, and the idea of voluntary settlements, it's great. But I support the State Water Board moving forward with the proposal with good modifications to make sure people don't get left holding the bag, have that uncertainty that vexes the family farmers. And but we have to move forward, I think, to make sure that people have motivation to come up with those creative solutions. And it's our responsibility to be in there with them, rolling up our sleeves, learning along the way. So thanks to everyone for your thoughtful input, and we certainly are taking it very seriously, and look forward to continuing to work with you.
Thank you. I will also echo Board Member Moore's gratitude to everyone for participating in all the hearings, for reading all the materials, for providing your stories, your suggestions, your concerns, and definitely we will, like Board Member Moore said, we've all learned a lot during these hearings, and certainly I, like my colleagues, have a list of issues that we'll be following up with staff on, and I'm sure it'll grow once we receive your written comment letters. So I won't go into all of that today. Let me also concur with a comment Board Member Moore made about respecting each other's perspectives, and I think one of the strength of this board is that we have 5 board members from different backgrounds, different expertise, different perspective, and we all respect each other's perspective. We don't often, well, we don't always agree, and we should not, but I think the discussions we've had, the input that each board member has provided ultimately will allow us to move forward, I think, with a stronger decision that this board will make. I don't know what that decision will be. I don't know what decision I will be making because there's a lot of information yet that we need to consider. But I think amongst the 5 board members, I have a unique perspective in that much has been talked about the 1995 Water Quality Control Plan, the last major update to the Bay Delta Plan, which has not been successful, as Board Member Moore pointed out. Well, I will confess that I was actually on the board staff as an engineer and worked on the 1995 plan that was eventually approved by the then State Water Resources Control Board. And my supervisor at the time was our now Executive Director Tom Howard, who was in charge of the Bay Delta section at the time. And I'm going to paraphrase something he said to me around 1995. So it was a long time ago, but it was significant enough that I remember at least the context of what he was trying to convey to me. And that was, it was the board's staff's job to do their best technical and policy analysis to gather the most relevant data that is existing, and to bring forth those analyses and those recommendations to the board giving in mind all the challenges involved in terms of incomplete information, in terms of lack of resources to carry out, maybe some of the analysis that we would like, in terms of the various pressures that accompany any major water decisions in California. It's a staff job to do their best in gathering that data, in providing the analysis, and presenting it to the board. But it is the board members' responsibility to make that decision. And my concern is that the board staff has spent quite a bit of time analyzing data, preparing information, presenting us with their recommendation. And I agree, it's not a sweet spot. I don't, however, would argue that it's not the staff's job to find that sweet spot. It's the staff job to present us with their best analysis and recommendation, and it's our job to make the best decision possible given the information that we have. And while I would love to have more data, I think we would always like to have more information, more complete analysis, better economic information, better benefits analysis in terms of what these actions will result in. And while we all, I think, are aware of what's at stake, not just for the fisheries and the ecosystems, but for growers, for cities, for all of us in terms of these decisions, I would caution us to, and I agree with Board Member Moore, to not continue to be the bottleneck in this very important effort. There will never be a perfect solution. There will never be complete data and analysis for us upon which to make decisions. We have to make decisions based on what is best available at the time, based on our understanding, based on our hopes and expectation, based on all the different perspectives that is provided to us. And I would say, with all due respect to Board Member D'Adamo's comment, that it hasn't been a staff proposal that has led to, I think, some of the major settlement agreements in the water rights arena, but actual board decisions, for better or for worse, that have led to, for example, the Yuba Accord, I think one of the more successful agreements that have been implemented in California. So again, I would urge my colleague that, yes, there are questions that still need to be answered, that the input that we are receiving from these hearings and from the written comments will ultimately lead to more discussions by us. But ultimately, I would encourage us to move forward with adoption of a proposal, of a water quality control plan as soon as possible this year, because I think we're running out of time. And it's not just time in terms of time for the ecosystem, but also time for all of those who are being impacted by the lack of uncertainty associated with us not making a decision, not having a water quality control plan in place, not having a set of standards and objectives in place. So we do have that responsibility as board members to make the difficult decision. The late, great Don Mon, who was chairman of this board for the longest time and who was chairman when I first joined the board staff, called it a superhuman task, and it truly is. But it's not going to be made any easier by delaying decisions, waiting for a sweet spot or complete information that will never come. So it's a hard task, and I have faith in all of us. I have faith in everyone who's participating in this effort to make our best decision possible, our best effort, our best step towards providing as balanced a solution as we can with the data that we have, but also recognizing that we cannot take years and years in order to take that next step.
just because I think we should use this as a chance to have a dialogue a little bit here. I'm not proposing that we take years and years. I think there's a lot of information that is readily available. And I'm talking about months, using the time with the extended comment period to get this information out. And I appreciate, Les, what you had said earlier, that a lot of this is in the SED. I think just calling out some of these areas where you've seen themes, to pull it out of the SED so that you can provide it to us. I think a lot of the information probably is already in the SED. And I agree, this is not, it wouldn't be staff expected to be driving these settlements. It'll be board action. But it's also, I think, incumbent upon us to be looking at what can best drive those settlements. And just, not to go back and reiterate, but just looking at one item in particular, carryover storage, including that in a water quality control plan will be very challenging. But through settlements, it's absolutely possible. It's no different than the non-flow. I think what we've heard over and over again is that really flow alone isn't going to do it. We need additional flow, but we need some action on non-flow measures. And so what's the best way to accomplish that? Settlements. Settlements, just like carryover storage, I think can best be accomplished through settlements. So what I'm looking for is a way for us to help drive this discussion instead of being, silent as we have been over a period of years, because we needed to give staff the opportunity. Now I think it's important for us to weigh in during this interim period to help better focus the discussions and help to provide a path towards settlement.
Thank you. Thank you, board members. Definitely, thank you. And thank you, the public who stayed to listen to this, because I think you have been given a glimpse as to the kinds of discussions that we will be having over the next several months. And I agree, it should not be the next several years. I want to thank you for the time that you have spent trying to help point us in the right direction on this issue, not just at this hearing, but at all your preparations for the hearings, your written comments as well. And there is still time to put in written comments. March the 17th is the deadline. So I urge you, even if you have said things here, that you put those things in writing. And they don't have to be long. In fact, if they're long, it gets even more difficult. If they're short and we have bullet points, that's perfect. Perfect, because we do understand what it is you're talking about. You do not have to explain it to us. We absolutely get it. And we take it seriously. So the better you are able to put your ideas into bullet points and just fill one piece of paper, one side of one piece of paper, that will be wonderful. The board will take oral comments that we've heard over the last 5 days of this hearing, which have taken place over the last month or a little more than a month, as well as the written comments that we receive, and we'll consider them in the preparation of the final SED. If you have further comments, you may submit them by noon, that's 12 o'clock, noon, on Friday, March the 17th. I can't tell you how many times people say, oh, I thought it was the end of the day. No, it is noon. Once we have certified, we have the certified transcript from the court reporter for the entire 5-day hearing. We will post it on our website. You may continue to follow this project on our website, and all future notifications will continue to be sent out on the Bay Delta Notices email distribution list. And if you're not on that list and want to be on that list, let Janine know. The board anticipates that the final SED and revised Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan will be completed by this summer. However, the timeline will depend on the comments received. Therefore, at a future board meeting, the board will consider whether to approve the final SED and revised plan. So there are many steps yet to go. So this is not the end. This is the end of one phase that will, phase one of phase one. And with that, I want to thank you again for your time, and the hearing is now over. Thank you.
Thank you. Good job, Fran. Oh, great job, Fran.